Chapter 1. A cold wind pierced through the window and swayed the candle back and forth. Under the flickering candlelight, a pair of complex eyes loomed. How to describe it? Because these eyes are full of a trace of helplessness, a trace of panic, a trace of reluctance, a trace of anger, and a trace of surprise. All kinds of complex and changeable emotions are concentrated in a pair of eyes at this time, which is enough to explain the inner complexity of Chu Zhongtian, the owner of these eyes. Who? Take a deep breath and then slowly spit it out. Chu Zhongtian stretched out his left hand and looked at the white, tender and slender fingers, but his thumb and index finger were covered with calluses. He looked bitter and shook his head. Alas, I never thought that the crossing accident in the online novel would happen to me. Is this lucky or unlucky? Spit out the turbid air from his chest. Chu Zhongtian forced himself to cheer up, stood up, opened the window of the attic, let the cold wind blow across his face, looked lonely into the distance, and couldn't help but return to before crossing. In his previous life, he was a programmer who developed program software for a living. Programmer's work is more depressed, life is more homely, and there is not much ideal. For him, the ideal of life is very simple and realistic. That is to strive to buy his own house in the capital before the age of 32 through his own efforts, even if the house is only more than 70 square meters. Marry a gentle, kind and fair-looking woman as a wife, have a lovely son or daughter, then take the elderly parents to the capital to be filial, and finally spend their life in a flat and light way. The wish is very realistic, but the reality is very cruel. After more than 30 years of reform and opening up, Longshuo's economy has developed rapidly, and prices have also risen rapidly. In addition, some people deliberately coax high house prices in order to obtain huge benefits, resulting in the bizarre high house prices in the capital. Ordinary office workers work hard all their life and can't afford a house or even a bathroom in the house. Fortunately, he has outstanding ability, tenacious character, can also bear hardships, and is willing to work hard to realize his wishes. Through 6 years of efforts, the number on his passbook has reached 7 figures, and he can fully pay the down payment for an 80 square meter house. But he worked hard for a long time in order not to let himself be a house slave and not to reduce the quality of life of himself and his parents. 6 days ago, he received an urgent overtime task to make a set of data statistics software for a foreign trade company and asked to pass the acceptance within 5 days. The software is not complicated and the program is simple, but it takes a long time. Originally, he was still considering whether his body could bear it, and then the company gave him a reward of 50,000 new dragon coins, so that he took the lead without any hesitation. 3 days and 3 nights. I didn't rest for 3 days and nights. I only slept for 1 or 2 hours when I was sleepy, and I only dealt with a bowl of instant noodles when I was hungry. Lack of sleep, malnutrition, excessive physical and mental consumption led to his final sudden death in front of the computer. Wake up and find yourself in a completely strange environment. At the same time, there is a memory in his mind that does not belong to him. The character of Let It Be makes him quickly accept the reality of crossing. Moreover, the body attached to him has the same name as him, which can help him integrate into his new life faster. The only thing that worries him is how his parents on Earth should accept the sudden bad news after learning the speed of their death. Endless Forest is one of the 8 forbidden areas of the Eternal Continent. It is full of dangers and knows no depth. There are countless powerful animals. It is known as the bird is difficult to cross. It is an absolute forbidden area for human beings. It is one of the treasure places that will never be conquered. The forbidden area represents death, which also contains unimaginable wealth. Because no one dares to break into the endless forest, it still maintains the most primitive state. There are countless internal natural materials and earth treasures. It is said that there are strange treasures that can bring people back to life, and even anti-heaven treasures that can make people soar in the daytime. Good to say, desire can make people crazy. In order to get countless treasures in the endless forest, countless people broke into the forest with their lives, hoping to get rich overnight and completely change their fate. As the endless forest is far away from the place where people live, in order to supply and repair in time, and not delay the time to obtain treasures, some powerful and background people have established some villages as strongholds outside the forest, so that these warriors can get supplies in time. After decades and hundreds of years of development, the flow of people in these villages has become more and more, and the villages have become larger and larger. gradually developing into a town and a city. Lorraine Town was developed under such circumstances. It belongs to the state of Qi and was built by the royal family of Qi and 3 families. After hundreds of years of development, Liulin Village has become a super town with a permanent population of more than 100,000 and a floating population of hundreds of thousands. Liulin Town, Central Street, the golden location of the center, has a beautifully built 2-story attic. There's a very conspicuous plaque hanging outside the attic, which reads 4 big characters of Chu's drugstore. First floor lobby. A young man with beautiful appearance and slightly thin figure stood behind the counter with a smile and introduced the type and price of medicinal materials in detail to the customers standing in front of the counter. This beautiful young man is no one else, just the Chu Zhongtian after crossing. His personality of letting things go and his tenacious character made him slowly settle down from his initial confusion and panic, accept a new identity, and start a new life in a very short time. The only thing that makes him feel lucky is that the flesh body attached to him also belongs to Chu. More coincidentally, his name is also Chu Zhongtian, which allows him to adapt to this identity in a very short time. The only thing that made him dissatisfied was that the flesh body attached to him had a very low status. It was only one of the 3 families of the state of Qi and a subsidiary of the Chu family. Zhongtian, I have something to go back to, take care of the store first. When Chu Zhongtian tried his best to recommend a medicinal plant in the store to the guests, an old man downstairs ordered him, "Shopkeeper, don't worry about going out. The small one will take a good look at the store." Facing the old man's orders, Chu Zhongtian said respectfully, "Although the old man is very old and his strength is very general, his vision is very old and his experience is very rich. The development of Chu's drugstore in Liulin Town has a lot to do with him. Alas, what a pity." Looking at the sensible and clever Chu Zhongtian, the old man's face flashed a look of regret. As for the regretful expression on the old man's face, the thoughtful Chu Zhongtian certainly noticed that he soon knew why the old man showed this expression. The world reborn in Chu Zhongtian is called the Eternal Continent, which is similar to the ancient world. Chu Zhongtian doesn't know how big the Eternal Continent is, but he knows that the world is completely different from the Earth where he lived in his previous life. In this world, there is no modern science and technology. There's only practice, which is commonly known as cultivating immortals. It is said that the strong with profound strength can turn their hands into clouds and cover their hands with rain. In this place, there is no law. Some are just the law of the jungle, and some are just those who have big fists will master the truth. If you want status and security, you have to be stronger. Chu Zhongtian is 17 years old. A year ago, when he was 16 years old, he was tested by the family. His cultivation talent is the top 8 grades. This talent is very common in the Eternal Continent, but in the state of Qi, it is the top talent in the Chu family. People's immortal cultivation talent is divided into 3 grades and 10 grades, with a total of 30 levels. Among them, the bottom 10 products are the lowest and the top one is the best. In the state of Qi, one of the 3 families has the best talent. Lin Yindao, the leader of the new generation of Lin family, has a medium talent of 8 grades. Chu Tianyun, one of the 3 major families in the state of Qi, is the most gifted of the Chu family in which Chu Zhongtian is located. His talent is no more than the inferior 8 grades. Originally, with the cultivation talent of 8 grades such as Chu Zhongtian, even if he is only a child of a subsidiary of the family, even if he has no father, no mother and no backer, he will certainly get the top attention. Unfortunately, on the 3rd day of testing his cultivation talent, while playing outside the capital of Qi, he accidentally encountered the battle of 2 peerless experts. The strength of those 2 peerless masters is not clear to the people in the remote state of Qi, but the impact of the 2 people's war is still clear. At that time, although the battle took place in the sky, the aftermath of the battle still seriously injured him and finally survived. It was his luck. Unfortunately, his meridians were injured by the aftermath of the battle and became a waste that could not practice. For what happened to him, he accepted the memory of the dead Chu Zhongtian very clearly. Although he was also very unwilling in his heart, what could he do? The Eternal Continent has plenty of aura and many genius earth treasures, but there are very few treasures that can repair meridians, and the grade is very high. With the status of Chu Zhongtian and the power of the Chu family, those genius earth treasures are impossible to get, so he can only press this reluctance to the bottom of his heart. Spit out the depressed spirit in his heart. Chu Zhongtian adjusted his state of mind, and then continued to work. Boss, I have some herbs here, I don't know if you can accept them here. Just as Chu Zhongtian adjusted his mind and continued to admire his guests, a middle-aged farmer with a loyal and honest look in a wrinkled, patched suit stammered. Chapter 2. Uncle, I need to see what kind of herb it is before I can decide whether to take it or not. Although the middle-aged farmer wore simple clothes, Chu Zhongtian didn't look down on or despise him. He said with enthusiasm for a long time. Okay. With that, the middle-aged farmer took out from his arms a grass that looked strange and shaped like the meridians of the human body. Meridian grass. Glancing at the herb in the middle-aged farmer's hand, Chu Zhongtian flashed a surprise in his eyes, with a trace of excitement in his tone. After the battle, the meridians were damaged and became useless. This was the biggest heart disease of Chu Zhongtian at this time. To repair the damaged meridians and re-enter the threshold of cultivation, he needs some top-grade natural and earth treasures and more than 6 pills. These things are not available to him at all. However, nothing is absolute in the world. In addition to those precious natural materials, earth treasures and pills, some rare ordinary herbs can also repair his meridians. However, these rare common herbs need a long year or a large number, and they are rare in the market. Meridian grass is one of them. If there are tens of thousands of years of meridians, only one can completely repair his damaged meridians. Perhaps there are hundreds of 5 years of meridians, which can almost repair his damaged meridians. However, meridian grass is very rare and rare. Uncle, this kind of herb is rare. Of course I take it here. But how many meridian herbs do you have in your hand? Put away the surprised mood, Chu Zhongtian asked calmly. As a shop assistant, you need to keep calm for the sudden emergence of precious treasures. Only in this way can you get the maximum benefit. I have 11 such herbs here. How much can you give? Hearing that Chu Zhongtian took the herbs in his hand, the honest middle-aged farmer asked nervously. There are only 11 5-year-old trees. Hearing the middle-aged farmer say the number of meridians, Chu Zhongtian said disappointed. With the damage of his current meridians, it takes at least hundreds of meridians in 5 years, and I'm afraid these 11 meridians only repair 1% of his meridians. What's more, now these 11 meridians do not belong to him, but belong to the Chu family. Well, the quantity is too small and the year is too low. Let's do it. Looking down for a moment, Chu Zhongtian said with a slight pity, Well, uncle, 1 meridian grass counts 15 copper coins and 11 meridian grass, a total of 165 copper coins. Do you think it's okay? The market price of a 5-year-old meridian grass is about 10 silver coins, and 1 silver coin can be exchanged for 100 copper coins. In other words, if this business is done, the interest rate will be at least dozens of times. The reason why Chu Zhongtian keeps down the price is not only his duty to do business, but also his selfishness. Yes, of course. Middle-aged farmers are just farmers around Liulan town. They usually rely on farming for a living and occasionally set traps to catch some ordinary wild animals. Even so, 3 copper coins are enough for their family's one-day living expenses, and 165 copper coins are almost 2 months' living expenses. More importantly, the 11 meridians were only accidentally harvested by him when weeding. It can be said that the money was picked up for nothing. Uncle, this is your first time to come to me, I'll give you an integer. Here are 170 copper coins. Please keep them. Take out 2 strings of copper coins from the cabinet, point them clearly, and hand them directly to the middle-aged farmer. At the same time, he enthusiastically told, Uncle, if you find such herbs in the future, you can send them directly to me. The price is absolutely reasonable. As a subsidiary of the Chu family, although his status in the Chu family is very low due to identity and physical reasons, as a child of the Chu family and an employee of a shop in Liulan town, Chu Zhongtian has 10 gold coins a month. In addition, there are some profit commissions and year-end bonuses. The overall income is okay. 5 copper coins are nothing to him at all, but for the middle-aged farmer, it is a kindness. This kindness is enough for him to consider Chu Zhongtian as the first opponent when he finds any herbs in the future. The next time, Chu Zhongtian did several more businesses. Seeing that it was late, there would be no guests. He counted the goods, closed the door and locked it, and returned to his attic in the backyard. This is the meridian grass. Looking at a strange-looking grass in his hand, which is as thick as chopsticks and shaped like human meridians, Chu Zhongtian couldn't help sighing. When trading meridian grass during the day, the reason why Chu Zhongtian kept the price down was not that he was ruthless, but that he wanted to intercept a meridian grass privately. As an otaku in his previous life, Chu Zhongtian has always lived a life of letting things go. He has no ambition. After crossing, he has no idea of dominating the world. He just wants to survive safely. But after reading another memory, he knows that only strength is fundamental if he wants to survive safely in this world. Ordinary people are just the object of being slaughtered by others. Therefore, he must try his best to cultivate himself, make himself strong and survive safely in this world. The meridian grass emits a very light fragrance. After carefully smelling the fragrance, Chu Zhongtian accidentally found that there was a trace of pain in his meridians. Effective, the joy on his face disappeared before it appeared. If only I could have hundreds of such meridians now. Chu Zhongtian shook his head in disappointment, and then planned to take this meridian grass. At this point, as like as 2 peas, he suddenly felt a sense of consciousness, meaning that he could reproduce the herb and paste the same herb. How possible? He shook his head vigorously. Chu Zhongtian tried his best to throw this consciousness out of his mind. Copy and paste is only the simplest, most common, and most powerful computer program in his previous life. As a programmer, Chu Zhongtian knows the origin and ability of this program too well. As long as the files that can appear in the computer can be copied and pasted, but this ability can only be illusory. If this ability appears in reality, it is too rebellious. It is impossible to be realistic at all. However, in the twinkling of an eye, the crossing accidents that only appear in online novels can happen to themselves, so it is not impossible for computer programs to appear in reality. Maybe God is compensating himself. After seeking a psychological comfort, Chu Zhongtian did not hesitate and said in his heart, "Copy first and then paste." As he silently started the program in his heart, he found that the shadow of a meridian grass slowly appeared next to the meridian grass in his hand. At the same time, he felt a suction in his mind, which was directed at his blood, bones, and flesh. With the appearance of this suction force, the originally hard body gradually began to thin down. The original pale face was even more bloodless at this time. No, stop quickly. Feeling that his body was getting weaker and weaker and his vitality was gradually leaving, Chu Zhongtian suddenly changed his look and roared in his heart. Chapter 3. However, the program that had been started in my mind did not stop because of his roar, but continued to run. Looking at his increasingly thin body, Chu Zhongtian didn't know what to do at this time. Because now, unlike previous lives, if you want to forcibly stop a program, you only need to forcibly shut down or power off. But now he is at a loss and can only watch everything continue. When all he had been sucked was skin and bones, and his face was as white as a piece of white paper, and the meridian grass in his hand was finally fully formed, the suction stopped. At this time, he only had half his life left. Weak, he crawled on the ground, panting and congratulating himself. Fortunately, it's just to copy the meridians and collaterals of 5 years. If it's 10 years, I'm afraid he's gone now. However, if you want to copy and paste a herb, you need your own blood, bones, and flesh. That's too weak. What happened just now made Chu Zhongtian afraid to continue copying, but he was unwilling to face the anti-heaven ability of copying and pasting when he didn't use it. His meridians were damaged, his status was low and ignored. All kinds of cruel reality made him clearly realize that if he wanted to survive safely, he could only rely on himself and his ability against the sky. After carefully recalling what happened just now, Chu Zhongtian felt that things were not necessarily what he guessed, and there might be a solution. Through the online novels I've read before, the ability to go against the sky generally requires a lot of energy or aura. Thinking of this, Chu Zhongtian's eyes lit up and hurried to get something. But at this time he forgot that just now, in order to copy and paste the meridian grass, his body was seriously damaged, and his weak arm couldn't support the whole body at all. As a result, he fell heavily to the ground and he couldn't help roaring twice with great pain. Don't worry, wait a minute. When your strength recovers, Chu Zhongtian comforts himself. When his body regained some strength, Chu Zhongtian moved to the bedside bit by bit and struggled to remove the pillow. Under the pillow, there is a cloth-wrapped bundle. Slowly open the package. In addition to a pile of gold, silver, and copper coins, there are 7 dim stones. Okay, just look at this. Pick out a stone with a slightly bright color. Chu Zhongtian holds the stone in the palm of his hand, and then the program starts. With the start of the program, a suction force appeared from his mind. Through his body, his arm directly began to absorb the stones in his palm. In less than a minute, the original slightly bright stones quickly darkened and softened, and finally turned into a pile of powder and fell from the gap between his fingers. 5 as like as 2 peas, the same as the grass. It really works. Looking at the 5 as like as 2 peas in the hand, and the fragrant smell of the grass and the grass, the tears of the Zhongchu sky suddenly came down. From now on, my destiny has completely changed, and I can finally control my destiny. When the mood was calmer, Chu Zhongtian looked at the meridian grass in his hand and thought in his heart. It seems that his guess just now is completely established, and then he will fly to heaven. Thinking of this, he grabbed another 6 slightly darker stones in his hand, restarted the program according to the action just now, and finally obtained 24 meridians. It seems that the more abundant the aura is, the more herbs will be copied and pasted. After comparing the quantity pasted just now, Chu Zhongtian secretly calculated. Then his eyes turned to a pile of white powder under his legs. The 7 stones just taken out are not ordinary stones, but the specialty of the eternal continent. Lack of spirit stone. What is a lack of spirit stone? Where there is abundant Reiki in heaven and earth, some places with strange terrain will absorb and store a large amount of Reiki. After years of accumulation, these strange terrain will eventually form Reiki veins. The stone containing aura in the spirit vein is a spirit stone. According to the amount of aura contained in the spirit stone, it is divided into 10 products. The lowest of the 10 products is the inferior spirit stone, and the highest of the first product is the best spirit stone. In addition to being able to produce spirit stone, the spirit vein is washed by spirit all year round, which will form a kind of stone whose spirit cannot reach the grade, but its interior contains a small amount of spirit. These stones are lack of spirit stone. The 7 stones he took out just now are the lack of spirit stones with insufficient grade. Martial artists absorb the aura of heaven and earth to enhance their strength, but the aura scattered in the air is too scattered. It is very difficult to quickly promote by absorbing the aura scattered in the air. Therefore, when practicing, martial artists either live in a place with sufficient aura or rely on foreign objects. The external objects are spirit stones, elixirs, and so on. Although the lack of spirit stone is not a product, it is at least much more than the spirit of heaven and earth scattered in the air. Therefore, it is one of the most commonly used treasures of low-level warriors. With Chu Zhongtian's current identity and status, these 7 missing spirit stones were obtained under difficult circumstances, accounting for nearly 1/3 of his value. 7 pieces of aura were consumed in just a few minutes. Chu Zhongtian didn't feel distressed at all, because the unusable treasure is waste. As long as it can repair the damaged meridians, absorb the spirit of heaven and earth, and enhance cultivation, it is also necessary to consume more spirit stones. Light up the light, and Chu Zhongtian sits on the bed with difficulty, putting 31 meridians and collaterals in front of him one by one. Take a deep breath. When the mood is completely calm, pick up a meridian grass, put it into the mouth, chew it gently, and finally swallow it in one breath. When the chewed meridians and collaterals entered the body, a huge pain of tearing hit quickly, which changed the look of Chu Zhongtian. Although he knew that repairing the meridians would be painful, he didn't expect the pain to be so strong. Chapter 4. Life is worse than death. This is the feeling brought to him when the meridian grass mends the meridians. This huge pain made him want to howl up to the sky, but considering that he was not alone in the yard, he had to endure the pain and hold the bedside tightly with both hands. Fortunately, in his character, tenacity made him endure this pain, so that he could not howl out in a clear consciousness, and feel the process of the meridians being repaired a little bit. Chu Zhongtian didn't know that the pain caused by repairing meridians was painful, but it could temper his consciousness. This kind of training can't see any effect in the short term, but in the future, he will slowly realize the benefits of this kind of training. Meridians are one of the foundations of martial arts cultivation. Being able to feel the detailed direction of meridians at the beginning of cultivation has unimaginable benefits for his subsequent cultivation and breakthrough of realm. A 5-year-old meridian grass contains very little energy. In just a few minutes, its energy is completely consumed, and the damaged meridians have only repaired 1/3 of one of them. Chu Zhongtian originally calculated that he needed at least 105-year-old meridians to completely repair all meridians, but through the previous attempt, he felt that 100 meridians could repair up to 1/4 of the meridians. In other words, if he wants to completely repair all meridians, he needs at least 400 meridians. No 400 plants are definitely not enough. At least 500 are needed. Because people have certain drug resistance to medicinal materials, the effect of taking jingluo grass in the early stage is very good. A jingluo grass can repair 1/30th of a meridian, but in the later stage, I'm afraid it will be very good if a jingluo grass can repair 1/60th of a meridian. Chu Zhongtian didn't care about this. Originally, in the face of his frustrated current situation, although he had a glimmer of hope in his heart, he knew that the hope was very slim, even very small. After all, there are too few Tiankun treasures that can repair meridians in the state of Qi. I'm afraid he won't have a chance to get them in his identity and status for a lifetime. Now he has the ability of copying and pasting. As long as he can earn the missing spirit stone, he can repair all the meridians. Although the lack of spirit stone also belongs to the spirit stone category, because its aura is too scarce, as long as the martial artist reaches more than 4 layers of the gas refining period, he will basically not use the lack of spirit stone, but use the lower grade spirit stone of 10 grades. Therefore, in the Eternal Continent, the lack of spirit stone is not a rare thing, which can be exchanged with money. When the last trace of energy of the meridian grass was exhausted, Chu Zhongtian took a little rest, and then took the second and third strains. Although there are not many 31 meridians, in order to avoid excessive mental and physical exertion, he will rest for more than half an hour after taking 3 meridians, and experience the feeling of meridians repair at the same time. By the time 30 plants of 1 meridians had been consumed, it was close to early morning, and nearly 1% of the damaged meridians had been repaired. Although he didn't sleep all night, Chu Zhongtian's spirit is very good, even a little radiant. After a brief wash, he got up and walked to the shop in the front yard. Although I don't have the idea of dominating the world, since God allows my soul to cross here and has the ability to copy and paste against the sky, I should cherish this opportunity, otherwise it would be disrespectful to God. Tiger head herb, 8 years old, is not a good medicinal material. 1 herb is worth 7 copper coins. Grass ginseng, 50 years old, has ordinary efficacy, the market price is not high, and it is worth 10 copper coins. Daidan, 20 years old, has full efficacy, and the market price is 3 silver coins. With the hope of practice and the goal of progress, Chu Zhongtian's mentality has changed greatly. He has a clear goal and strong driving force for the next plan of making a fortune. In just one day, taking advantage of the asymmetry of external information in Liulin town and the eager mentality of guests, Chu Zhongtian received more than 20 businesses. In addition to bringing dozens of times of benefits to the store, he himself earned more than 10 gold coins. The only thing he regretted was that he didn't encounter any herbs to repair meridians today. Every shop can't allow the clerk to withhold benefits privately, but Chu Zhongtian can't manage so much for the time being in order to repair the meridians 1 day earlier. In addition, he is the only one in the general medicine business area on the first floor. The remaining guards are in the backyard. They do it skillfully. He doesn't worry about being found in a short time. More importantly, if he can recover his meridians in a short time and rely on his talent of top grade 8 grades, even if he is found by the family, the Chu family who cherishes talents will not give him too severe punishment. Based on the above considerations, Chu Genius dared to do so. When the sun sets in the West Mountain, basically no guests will come to the door. Chu Zhongtian closes the doorboard, greets several guards in the backyard and walks towards the West Street. "Brother Wang, are you free?" Chu Zhongtian, who left Chu's drugstore, came to a shop with a sign of Wang's weapons and greeted a young man in his 20s standing in the counter of the hall. "Oh, isn't this Chu Zhongtian from the Chu drugstore? Why are you free to come to me?" Seeing Chu Zhongtian, who was slightly thin but unusually beautiful, the young man surnamed Wang sneered on his face. Chu Zhongtian's meridians were damaged and he was a waste of practice. But because of this, he devoted all his energy to his study. In addition, he has a beautiful appearance and a Confucian style. He is very popular with women, especially the infatuation of young girls. As a result, the hostility of young people of the same age in Liulin town has greatly increased. "He, Brother Wang, if you're free, I'd like to invite you to dinner." For the irony of the young man surnamed Wang, Chu Zhongtian said with a smile on his face for a long time, although he was a little uncomfortable. "No, I have something to do later. If you have anything, just say it." The young man surnamed Wang said impatiently. Since he doesn't want to go to dinner, Chu Zhongtian is willing to save a sum of money by himself. Chapter 5. Glancing at the hall, he found that only the young man surnamed Wang was present at this time, so he said with confidence, "Brother Wang, do you have any extra missing spirit stones? Do you want to buy it?" Hearing Chu Zhongtian talking about missing spirit stone, the young man surnamed Wang raised his eyebrows and asked in a puzzled tone, "You know, lack of spirit stone is only used by low-level warriors during the chi refining period. High-level warriors disdain it and are not suitable for use. Ordinary people are even more unlikely to use it. Therefore, the scope of use of lack of spirit stone is not as good as money. Chu Zhongtian is a freak in the Chu family. He has the strongest cultivation talent in the state of Qi, but he can't practice because of the damage of meridians. For him, the lack of spirit stone is like chicken ribs. Well, I need some missing spirit stones recently. I don't know if Brother Wang has any left in his hand." The young man surnamed Wang is one of the 3 major families in the state of Qi and one of the children of the Wang family. Of course, like Chu Zhongtian, he is also a subordinate who is not paid attention to. Moreover, his cultivation talent is very poor. He has only a medium-sized talent of 10 grades. The highest achievement in his life is the middle of the Qi refining realm. Because of this, he has no desire to practice, only the desire that ordinary people need, that is, money and women, especially women. For a young man surnamed Wang, if you put gold coins and missing spirit stones in front of him and let him choose, he will definitely choose money without hesitation. "Oh, are you willing to buy the missing spirit stone in my hand?" The young man surnamed Wang's impatient look suddenly showed a happy look, as if he didn't believe it. Because Chu Zhongtian is like him. He is because his cultivation talent is too low. He has only a medium 10 grade talent. He can't achieve too much in his life. Although Chu Zhongtian's talent is excellent and reaches the top 8 grades, he has become a waste that can't practice after the meridians were damaged due to the aftermath of the battle of the Peerless Master a year ago. Therefore, what the 2 people need is the same, that is, money that can ensure the quality of life. Of course, this is just the idea of young people surnamed Wang. Since someone is willing to buy the little useful lack spirit stone in his hand, he is too happy. How can he ask too many questions? "Well, I'm going to buy some." Nodded, Chu Zhongtian replied with certainty. "In this way, I have 30 missing spirit stones on hand. The market price of 1 missing spirit stone is about 11 gold coins. In this way, you can give me 300 gold coins. It's my brother who takes care of you." With Chu Zhongtian's affirmative reply, the young man surnamed Wang thought deeply, and then said the price he exchanged. 300 gold coins. Chu Zhongtian secretly calculated that the price given by the young man surnamed Wang was very fair. For martial artists, what can contain aura is the most important. Money is easy for martial artists to earn, especially high-level martial artists. They can earn hundreds of gold coins by hunting a few strange animals. The price of the missing spirit stone in the market is about 12 gold coins. The youth surnamed Wang offers 10 gold coins. In fact, it is not high. "The price is very reasonable." Nodded, Chu Zhongtian agreed to the exchange price. Then, with a slightly embarrassed look, he said, "However, Brother Wang, I only have 100 gold coins and there is still a difference of 200. Let's do it." Speaking of this, Chu Zhongtian took out 2 herbs with thick thumb, long palm and some shape like tiger whip from his arms and said, "Brother Wang, these are 2 20-year-old tiger yang herbs. I don't need to say more about their specific effects. Brother Wang, you know very well. Now a 20-year-old hyang grass on the market is worth nearly 100 gold coins, and 2 plants are worth almost 200 gold coins. With these cash, I wonder if you can exchange it for 30 missing spirit stones in your hand. Hyang grass, it's still 20 years old." Seeing Chu Zhongtian take out 2 herbs like a tiger whip, the young man surnamed Wang, who has always looked very plain, suddenly changed. Without Chu Zhongtian's consent, he jumped over the counter and took 2 hyang herbs from him. "Zio Tian, in fact, I have 35 missing spirit stones in my hand. I need to leave 3 to practice. I'll exchange the rest with 100 gold coins, and these 2 hyang grass, okay?" Chu Zhongtian was certainly happy when he accidentally harvested 2 missing spirit stones, so he stood in the hall and waited for a young man surnamed Wang to pick up the missing spirit stone. Close to the endless forest, there are abundant medicinal materials. There are many shops in Liulin town, and most of the guys in these shops are the same as the young people surnamed Wang. Their cultivation talent is very poor, so these people's ambition is either beauty, food, or money. Chu Zhongtian is very clear about this, which is also his confidence to collect enough missing spirit stones in a short time. However, the only thing missing now is gold coins. 100 gold coins have been accumulated by him over the years. If you want to earn enough gold coins in a short time, I'm afraid you have to fight hard. With 32 missing spirit stones, Chu Zhongtian returned to his cabin. Without any hesitation, Chu Zhongtian directly began to copy the meridian grass. With his previous experience, this time he copied more than 100 meridians in a very short time. This time, most of the missing spirit stones he exchanged, with the young man surnamed Wang, were high-grade goods, so the 32 missing spirit stones fully copied 150 meridians and collaterals. Looking at the 150 meridians and collaterals in front of him, Chu Zhongtian was excited. When his mood calmed down, he began to repair his meridians. Perhaps his body has adapted to the pain caused by meridian grass. Originally, he could only take 30 meridian grass a night. This time, he added 10, that is, he consumed 40 meridian grass in one night. 150 meridians were consumed in less than 4 nights. After all, nearly half of the damaged meridians in his body had been repaired, and his weak body was much stronger. In the attic of Chu's drugstore, Chu Zhongtian, sitting on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes. The original clear eyes became a little deep. Chapter 6. Originally, the thin body caused by the copy and paste program has become much richer and the temperament has changed. After a simple wash, Chu Zhongtian walked to the shop in the front yard and thought about how to quickly change the stone. In just 5 days, nearly half of the damaged meridians have been restored. As long as there are 50 missing spirit stones, the copied meridians can almost completely repair the meridians. At that time, with his cultivation talent of the top 8 grades, strong consciousness, and the ability to copy and paste against the sky, he will soon catch up with and even surpass the legitimate children in the family. 50 missing spirit stones, at the market price of 111 gold coins, require a total of 550 gold coins. Even if you can speak well and spend less by using some special means, you need at least nearly 500 gold coins. Chu Zhongtian felt a little big when he thought of such a huge amount of gold coins. With his ability, it's not difficult to earn 500 gold coins. Give him a year and be confident to earn 500 gold coins. However, he can't wait for a year in vain. The martial arts practitioners of the Eternal Continent basically began to practice when they reached adulthood in the 16th year. Before reaching adulthood at the age of 16, the meridians are not formed and the internal organs are too weak. Practicing in advance will damage the meridians and internal organs. The light will be seriously injured and the heavy will be killed. Chu Zhongtian accepted the talent test a year ago. It has been a year since now. Those who are the same age as him have already begun to practice. The talent is almost on the second floor of the Qi refining period. Like the Lin family's talent boulevard, he has reached the middle peak of the Qi refining period by virtue of his medium 8th-grade talent. If he delays for a year, Chu Zhongtian is worried that he will fall far behind others, and he can't achieve too much in the future, let alone stand on the Eternal Continent with his own strength. While thinking about making money so quickly in exchange for the lack of spirit stone, he walked to the shop. Just as he was walking through the inner door, he saw a middle-aged man in a light blue coat standing in the hall. 8 elders, why are you here? Seeing the middle-aged man standing in the hall, Chu Zhongtian hurried forward with a nervous salute. This gentle-looking middle-aged man, named Chu Fan, is an inner clan elder of the Chu family. He is the brother of the current patriarch Chu Tianyun. In fact, he is unfathomable. He is also a powerful elder in the Chu family. Although he looks gentle in fact, he is a cruel man with blood on his hands, nicknamed Blood Tiger. Yes. Chu Fan nodded to Chu Tian, indicating that he didn't have to say more. Walking to the counter, Chu Zhongtian accidentally found that in addition to Chu Fan, there were 3 experts dressed in light purple and looked cold and fierce in the hall. The 3 people don't look very old, they are only in their 30s, but everyone exudes a palpitating smell, just like the beasts in the forest who are planning to kill their prey. Although he was curious about the origin of these 3 people, the intelligent Chu Zhongtian didn't interrogate them too much. Because he's just a clerk of the Chu family's shop in Liulin town, just do his part. It's no good to inquire too much about others. Zio Tian, don't be busy opening a shop first. Seeing Chu Zhongtian's intention to remove the plank of the main door and prepare for business, Chu Fan hurriedly opened his mouth to stop him. Yes. Without asking why, Chu Zhongtian put down the board in his hand and stood not far from Chu Fan, waiting quietly. After about a few minutes, a burst of leg steps came. Then, 5 experts dressed in different colors but embroidered with lotus patterns on their sleeves came in. Seeing the 5 people entering the hall, Chu Zhongtian raised his eyebrows slightly and thought what had happened. Unexpectedly, they all went out. Chu Zhongtian not only knew the 5 people who came in, but also knew them very well, because these 5 people were the guards of Chu's drugstore in Liulin town, and the leader was an expert who reached the physical training period. 8 elders, here you are. After entering the hall, the leading middle-aged guard, that is, the master who reached the physical training stage, handed Chu Fan a cloth bag embroidered with silver lace and half the size of a backpack. Go. After receiving the cloth bag, Chu Fan didn't say much and ordered directly. Zhao Tian, follow me and I'll explain on the way. Chu Fan, who left the hall, saw Chu Zhongtian standing motionless by the counter, thought about it a little and then said, yes. Without asking more questions, Chu Zhongtian didn't clean up. He directly closed the side door, followed Chu Fan and left Chu's drugstore. Golden Autumn October is the season with the most abundant medicinal materials at the edge of the endless forest. This time, our task is to collect some precious medicinal materials. Speaking of this, Chu Fan looked at Chu Zhongtian gently and said, Zhao Tian, although you said that your meridians are damaged and you can't practice, you have to say that you are the second in the Chu family to master the medicinal materials. I'm afraid no one dares to say the first, so the heavy task of collecting precious medicinal materials is on you this time. In addition to leaving the bodyguard during the physical training period and the shopkeeper's guard shop, the remaining 9 people are experts among the experts. Although they are only walking forward, they are very fast. Chu Zhongtian, who has no cultivation, is personally led by Chu Fan. This was the first time he felt the benefits of practice. Although Chu Fan's steps are not fast, each step is at least 7 or 8 meters away. That is to say, his speed is not inferior to the car that Chu Zhongtian took in his previous life. For Chu Fan's explanation, Chu Zhongtian nodded to show that he understood, but his heart was full of doubts. Every Golden Autumn October, experts from different forces will organize a large number of people to go to the endless forest to collect some precious medicinal materials. But every time the Chu family collects medicinal materials, the lowest level of cultivation is also the 3rd level of the Qi refining realm. After all, there are too many strange animals in the endless forest. Without any strength, we can't stand on our feet at all. As for Chu Fan's claim that his familiarity with medicinal materials ranked first in the Chu family, Chu Zhongtian did not agree. Although he said that he could not practice because of the damage of meridians, most of his energy was focused on learning medicinal herbs. After all, he was still young and didn't learn enough. What's more, the reason why the Chu family can become one of the 3 families of the state of Qi is that in addition to the super force, the most important thing is that the Chu family has a real Dan division. Martial arts practitioners adopt heaven and earth auras to integrate into their bodies and finally store them in the Danshan. However, the heaven and earth auras in the sky are too scattered. Most martial arts practitioners choose spirit stones to supplement their practice. Chapter 7. The aura in the spirit stone is limited and too stable. It is okay to assist in practice at ordinary times, but if you want to quickly enhance your accomplishments, you must rely on the help of some external forces. Dan medicine is one of the most important external forces. More importantly, due to the influence of qualification, talent, and potential, the breakthrough of the realm does not simply rely on the spirit stone. In particular, the breakthrough of the great realm must require some special pills to break through, which leads to the precious of the Dan master. Dan division, using different types of medicinal materials and through special techniques, finally condenses into Dan medicine. Therefore, Dan division is the person who knows the most medicinal materials. What's more, the pill of the Chu family has 3 disciples. Although his heart was full of doubts, Chu Zhongtian, who was knowledgeable and interesting, pressed this doubt to the bottom of his heart without showing a trace. No one knows how big the endless forest is, at least in the state of Qi and several surrounding kingdoms, but the danger of the endless forest is a fact known to all. In the endless forest, in addition to those natural traps, there are endless and powerful beasts. Like human beings, animals are also creatures that can practice. According to the strength, the beast is divided into 3 levels, 10 grades and 30 grades. Among them, 10 products are equivalent to the Qi refining period, and 9 products are equivalent to the body refining period. As for how to divide the realm above the body refining period, Chu Zhongtian is not clear. This is mainly because in the Chu family, the strongest leader is Chu Tianyun, who is already at the peak of the physical training period. As for whether the Chu family has a stronger expert, it is impossible to know with the identity and status of Chu Zhongtian. On weekdays, the martial arts of Qi mostly look for medicinal materials in the places where 10 and 9 exotic animals haunt, or kill exotic animals. In deeper places, there is no return. A strange animal devours the spirit of heaven and earth. There's a lot of spiritual power in the flesh and blood. If a martial artist takes the flesh and blood of a strange animal for a long time, he can not only improve his physique, but also enhance his accomplishments. In the state of Qi, in addition to the 3 clusters, there is also a family specializing in the sale and purchase of exotic animals. With the help of exotic animals in the Endless Forest, this family has obtained a huge amount of wealth. Endless Forest, for Chu Zhongtian, has always been imagined in his mind. A mortal who can't practice, not to mention those foreign animals who have entered the grade, even ordinary beasts can easily kill him. Therefore, he hasn't been to the Endless Forest once in Liulin town for more than a year. Boundless, this is the first impression of Endless Forest to Chu Zhongtian. At a glance, the forest in front of us seems to have no edge and can't see the end at all. The green leaves reflect patches of green, just like the ocean from a distance. 3 years of Jinyang flower. 5 years of Tangshan grass. 13-year Tianmen fruit. 50-year earth gall. Endless Forest is really a treasure of medicinal materials. Just entering the Endless Forest, Chu Zhongtian found many precious medicinal materials. The only pity for him is that although these herbs are very precious, the age of each plant is too short. At this time, they are not much different from ordinary herbs, and their utilization value is very low. As I saw just now, Jinyangkao is a kind of medicine that can heal wounds. It takes at least 50 years to make it work. If it is more than 100 years old, the value will be at least dozens of times. If it's 1,000 years old, it's a panacea that can't be measured by money. Don't stop, move on. After entering the range of 10 exotic animals in the Endless Forest, Chu Fan and others not only didn't stop, but accelerated forward. The more you go inside, the more chances there are of 10 exotic animals, and the stronger their strength is. At first, it was only the lower-level 10-level monsters, then the middle-level 10-level monsters, and finally the upper-level 10-level monsters. Fortunately, now it only belongs to the range of 10 kinds of strange animals. With the strength of the guards of the Chu family, it is easy to destroy these strange animals blocking the way. Chu Zhongtian felt very sorry to see the carcass of the strange beast thrown aside. Because after several days of experiments, he found that his copy and paste ability can not only absorb the spiritual power in the spirit stone, but also have an effect on flesh and blood, and the effect is even stronger than that of the spirit stone. If the medium-sized 10-grade brown tiger just killed is absorbed by itself, let alone copy the remaining 300 meridians, or even 500, 800 or 1,000, it is not a problem. It may be that seeing the sad expression in Chu Zhongtian's eyes, Chu Fan smiled knowingly and gently persuaded. Zai Ocean, this kind of exotic animal flesh contains a lot of spiritual power, which is almost equivalent to 3 10-grade inferior spiritual stones. In your current situation, you can't eat it. Otherwise, those violent spiritual powers will directly destroy your body. Although he knew that Chu Fan misunderstood his intention, Chu Zhongtian was very grateful for his kind reminder. After all, Chu Fan is the elder of the Chu family, and he is just a little buddy. In the next journey, there are more and more exotic animals, and their strength is stronger and stronger. However, the strength of the guards of the Chu family is very strong. They often solve these exotic animals within a few moves. Even Chu Fan and the other 3 experts in purple didn't make a move, so they didn't slow down. After more than 3 hours, Chu Fan suddenly waved his hand and motioned for the people to stop. Then he said to the 4 guards of Chu's shop, "Chu River, you 4 stay here for a while and wait for my return." "Yes, 8 elders. Be careful next." Chu Fan, who had always looked relaxed, was a little nervous at this time, and even Chu Zhongtian heard a little excitement from his tone. Is there any special task this time? Looking at Chu Fan's actions, Chu Zhongtian was confused, but no matter how smart he was, he couldn't guess Chu Fan's intention. Howl! Just after the 5 people had just traveled less than 1,000 meters, a giant tiger nearly 7 meters long and more than 4 meters high appeared in front of everyone. Looking at the giant tiger nearly 7 meters long and more than 4 meters high, Chu Zhongtian's eyes changed. Chapter 8. Although his strength was the lowest among the people present, his knowledge was not low. After all, knowing that he could not practice, he paid more attention to his study. The contents of his study were all-inclusive, including the information about most of the animals below the 8 grades. Tianmu tiger is a kind of monster that can grow. Generally, the newly born Tianmu tiger is just the most common beast. When its length reaches 4 meters, it can easily enter the top 10 exotic animals. At the same time, it will have an eye in front of its forehead. This eye can affect the soul of its opponent, which is extremely terrible. With a length of 7 meters and a height of about 4 meters, he has just entered the ranks of 9 different animals. That is, he is equivalent to an expert in the early stage of human martial arts cultivation. Have you entered the range of 9 exotic animals now? Looking at the sudden appearance of Tianmu tiger, Chu Zhongtian guessed secretly. An alien is a creature with strong territory. Generally, aliens with similar strength can stay together safely. If the strength is too low, it will either be expelled or eaten. If the strength is too strong, it will continue to go deep into the endless forest. Therefore, although the endless forest is very dangerous, it will not encounter serious danger as long as it does not advance too rashly. Tiger 3, do it. Seeing the sudden appearance of Tianmu tiger, Chu Fan didn't panic at all but ordered the purple man standing aside. Then he took Chu Zhongtian and 2 other purple-clad masters to bypass the Tianmu tiger and move on. Although Tianmu tiger belongs to 9 different animals, and its strength is far stronger than that of ordinary human beings in the body refining period, Husin is also not weak. Not long after the 4 people left, the murderous Husin rushed over. Tiger 3, aren't you hurt? Looking at the Tiger 3 with blood on his body, Chu Fan asked with concern. Elder Zaiba cares, I'm fine. Shook his head and said excitedly, as if the killing had ignited his wildness. Since it's all right, you'll still deal with the monsters that appear next. Nodded, Chu Fan ordered. The next journey is not a straight line, but around the east and west, during which Chu Fan takes out a map and compares it from time to time. There are more and more monsters in the range of 9-grade monsters, and as they continue to move forward, they can deal with monsters that originally only need the hand of Tiger Sani. Then they can't cope with some. Tiger 2 and Tiger 1 shot one after another. Tiger 2 and Tiger 1 are also masters in the body training period. Among them, the strength of Tiger 1 has reached the high level of the body training period. Well, this is the place. After solving a beast whose strength reached the middle level 9 grades, Chu Fan compared the map at once, and then said in surprise. Hearing Chu Fan's words, the 3 brothers of the tiger family also showed a trace of joy on their cold face. Although the monsters that appear now are not their opponents, but with the increasing number, they also feel hard to deal with. They are certainly happy that they don't continue to deal with these monsters. Go. After looking around, he finally focused on a small hill that was not too high. Although the endless forest is full of trees, its internal terrain is high and low, with valleys at the low and mountains at the high. 5 people came to the side of the hill, looked carefully, and finally found a hole in a very hidden place in the west. From time to time, bursts of cold wind blew out of the cave. Tiger 2, Tiger 3, you 2 go ahead. Looking at the dark hole and the cold wind blowing through the hole from time to time, Chu Fan frowned and ordered. Tiger Big, you follow behind me. After the 2 tigers and 3 tigers entered the cave first, Chu Fan gave an order to Hu Da, and then took Chu Zhongtian into the cave. The hole exposed outside the hill is not big. An adult needs to bend down to enter, but after entering the hole, the channel suddenly becomes very wide, which can not only stand up and walk, but also move around. The only thing that made Chu Zhongtian uncomfortable was that the wind blowing out of the channel was too cold, which made him very uncomfortable. Right here, a warm heat enveloped him. Chu Zhongtian looked up and found that it was Chu Fan who urged the spirit mask to protect himself. When the strength of a martial artist reaches 7 levels during the Qi refining period, he can practice Qi to become vigorous, and use his spiritual power to form a protective cover around his body. However, during the Qi refining period, the spirit power in the woolen elixir is too scarce, and the spirit mask can't last long. Only the strong ones in the training period can keep the aura mask for a long time. Thank you, Uncle 8. Chu Zhongtian was very moved by Chu Fan's care. Although Chu Zhongtian doesn't know what the next task is, he can guess 1 or 2 through the performance of Chu Fan and others along the way. I'm afraid this mission is very dangerous. Chu Fan, a top expert, even needs to do it himself. Otherwise, when the middle-level 9-grade beast he met before entering the cave is different, he would rather not do it if Tiger 2 and Tiger 3 are injured. I'm afraid he wants to maintain his peak strength in order to cope with the next crisis. In this case, he can use his spiritual power to protect himself, a waste who can't practice. How can he not move Chu Zhongtian? From the outside, the hills are not big, but after entering the cave, Chu Zhongtian found that there is a cave inside. Although the light in the cave was very dark and the people didn't travel very fast, they walked for at least 5 or 6 miles in half an hour. Until this time they couldn't see the end. They walked for more than 10 minutes, and Tiger 2 and Tiger 3, who had been walking in front, suddenly stopped. 8 elders, listen. After Chu Fan came to the 2 people, who said softly, a stringent breath. After hearing this, Chu Fan's always calm look suddenly changed. At the same time, he took back the psychic protection cover that had been covering Chu Zhongtian. Fortunately, there was little cold wind in the cave at this time, and Chu Zhongtian could bear it. Among the 5 people present, only Chu Zhongtian is an ordinary person, so he doesn't know what happened. At this time, his desire to repair meridians became stronger. If he had strength at this time, he could know what had happened in advance, unlike being confused now. They walked for another 4 or 5 minutes. With the sound of battle, Chu Zhong genius knew why Chu Fan changed his look. This time Chu Fan didn't make a sound. He stretched out his hand to show everyone to be careful. At the same time, he sent Chu Zhongtian to Hu San. This time Chu Fan came to the front, and they approached the place where the fight was going. After walking for tens of meters, the originally dark hole had light. With the help of light, Chu Zhongtian found a boulder more than half a meter high at the hole, and Chu Fan quietly hid behind the boulder with the people. Looking up, Chu Zhongtian found that there was a cave at the end of the cave. The whole cave is about tens of meters high and kilometers in diameter. At this time, there are 5 people in the cave and a giant fierce wolf with a length of more than 10 meters. 4 of the 5 are fighting with the wolf, and the other is standing far away on the side of the cave. Although the killing between the 4 masters and the giant wolf was wonderful, Chu Zhongtian just looked at it and was attracted by a small red tree in the middle of the cave, especially the 3 red fruits on the top of the tree. Kaiyang fruit. Looking at the 3 red fruits on the top of the fiery red tree in the middle of the cave, Chu Zhongtian opened his eyes and murmured in an incredible voice. Chapter 9. Kaiyang fruit is a natural spirit. It belongs to the lower level 8. It blooms for 300 years, blooms 9 at a time, bears fruit for 300 years, bears 6 at a time, matures for 300 years, and matures for 3. Kaiyang fruit belongs to Yang by nature and contains abundant spiritual power. Moreover, there is a weak force of rules in the spiritual power, which is very suitable for breaking through the great realm. Qi refining period and body refining period are only the basis of the path of cultivation. The state above the body refining period is the starting point of cultivation. Chu Zhongtian doesn't know what state is above the body refining period, but he knows that Chu Tianyun, the head of the Chu family, was the strong one at the peak of the body refining period 3 years ago. Otherwise, how can the Chu family, which lives on medicinal materials and pills, become one of the 3 major families in the state of Qi and rank second far beyond the Liu family, relying on the super strength of the patriarch and the influence of Dan division? At the same time, in the Chu family, in addition to the patriarch, who is the strong one at the peak of the body training period, there are several experts who have reached the 10th level of the body training period. No wonder Chu Fan came with himself. He wanted to take Kaiyang fruit. Here, I have to mention the particularity of Kaiyang fruit. Kaiyang fruit belongs to the lower level 8 grade elixir. The peel also contains a special force of rules. This force of rules will form a special ability when the fruit is mature. That is, you can't touch any spiritual power, even a weak one. Otherwise, the aura in Kaiyang fruit will be consumed in a very short time. It is impossible for the martial arts practitioners in the gas period and the body refining period to completely control the spiritual power in their bodies. Even the strong ones at the peak of the body refining period cannot keep a trace of spiritual qi from leaking out. Therefore, it is best for ordinary people who have not practiced Kaiyang fruit. Until then, Chu Zhong didn't understand why Chu Fan took him. However, for the animals in the cave, this problem does not exist, because after the 3 Kaiyang fruits mature, they will choose to swallow them directly to help their evolution and enhance their strength. Wait a minute. After the Wang family removes the beast, we're fighting. Originally nervous, Chu Fan put down his heart after seeing the 3 Kaiyang fruits stay there safely. At the same time, I'm also secretly glad that I'm a little late and can reap the benefits. Otherwise, I'm afraid it's my 4 people who will kill with that powerful beast. Red-eyed blood wolf is a unique beast, which is different from other herd wolves. It is known as the lone king of the forest. It has always lived alone. It is a famous killer in the endless forest. It is a kind of beast that martial artists have a headache and don't want to meet. Judging from its body shape of more than 10 meters and its speed like the wind, this red-eyed blood wolf is probably the strength of high-level 9 grades. Otherwise, he can't fight 4 masters in the body training period alone. Because he didn't practice, Chu Zhongtian couldn't distinguish the real strength of the 4 masters of the Wang family, but from the situation of the fight on the spot, the 4 people were still at a disadvantage together, so he knew the power of the red-eyed blood wolf. With the super long endurance of strange animals and strong spiritual power, I'm afraid the longer the delay, the more unfavorable it will be to the 4 masters of the Wang family. It's too late to move. Seeing the red-eyed blood wolf becoming more and more fierce, a leading expert of the Wang family shouted. Meanwhile, a red as like as 2 peas were found in the hand. The other 3 hands took the same Dan medicine. Tiger Big, Tiger 2, Tiger 3, ready to start. Seeing that the 4 members of the Wang family took out the red pill, Chu Fan was shocked and whispered. Although the next battle had nothing to do with himself, Chu Zhongtian was still very nervous. If Chu Fan and others destroy the people of the Wang family, then the important task of taking Kaiyang fruit is on themselves. Although the 3 Kaiyang fruits don't have their own share, the leaves of Kaiyang fruit are very helpful to them. After taking the pill, the 4 masters of the Wang family had a significant improvement in strength. They, who were originally at a disadvantage, soon gained the upper hand and suppressed the red-eyed blood wolf's continuous retreat. In just 30 seconds, the originally domineering red-eyed blood wolf was stabbed in the head by the leader of the Wang family, and then fell to the ground and died. Do it! The red-eyed blood wolf fell to the ground and died. The momentum of the 4 masters of the Wang family immediately fell down. Chu Fan and others, who had already prepared, drew out their weapons, mobilized all their spiritual power, and rushed directly to the 4 masters of the Wang family. He fought with the red-eyed blood wolf for more than 10 minutes, and took the pill with great side effects. At this time, the strength of the 4 masters of the Wang family was less than 30% of the usual strength. When facing the 4 masters of the Chu family whose strength was not weaker than theirs, they were obviously not opponents. 3 or 5 minutes later, the 4 people died miserably under the knife of Chu mortals and others. As for the ordinary people of the Wang family who have been guarding nearby, Hu San easily solved the ordinary Dao Qi before dealing with the Wang family experts. Seeing the king's young man who fell to the ground and died, Chu Zhongtian immediately came to him, bent over and touched him. A silver ticket of 500 gold coins and more than 10 spiritless stones with high flexibility. What excites Chu Zhongtian most is that there is a low-grade spirited stone in the arms of the dead Wang family youth. Although it is only the lower-level spirit stone of 10 grades, it is enough to replicate thousands of meridians and collaterals. What's more, there are 500 gold coins and 17 lakh spirit stones with high flexibility. Quickly put things away, Chu Zhongtian set his eyes on Chu Fan and others. Zhao Tian, come here. After solving the 4 masters of the Wang family, Chu Fan, who didn't consume much, waved to Chu Zhongtian and motioned him to come forward. 8 elders. Chu Zhongtian knew that he would pick Kaiyang fruit by himself next, so he walked directly to Chu Fan without any hesitation. Zai Ocean, this is the Kaiyang fruit that can help the top strong person to break through the realm during the training period. You must know how to pick it. After saying this, Chu Fan took out 3 jade boxes from a cloth bag half the size of his backpack and handed them to Chu Zhongtian. 8 elders, don't worry, I'll get it now. After receiving the 3 jade boxes, Chu Zhongtian quickly walked to the Kaiyang tree. However, in the process of walking to Kaiyang tree, Chu Zhongtian quietly took out the inferior spirit stone and put it in the palm of his right hand. Because next, he needs to do a more important thing, that is to copy but not paste Kaiyang fruit. Each beast has its own concept of territory. It is not easy to allow other beasts to come to its own territory. The stronger the strength of the beast, the stronger the awareness of territory. Chapter 10. After the death of the red-eyed blood wolf, Chu Zhongtian was not worried that there would be other monsters in the cave. Race straight to the Kaiyang fruit tree and reach out to pick the Kaiyang fruit. At the same time, the copy program starts in my mind. After continuously copying and pasting the meridian grass in recent days, he has found out a certain rule for the program against the sky. It takes a lot of energy to restore and paste the same item, but if you simply copy and don't paste this item, it takes very little energy. Kaiyang fruit belongs to the lower level 8 grade elixir. If you want to paste Kaiyang fruit, I'm afraid you need a lot of spiritual stones, not to mention the 10 grade spiritual stones, or even the 7 grade medium grade spiritual stones. However, if you simply copy and temporarily store this program, a lower spirit stone should be enough. The reason why Chu Fan and others took the risk of replicating Kaiyang fruit in full view of the public is also Chu Zhongtian's consideration for himself in the future. With his current value, copying and pasting meridian grass is no longer a problem. When the meridians are repaired, he will also begin to practice. It is not a problem for him to reach the peak of the physical training period with his top grade 8 grade cultivation talent. At that time, it is likely to need Kaiyang fruit to break through. Moreover, Kaiyang fruit is not only suitable for breaking through the body refining period, but also has unimaginable help for the chi refining period. Originally, due to the damage of meridians, his cultivation time has lagged behind others. If he wants to catch up with and surpass them in a short time, it is impossible without the help of external forces, so he must seize every opportunity. In order to provide enough time for the reproduction of Kaiyang fruit, Chu Zhongtian pretended to be cautious when getting the first Kaiyang fruit. It took more than 20 breaths to pick the first Kaiyang fruit, and it took more than 10 breaths to put it into the jade box. The result was the same as the guess. It only consumed less than 1/5 of the aura of the 10 spirit stones, and then completely copied the Kaiyang fruit. The success of reproduction filled his heart with joy. He didn't delay the remaining 2 Kaiyang fruits. He quickly took them and put them into the jade box, and then returned to Chu Fan, who had been waiting for a long time. Chu Zhongtian took 3 jade boxes from Chu Zhongtian. Chu Fan, who had always been very calm, couldn't help laughing. Ha ha, heaven has eyes. With these 3 Kaiyang fruits, our Chu family will have 3 more top players in the Qi realm in a month. At that time, our Chu family will not only surpass the Liu family and become the first family in the state of Qi, but may even replace the royal family and become the real master of the state of Qi. 8 elders. Looking at Chu Fan, who was laughing wildly, Huda couldn't help reminding him. Oh, sorry, I lost my manners. Huda's voice reminded Chu Fan, who was caught in a wild laugh, immediately woke up. He quickly adjusted his state of mind with deep strength. Then, he soberly realized that since the experts of the Wang family confined here, the news of Kaiyang fruit may have leaked out. Next, his most important task is to safely bring the 3 Kaiyang fruits back to the family and give them to the elders in the family. Tiger 3, next I'll take Tiger DA and Tiger 2 back to the family. You're responsible for returning Zai Ocean to the shop in Liulin town. After the command, Chu Fan put away the 3 jade boxes and left the mountain cave directly with Hu Da and Hu When Chu Fan and others disappeared in the cave, Hu San didn't hurry to leave with Chu Zhongtian. Instead, he went to the killed Wang's house and put the bodies of the 4 experts, bent over and picked them up. After killing the 4 masters of the Wang family just now, they were eager to pick the Kaiyang fruit. Chu Fan and others had no intention of collecting the booty at all. Now there is time, of course. Hu San can't give up. After all, the strength of the 4 dead masters is not weaker than him. 2 of them are stronger than him. They must have a lot of treasures. Looking at the Tiger 3 who collected the booty, Chu Zhongtian was also very jealous of the treasures of these 4 people, but he knew that those things were not what he could collect, so he was out of sight and out of mind. Chu Zhongtian was dry and crisp. What's more, he has a more important thing now, that is to pick the leaves from the branches of Kaiyang fruit trees. After the flowering and fruiting of Kaiyang fruit, nearly 90% of the energy is supplied to the fruit, but there is still a trace of energy left on its leaves. The energy on a leaf is almost equivalent to a very high spirit stone. Under the influence of Kaiyang fruit, in addition to the spiritual power, there's still a faint force of rules on the leaves. The power of the silk rule has no effect on experts above the body refining period, but it has unimaginable effect on martial artists in the Qi refining period, especially in the low environment of the Qi refining period. These things are what he needs most at this time. Kaiyang fruit tree is only more than 1 meter high. Except for the trunk and branches, there are not too many leaves. After counting, there are only more than 10 leaves that can contain energy. Although the number is small, Chu Zhongtian is very satisfied because he has the ability to resist the sky to make more leaves. Just after he collected the leaves, Hu San also collected the booty. Looking at the ready Chu Zhongtian, Hu Sanbing said coldly, "Go." Chu Zhongtian didn't care about Hu San's cold attitude. Although he doesn't know Hu San, nor does he know his specific origin, but through the contact just along the way, he knows that Hu San is a cultivation madman. People like them only respect those who are stronger than him and are arrogant or even indifferent to the weak. Chu Zhongtian is a waste who can't practice. He is a weak, ordinary person. It's strange that Tiger San can have a good face. Quickening their pace, they followed behind Hu San and left the cave through a long, dark passage. Although he didn't stay in Dong for a long time, the dark smell of Dong made him very uncomfortable. After walking out of the cave, Chu Zhongtian couldn't help taking a deep breath of the fresh air outside, and his depressed spirit immediately recovered. Hu San is not Chu Fan, he is arrogant. He doesn't take special care of Chu Zhongtian. He just leads the way in front and allows Chu Zhongtian to follow him. Although he has repaired 1/3 of his meridians, he is only an ordinary person after all. He is not strong. After walking only a few miles, he is already tired and panting. "I'll take you." Seeing that the sky is getting darker and darker, Chu Zhongtian's speed is getting slower and slower, and his breathing is getting heavier and heavier, Hu San said with some annoyance. Then, without consulting Chu Zhongtian, he directly reached out and grabbed Chu Zhongtian, and then sped to the range of 10 exotic animals. "Strength, I must quickly repair the meridians, and then quickly improve my strength with the help of various external forces." Hu San's contempt deeply hurt Chu Zhongtian's self-esteem. In the past, he worked hard to repair the primary meridians in order to save his life. Now his mentality has changed greatly. Now mending meridians is to become stronger, not to be despised by others, and to gain the respect of others. The time was not too long, so he took Chu Zhongtian out of the range of Jiupin exotic animals. Chapter 11. Chu Zhongtian calculated that with the speed of Hu San's full advance now, he should be able to rush back to Liulin town before dark. If you're lucky, you may even eat hot food, but it backfired. Just after Tiger San and he left the range of 9 great exotic animals and were about to enter the range of 10 great exotic animals, he accidentally met a group of people. It can't be said to be a group of people because there are only 7 people on the other side. After seeing these 7 people, Hu San's face suddenly became gloomy and his pace stopped. 5 Princes Qi Yilong. Looking at the 7 people opposite, especially standing among the 6 people, a young man in his early 20s, dressed in purple and gold robes and with outstanding temperament, Hu San said in an unusually dignified tone. 5 Prince Qi Yilong. Hearing the 6 words in Hu San's mouth, Chu Zhongtian's face was also ugly. The Qi surname is the Wang surname of the state of Qi, and Qi Yilong is an influential figure of the state of Qi. Now the king of the state of Qi is not a ruler with outstanding ability. Otherwise, people of the 3 families will not have different opinions, and even have the idea of replacing them in recent 10 years, but he has 2 very outstanding sons. The 2 princes have excellent cultivation talents, the most outstanding of which is Qi Yilong, the 5th prince. He not only has medium-sized cultivation talents, but also has excellent IQ and strategy. In the state of Qi, in addition to the king's house, there are 3 families. The 3 families are Liu family, Chu family and Wang family according to their strength. Although the royal family of Qi ranks first among the 4 forces, its advantage is not obvious. The royal family of Qi only accounts for 30% of the interests of the whole state of Qi, and the remaining 60% is divided by 3 families. Among them, the 3 families ranked first. The Liu family, famous for blood inheritance, accounted for nearly 20.5% of the interests of the general. The Chu family, famous for pills, accounted for 20%. The Wang family, famous for weapons, accounted for 15%, and the remaining 10% was occupied by other forces, large and small. There is little difference in strength between the 3 families and the royal family, so that no one can absolutely gain the upper hand. In order to seize more interest of the state of Qi and even occupy the whole state of Qi, the 4 forces have fought openly and secretly with each other for many times, and even had several large-scale bloody battles, but the final result was heavy losses. In order to avoid suffering greater losses and being taken advantage of by others, the 4 forces apparently stopped shooting, but secretly they did everything, especially for gifted talents. Chu Zhongtian can be said to sympathize with this. When he accepted the talent test and was tested with the top 8 talents, the first reaction of the patriarch Chu Tianyun and the experts in the family was not to celebrate, but to immediately block the news, and arranged 3 experts with strength up to the physical training period for personal protection. If his meridians were not damaged immediately, and he became a waste of practice, I'm afraid he didn't know how many assassinations he would encounter in the past year. This unexpected encounter with the 5 princes and others, I'm afraid we must face a fierce fight next. Chu people, seeing the sudden emergence of Hu San and Chu Zhongtian, the handsome Qi Yilong said with a slightly excited look, "Your Highness Prince Hui is the 3rd tiger in the dark guard of the Chu family. His strength is already the 6th floor of the body refining period, and he has mastered the secret method to improve his strength, which should not be underestimated." Qi Yilong's excitement and readiness made the guards around him have to remind him. After all, Qi Yilong's status is too noble to tolerate any damage, otherwise their 6 guards will not come to a good end. "Who is the other person?" Qi Yilong asked with a puzzled look from Hu San to Chu Zhongtian. The powerful dark guard even appeared in the endless forest with an ordinary man. How can Qi Yilong not be confused? "Your Highness, that man's name is Chu Zhongtian. He is a genius rarely seen in 100 years in the Chu family. Of course, he is now a waste rarely seen in 100 years. Chu Zhongtian is now almost a joke of the Chu family. If you can humiliate the Chu family face to face, the royal family will certainly not miss this opportunity. Chu Zhongtian, the strength of the other party is too strong. I'm afraid I'll try my best. As for whether I can escape or not, it's up to you and me." After comparing the strength of both sides, Hu San knew that he was definitely not the opponent of the other side, so he had to find a way to escape. "3 tigers, I see. You can run away and leave me alone." Chu Zhongtian understood the decision of Tiger 3 to abandon himself at the critical moment, and he didn't resent it in his heart. After all, now is a critical moment of life and death. I can only take care of myself. Since it's from the dark team of the Chu family, there's no need to be merciful and kill it directly. Seeing Hu San and Chu Zhongtian whispering, Qi Yilong knew they wanted to escape, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. At the same time, he stepped back and gave the order to kill. Separate escape. Seeing that the Qi family's experts pulled out their weapons one after another, Hu San roared loudly, and then sped up and fled to the periphery of the endless forest. As for Chu Zhongtian, instead of fleeing with the tiger in 3 directions, he turned and directly entered the range of Jiupin exotic animals. Chu Zhongtian has his own calculations for doing so. Now I'm just an ordinary person with no strength to bind a chicken. Let alone escape the pursuit of Qi family experts. I'm afraid it's just a face-to-face thing, even if I encounter 10 kinds of exotic animals. Running in is different. First of all, they are a waste who can't practice. There is no danger for Qi Yilong and others, and the range of 9-grade monsters is too dangerous. They don't necessarily risk entering the range of 9-grade monsters to chase themselves. Secondly, when leaving Jiupin monsters, in order to avoid those Jiupin monsters, Tiger 3 takes a safe route. Otherwise, I wouldn't have met a 9-grade monster all the way. Chu Zhongtian has a clear memory of the route he left. This may be the compensation given to him by God after the meridians were damaged. In addition, Chu Zhongtian also found that since he absorbed another memory, he not only thought more clearly, but also had a more prominent memory. He could remember what he saw at a glance. Finally, Chu Zhongtian decided to return to the cave of Kaiyang fruit tree, copy and paste the meridian grass, and strive to enter the gas refining period in a short time. Seeing the different choices of the 2 people, several experts in the state of Qi were stunned and didn't know who to chase. "Fool, don't take care of that waste, go after the dark guard of the Chu family." Qi Yilong responded the fastest and made the decision to pursue in the shortest time. In fact, this time he also gambled that the arrogant Qi Yilong despised himself. Second, they are also betting that they are worried about danger within the scope of 9-grade monsters. Chapter 12. It seems that this gamble is a win. Qi Yilong and others don't pursue and kill themselves. Even if they have saved half of their lives, whether they can save their lives in the next section of the journey depends on their own luck. Maybe God had pity on him, or maybe he was lucky. In the next journey, Chu Zhongtian just met a beast with extremely strong strength and stepped on the sky. Fortunately, the nature of this strange beast is relatively mild, and it is easy not to attack its opponent. Chu Zhongtian is an ordinary person without the slightest threat, so she turned and left after looking at Chu Zhongtian. However, the sight of stepping on the celestial phenomena almost made Chu Zhongtian lose half his life. First, I was scared. Second, it was also shocked by the smell of the air from stepping on the celestial elephant. Led by Chu Fan and Hu San, Chu Zhongtian didn't feel how far the journey was, but when it was his turn to walk on two legs, he found that the journey was so far. It took nearly midnight for Genius in Chu to come to the cave where Kaiyang fruit was picked. When the three tigers proposed to run for their lives, Chu Zhongtian had thought of the way out. That is, the cave where Kaiyang fruit is picked. First of all, this location is very hidden, and it is difficult to find it without specific lines. Second, the cave has the bodies of the high-level 9-grade red-eyed blood wolf and the 4-body refining experts of the Wang family. The surrounding animals dare not enter easily, that is to say, this is the safest place in a short time. The hole in the cave is not big. In order to ensure more security and concealment, Chu Zhongtian looked for some weeds and made some camouflage before entering the cave. It took half a day to leave the cave. At this time, there was no change in the cave. If there is any change, the bloody smell of the cave is stronger. Chu Zhongtian didn't care about this. In the house he rented before crossing, the smell was worse than this. He could stand it, not to mention a little blood smell. First, I found a clean place in the cave that was not damaged by the battle. Sit on the ground and put your harvest in front of you one by one. A silver note of 500 gold coins, 17 high-quality aphrodisiac stones, one of the 10 lower-level aphrodisiac stones that have been used for nearly 1/3, 12 leaves of Kaiyang fruit, dozens of fragrant fruits, and several plants of aphrodisiac picked before returning to the cave. These are the harvest of today's day. Otherwise, killing people and stealing goods is the shortcut to get rich. A 10-grade inferior spirit stone is enough to copy the meridian grass used to repair meridians. However, Chu Zhongtian didn't use 10 inferior spirit stones or 17 missing spirit stones, but got up and walked to the body of the red-eyed blood wolf. The killed red-eyed blood wolf Nathan was taken away by Tiger 3, and the rest of the body was abandoned on the ground. It's not that the Tiger 3 doesn't look down on the rest of the corpse. The corpse of the high-level 9-grade alien is full of treasures. Even the fur can be used to make defensive leather armor. But Tiger 3's goal this time is not to hunt animals. He didn't prepare to store the equipment of animals in advance, so he can only abandon it reluctantly. That's why it's just cheap for Chu Zhongtian. Otherwise, where would he go to look for such an energetic animal corpse? Put your left hand on the wound of the red-eyed blood wolf corpse, and then silently start the copy and paste procedure in your heart. With the program started, the body of the originally strong red-eyed blood wolf gradually shriveled down, and in front of Chu Zhongtian, the meridians and collaterals sprung up one after another. When the number of meridians reached 600, Chu Zhongtian took the initiative to stop the copying and pasting program. According to the original calculation, almost 500 meridians were needed to repair his damaged meridians. Before entering the endless forest, he had taken nearly 180 meridians, repaired nearly 1/3 of the meridians in his body, and the remaining 400 meridians were enough. The reason why more than 200 plants are copied is for insurance, for fear that 400 meridians will not be enough. Second, in the next practice, the meridian grass can help him strengthen his meridians and enhance his strength. 600 meridians and collaterals, if converted into a lac of spirit stone, are almost more than 100 pieces. Even so, the body of the red-eyed blood wolf consumes less than 1/10. At this time, the meridian grass has been copied. Chu Zhongtian should take it immediately to repair the meridians and strive to enter the qi refining period one day earlier. But looking at the rest of the red-eyed blood wolf body, he was very unwilling. If such sufficient energy was wasted, Chu Zhongtian would be distressed to death. By the way, there are leaves of Kaiyang fruit. Thinking of this, Chu Zhongtian immediately turned around and took a leaf. He held the leaf in one hand and put the other hand on the body of the red-eyed blood wolf. Originally, Chu Zhongtian thought that the leaves on Kaiyang fruit tree only left a trace of Kaiyang fruit energy, and the remaining 9/10 of red-eyed blood wolf corpses could copy at least thousands or even tens of thousands of leaves. But when he really started copying and pasting, he found that the matter was far from as simple as he thought. Only 300 leaves were copied, and the whole body of the red-eyed blood wolf disappeared, which was different from what he thought. Looking at a handful of leaves in his hand and the body of the disappeared red-eyed blood wolf, Chu Zhongtian felt a pang of heartache. The leaves of Kayang fruit tree consume too much energy. Cave. In addition to the bodies of red-eyed blood wolves, there are 5 bodies of the Wang family. The bodies of 4 masters also contain great energy. However, as a modern man passing through, it is impossible for him to lay hands on human corpses in a short time, so he can only be abandoned temporarily. Back to a clean place, he first picked up a few fruits to satisfy his hunger and ate them. When he was in a stable mood, Chu Zhongtian was immersed in repairing meridians. As the 490th meridian grass entered the body and the last damaged meridian was repaired, the momentum of Chu Zhongtian, which has always felt very weak, suddenly changed, just like a beast descending the mountain, giving people a very dangerous feeling. Chapter 13. Spit out a mouthful of turbid qi in his chest, and Chu Zhongtian opens his eyes. It took 6 days to take more than 50 herbs of meridians each time, and Chu Zhongtian finally repaired the 12 meridians in his body. At this time, he felt that his body was full of strength and could even break a boulder with one punch. Of course, this is just an illusion caused by the initial operation of internal power after the repair of meridians. If he dares to hit the stone with his fist at this time, he must be injured. Heaven has eyes, and I've finally got rid of the title of waste. All the people of the Chu family, all the people of the state of Qi, those who have laughed at me, wait, I will frighten you in a few years. Feeling the power brought by the operation of the 12 meridians in the body, the inner undercurrent of Chu Zhongtian surged. He took a deep breath and forced his surging mind down. Seeing that there were still a lot of meridians in front of him, Chu Zhongtian carefully sorted them out and put them aside. Meridian grass can not only repair the meridians, but also strengthen the meridians. Of course, the degree of strengthening is limited, and the meridian grass of 5 years can only be used in the first 3 layers of qi refining period. If you want to continue to strengthen the meridians, you can only use the meridian's grass that is older. Qi refining period and body refining period are the basis of practice. Only when the foundation is laid will the future achievements be high. As a modern person, Chu Zhongtian is very clear about the principle of Wanzheng high rise building rising from the ground. Now the meridians have been completely repaired, and the 12 meridians have been strengthened in the process of repair, so his next task is to practice. Chu Zhongtian found the cultivation method in another memory. Taikshuan Heart Sutra. Like the cultivation talent, the cultivation skill is also graded. However, cultivation skills are not as detailed as cultivation talents, but are divided into 3 levels and 4 levels. The 4th level is the dark yellow of heaven and earth, of which the lower level yellow level has the lowest skill, and the upper level sky level has the highest skill. The Taikshuan Heart Sutra is a lower level Xuanji skill. It is the treasure of the Chu family. Only the clan head and inner clan elders can practice it. Originally, it was impossible to get this mysterious level cultivation skill as Chu Zhongtian, but who made him perform too amazing when testing his talent in the family, so that Chu Tianyun, the head of the Chu family, and several elders decided to let him practice that night, and forced him to recite the first 2 layers of the Taikshuan Heart Sutra in the evening. It is precisely because of this that he can come into contact with the Xuanji level skill. You know, the most precious thing in the eternal continent is not a treasure of heaven and earth, nor a sharp weapon of divine weapons. The most precious thing is to practice kung fu. A good cultivation skill can accelerate the speed of martial arts cultivation. For example, it takes 30 years for a martial artist to practice the lower level yellow level skill, but it takes 15 years to practice the lower level Xuan level skill. If it is a prefecture level or heaven level skill, it may enter the period of body cultivation in a few years. Therefore, cultivating skill and talent are equally important for martial artists. According to Chu Tianyun, the patriarch at that time, the Taikshuan Heart Sutra is not just a lower-level Xuanji skill, but a higher level or even an upper-level Xuanji skill. But now all the Chu family has is a remnant. There are only the first 3 levels of cultivation skills, so it is temporarily classified as the lower-level Xuan level. Originally, Chu Tianyun and others also hoped that, after Chu Zhongtian broke through the body refining period and became the strong one in the Qi transformation period, they could find the rest of the Taikshuan Heart Sutra and enhance the inside information of the Chu family when they went out. However, it never occurred to him that before he began to practice, he was damaged by the aftermath of the battle and became a waste that could not practice. He carefully recalled the contents of the first layer of the Taixuan Heart Sutra in his mind. After feeling that there was no mistake, Chu Zhongtian didn't open his eyes, but his breathing began to change. At the beginning of the qi refining period, it is to sense the heaven and earth aura. Only by sensing the existence of heaven and earth aura can we guide the aura into the body and generate aura through the operation of meridians. Chu Zhongtian calmed down, put aside all distractions, and all consciousness to contact the aura scattered between heaven and earth. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, half or an hour. At this time, Chu Zhongtian suddenly felt that his consciousness was in contact with a wave. The wave was so weak that he couldn't be aware of it if he didn't feel it carefully. When he felt this slight fluctuation, Chu Zhongtian was happy. It seems that he has been half successful. However, with the change of his state of mind, the feeling just now suddenly disappeared. Chu Zhongtian didn't care about it. When the mood was calm, Chu Zhongtian's face was full of joy because he sensed Reiki, and suddenly became gloomy. Although he delayed 1 year's practice due to the damage of meridians, he was not a rookie who knew everything after receiving another memory. Living in the Chu family, the original Chu Zhongtian had been in contact with martial artists at different stages. He knew very well that at the beginning of practice, each martial artist sensed the aura of heaven and earth for a long time and a short time. At the beginning of cultivation, the time to feel the aura of heaven and earth is related to the cultivation talent and potential, as well as the quality of cultivation skills. The higher the talent, the greater the potential, the higher the cultivation skills, and the shorter the time to feel the aura. In the state of Qi, the shortest time to sense Reiki was 300 years ago, a peerless strong man in the royal family of the state of Qi. The peerless strong man is a talent of the top 7 grades and practices the same lower-level Xuanji skill. It took him more than 3 hours to feel the aura of heaven and earth at the beginning of his practice, but Chu Zhongtian is only a talent of the first class 8 grades. He is a big grade worse than the peerless strong man. How can he feel Reiki less than him, or even nearly 3 times less? Is my potential amazing? Shaking his head, Chu Zhongtian rejected the guess just now. Potential can't be seen with the naked eye. It is divided according to the speed of realm breakthrough in your later practice and the strength of the same realm. Without a positive answer, Chu Zhongtian was a little worried, so he carefully recalled the process that had just happened and didn't find anything wrong. For the time being, he put this worry in his heart. Now that you have sensed the heaven and earth aura, the next step is to draw this silk of heaven and earth aura into your body. Only in this way can you really enter the first layer of qi refining period. Only when we enter the first layer of the qi refining period can we guide the aura in the missing spirit stone and speed up the speed of cultivation. Chu Zhongtian, sitting on the ground, breathed more and more steadily, and his heart beat slower and slower. Whole cave was unusually quiet, and even the sound of a cold wind was heard very clearly. Chapter 14. It's easy to sense Reiki, but it's very difficult to guide the sensed Reiki into the body. It only took Chu Zhongtian an hour to sense the aura, but it took him nearly a day to drive the aura. As for guiding the aura into physical strength, I'm afraid it will take longer. Chu Zhongtian was very satisfied to practice again, so it took him a few more days to enter the qi refining period. He didn't have any impatience. The day passed quickly and Chu Zhongtian stopped practicing. Guiding Reiki into the body consumes too much energy and physical strength. At this time, he is very tired. Forced cultivation not only has no effect, but may even hurt his consciousness. Moreover, he has eaten all the fruits he has stored and must supplement some. Chu Zhongtian carefully left the cave. With his memory, he found a fruit tree full of fruit not far from the cave, quickly picked dozens, and then returned to the cave. He ate more than a dozen fruits in one gulp and temporarily relieved his hunger and thirst. Chu Zhongtian lay directly on the ground and fell asleep. For the next few days, he was immersed in the guiding aura. If you are tired, take a rest. If you are sleepy, go straight to bed. If you are hungry, eat some fruit. After 4 days of uninterrupted guidance and drive, the sensed aura has been able to touch the body surface. In the morning of the 5th day, under the control of his consciousness, the aura suddenly integrated into his body and finally disappeared into the meridians. Then there was a pain in the meridians. This pain gave him a feeling of pain all over his body. At the same time, a strong force came from the meridians, which boosted his tired spirit. Who finally reached the first floor of gas refining period. Feeling the power coming from the meridians, Chu Zhongtian couldn't help crying with joy. After so many hardships, it's really not easy to enter the gas refining period. Although he was very excited and wanted to howl up to the sky, he didn't do so, so he forced himself to sink down and continue to guide Reiki into his body. If you can guide Reiki into your body, you can practice with the help of the lack of Reiki stone, but the Reiki in your body must reach a certain level. If it's not enough, you can't attract the aura in the spirit stone at all, and Chu Zhongtian is still a little less than that at this time. With the first breath of Reiki entering the body, the process of guiding Reiki was much easier. He didn't rest at noon or eat fruit to satisfy his hunger. He devoted himself to practice. As the day passed, he guided more than 20 threads of aura into his body. Until this time, he was able to barely use the lack of spirit stone. Instead of continuing to practice, he ate more than a dozen fruits at one go. Chu Zhongtian fell directly to the ground and continued to sleep. The next morning, Chu Zhongtian woke up on time. This time, instead of practicing immediately, he got up and began to walk in the cave. While walking, adjust your breathing and try to make your spirit reach the best state. When his spirit reached the best, he immediately sat on the ground, took out a lack of spirit stone with a slightly lower concentration of spirit, held it in his hand, and then used the skill of Taikshuan Heart Sutra to absorb the spirit in the lack of spirit stone. Compared with the heaven and earth aura scattered in the air, the aura in the lack of aura stone is too sufficient. If the Reiki scattered between heaven and earth is compared to a drop of water, the Reiki in the lack of Reiki stone is a large glass of water. The effect of drinking drop by drop and mouthful by mouthful is very obvious. Extract the aura from the lack of spirit stone into the body, and the 12 meridians quickly integrate into the aura. Soon, nearly 1% of the aura is stored in 1 meridians. The first level of the Qi refining period is to fill all the meridians in the body with Reiki. After all the meridians are filled with Reiki, under the action of practicing martial arts, the meridians will transform these Reiki and finally form Reiki. At this time, the martial artist will officially enter the second level of the Qi refining period. Only when Reiki is transformed into Reiki can the strength of martial arts be significantly improved, and martial arts with Reiki can cultivate some low-level martial arts. The real strength of a martial artist can only be brought into play by combining spiritual power with martial arts skills. It may be because his talent of the top 8 grades is too excellent, or it may be because the Taikshuan Heart Sutra is too powerful, or it may be because his potential is amazing. A lack of spirit stone turns into a pile of dust in less than a day. At this time, nearly 1/3 of the Reiki had been stored in one of his meridians. Comparing the Reiki needed by other martial arts practitioners, he found that he absorbed 3 to 5 times more Reiki than ordinary martial arts practitioners. An ordinary martial artist can store the aura of one channel with a lack of spirit stone, but he needs 3 lack of spirit stones. That is to say, the aura in his channels is 3 times, or even less than 3 times, that of an ordinary martial artist. Because what he is using now is the lack of spirit stone with strong and extremely high aura, and the comparison just now is just an ordinary lack of spirit stone. If he calculates carefully, the aura in his meridians may even be 4 times that of ordinary martial artists. Although he absorbed more Reiki, his speed of cultivation did not slow down, because it takes at least 3 days for an ordinary martial artist to absorb a lack of spirit stone. He only needs 1 day. This is the benefit of cultivating talents and skills. Thinking of this, Chu Zhongtian couldn't help thinking of those martial artists with higher talents. If they are first-class cultivation talents, does it only take a few minutes to absorb a lack of spirit stone? If it is a first-class cultivation talent, and the cultivation is the upper-level heaven-level skill, can it consume a lack of spirit stone in just a few breaths? It's horrible. Chu Zhongtian felt cold all over. He quickly shook his head and threw his thoughts out of his mind for fear of affecting his ambition. Then he calculated the current inventory. There are 12 meridians in the human body. 1 meridian needs 3 aphrodisiac stones, and those 12 meridians need 36 aphrodisiac stones. Now I have 17 missing spirit stones and a 10-grade inferior spirit stone. These spirit stones are enough to break through the second layer of the gas refining period. At that time, the aura in your body will be transformed into spiritual power. You will practice a set of martial arts, and then find a way to leave the endless forest. After all, for half a month, he only lived on fruit every day. His body was not quite adapted and needed to supplement some other nutrients. Moreover, after entering the second layer of the cultivation period, he needed more and more spiritual stones. There were no spiritual stones in the endless forest, so he had to go out and find a way. Putting aside his worries for the time being, Chu Zhongtian didn't sleep as usual but took out a lack of spirit stone to continue his cultivation. A block, $2, $5, $10. With the enhancement of cultivation, he absorbed Reiki faster and faster. Originally, he could consume 1 lack of spirit stone a day, but now he can consume 2 or even 3 a day. Originally, you could consume 1 missing spirit stone in 1 day. On the 3rd day, you could consume almost 2, and on the 5th day, you could consume 3. Chapter 15. 8 days. In just 8 days, 17 extremely high-quality aphrodisiac stones were completely consumed. 5 of the 12 meridians in the body were full of aura, and almost half of the 6th was stored. Looking at the white powder scattered all over the ground, Chu Zhongtian had no trace of heartache and reluctance on his face. In his opinion, he can help himself improve his strength, not to mention the 17 lack of spirit stones. Even if he consumes 17 top-grade spirit stones in one breath, he will not feel distressed. Therefore, after the lack of spirit stones are completely consumed, without any hesitation, he directly took out the 10 lower-grade spirit stones and held them in his hand to continue his practice. According to the comparison just now, the aura scattered in the air is a drop of water. If the aura in the lack of aura stone is like a glass of water, the aura in the lower level of the 10 products is like a bucket of water. Feeling the unusually abundant aura in the Lingxi stone of the lower level of Shippen, a trace of joy flashed on Chu Zhongtian's face. Originally, he was worried that there was not much aura in the lower level spirit stone of the 10th grade, which was not enough to support him to break through to the 2nd level of the gas refining period. After all, in order to copy Kaiyang fruit, he has consumed part of the Reiki in the lower level Reiki stone, but now he doesn't have to worry. The Reiki in the Shippen lower level Reiki stone can not only support him to break through the 2nd layer of Qi refining period, but also continue to cultivate for a period of time. Meditate, hold your breath, and continue to practice. The speed of binge drinking and mouthful drinking has increased a lot. Originally, it took more than a day to store a meridian, but now it only takes more than 3 hours. In a little more than a day, the 12 meridians in the celestial body in Chu have been fully stored with Reiki. According to the next practice, we should try our best to refine Reiki and convert it into Reiki. However, Chu Zhongtian didn't do that. Instead, he trimmed it slightly and took out more than a dozen meridians and grass and a leaf of Kaiyang fruit tree. More than a dozen meridians and collaterals were swallowed in one breath, and then the leaves were held in their mouths. When the energy of meridian grass began to work, Chu Zhongtian bit the leaves of Kaiyang fruit tree, and then a strange energy came into his mind from his mouth. It turned out that the meridians were like this. With the help of the strange energy of the leaves of Kaiyang fruit tree, he could not look inside. He could quickly clearly observe the appearance of the meridians in his body and the movement of the 12 meridians. Although he can feel the 12 meridians at the place of cultivation, especially at the beginning of cultivation, it's just feeling, far less careful than watching. This is the most strange place of the leaves of Kaiyang fruit tree, because he can temporarily help the warrior to observe the situation in the body with the naked eye. However, the energy contained in the leaves of Kaiyang fruit tree is too scarce. A leaf can only last 3 seconds. There are only more than 10 leaves on a 1-meter high Kaiyang fruit tree, which only takes more than 30 seconds. Such a short time is not enough for Wu Ji to thoroughly observe the situation in his body. Moreover, the leaves on Kaiyang fruit tree are only useful to the martial arts below the 3rd floor during the Qi refining period, so the leaves are not too precious. This is why Chu Fan only took away the Yang fruit, and the Tiger 3 took away the inner pill of the red-eyed blood wolf, ignoring these leaves. The above 2 restrictions have no problem for Chu Zhongtian. He is only the 1st layer of the Qi refining period, and the energy contained in the leaves is the best time for him. Through the copy and paste program, and using the corpse of the red-eyed blood wolf, he copied more than 300 leaves. These leaves can give him more than 10 minutes, which is enough to observe the situation in his body. After feeling the effect of the leaves of Kaiyang fruit tree, Chu Zhongtian had a clear idea. This time, he directly grabbed a large number of leaves and put them into his mouth. After the energy entered his mind, he began to carefully observe the situation in his body. Chu Zhongtian originally thought that there should be no problem with the meridians repaired after consuming nearly 700 meridians. But after careful observation, he found that there were still some subtle scars on each meridians. These scars did not affect cultivation, but they would certainly have an impact on the future. In order to lay a perfect foundation, to reach the peak of martial arts, and to prolong his life, he tried to make up for every defect. With the help of Kaiyang fruit tree leaves, Chu Zhongtian's energy to drive the meridian grass is not to enhance the strength of the meridians, but to repair those subtle scars. After all the scars in his sight were repaired, the leaves of Kaiyang fruit tree he owned were basically consumed, and only a dozen remaining meridians and collaterals were left. After all the minor wounds on the meridians were repaired, Chu Zhongtian felt that his body seemed to be much lighter. He didn't know whether it was an illusion. The 12 meridians are already full of Reiki. The next step is to transform Reiki and turn it into Reiki. You can also be regarded as entering the second layer of Qi refining period. There are 10 layers in the gas refining period. The first to third layers are primary, the fourth to sixth layers are medium, the seventh to ninth layers are high, and the 10th layer is great perfection. The first to third layers simply absorb Reiki. The only thing that is more complex is that Reiki is transformed into Reiki. Complexity is not troublesome, but it takes some patience and time. Use the Taichuan Heart Sutra skill to activate the Reiki in the meridians, remove the impurities of Reiki, enhance the purity of Reiki, and finally convert it into Reiki. With a trace of aura transformed into psychic power, Chu Zhongtian's momentum became stronger and stronger. I don't know how much time passed, during which Chu Zhongtian sat on the ground motionless and transferred the Reiki wholeheartedly. After 90% of the Reiki was transformed into Reiki, the speed of the Taichuan mental methods suddenly accelerated. Boom! With the roar coming from his body, all the remaining Reiki in the original meridians were instantly transformed into Reiki. The second floor of gas refining period. After nearly 10 days of efforts, he broke through from the first layer of gas refining period to the second layer of gas refining period. Feeling the change of the body after the breakthrough, Chu Zhongtian couldn't bear the inner ecstasy and howled at him. Ah! Howling vented his inner joy and excitement. When he was calm, he closed his eyes and observed his body after the breakthrough. 10% of the Reiki has only transformed less than 1% of the Reiki, resulting in the scarcity of Reiki in the meridians, which can only be felt carefully. Chu Zhongtian has long known about this, so he didn't make a fuss. Carefully feel the change after the Reiki is transformed into Reiki, and then continue to absorb the Reiki in the Reiki stone into Reiki to enhance the Reiki in the meridians. 10% of the aura is only converted into 1% of the aura. The 10 lower-level spirit stones with sufficient aura will soon be insufficient. Originally, he absorbed Reiki very quickly. After breaking through the second layer of the Qi refining period, this speed was fully increased by 10 times. Moreover, the Reiki stored in his meridians was 3 or even 4 times that of ordinary warriors, and he needed more Reiki. The 10 lower-level spirit stones left by Reiki only filled one of his meridians with Reiki and turned into powder. In fact, when breaking through the second layer of the Qi refining period, Chu Zhongtian has tried not to rely on the spirit stone to assist in cultivation, but to absorb the spirit of heaven and earth with talent, but the speed is as slow as a snail. Chapter 16. After enjoying the pleasure of rapid promotion, the snail-like slow promotion speed made him crazy. In order to avoid mental demons, he had to stop practicing. He got up and moved his hands and feet. Chu Zhongtian began to walk back and forth around the cave, walking and thinking, since there is no spirit stone to assist in practice, then I should consider how to return to the Chu family. It has been 1 month since Qi Yilong intercepted and returned to the cave, and now broke through the second layer of gas refining period. I didn't appear in public for a month. I'm afraid those people of the Chu family thought they had died in the endless forest. When he suddenly returns to Liulin town, he must make up a convincing reason for those who mistakenly believe that he died in the endless forest to accept. Besides, I am no longer the waste that I couldn't practice before, and I broke through the second floor of the Qi refining period in 1 month. The speed of practice is much faster than the cultivation talent of the top 8 grades. Should I inform the senior management of the family? This is what Chu Zhongtian is most worried about now. Because he can practice again, he relies on his ability to copy and paste after crossing the sky. This ability against the sky will help you more and more in the future. In addition to yourself, this ability against the sky must not be known to the second person. If you don't tell the family the fact that you can practice now, you can only practice alone in the future. All resources depend on you to work hard, and you can only deal with danger by yourself. No way. Chu Zhongtian soon denied this idea, because it is unrealistic to practice alone in the eternal continent with cruel competition. Let alone practice resources, even survival is a big problem. Even those famous experts who seem to be lone rangers have power behind them. Otherwise, they would have been destroyed by the strong ones of some forces. Moreover, a person needs not only spiritual stones, elixirs and powerful weapons, but also superior cultivation skills. Take Taishuan Heart Sutra for example. When one's cultivation reaches the peak of body cultivation period, one must rely on the third layer of Taishuan Heart Sutra to break through. The skill of the third level Taishuan Heart Sutra has always been firmly in the hands of the patriarch Chu Tianyun. How can you get the later skill if you practice alone? We must inform the family of the fact that we can practice again, and also show our more outstanding talents, so as to attract the attention of the senior level of the family. At that time, both higher-level cultivation skills, high-level martial arts, and a large number of cultivation resources can be easily obtained. As for the assassination of other forces after the famous earthquake, Chu Zhongtian was not afraid. A warrior who wants to stand out from the crowd and finally reach the peak of his life is definitely fighting out of a sea of blood and bones. If you shrink your head in the face of an unknown assassination, I'm afraid you won't achieve too much in your life. Moreover, the senior management of the family will certainly not put such a peerless genius in danger and will secretly protect it. Now I just need a reason that can explain my ray practice. By the way, pulse-protecting pill. After thinking about how to make up a convincing reason and thinking for a while, Chu Zhongtian suddenly flashed the name of a pill once said by Chu Jiadan Master. This pill is called pulse-protecting pill. At the beginning, Chu Zhongtian's meridians were damaged due to the aftermath of the battle between the two peerless strong men, and finally became a waste of practice. Many strong men of the Chu family will not be reconciled, because in the land of the state of Qi, it is difficult to produce a top talent whose cultivation talent reaches the top 8 grades in 100 years. It's easy for a genius with this kind of superior cultivation talent to reach the peak of the physical training period as long as he is not too stupid, and it's not too difficult to break through the peak of the physical training period. Chu Zhongtian was not stupid at that time, but very smart. Otherwise, the patriarch and senior management of the Chu family could not let a child of a collateral branch practice the Taishuan Sutra that only the patriarch could practice. After getting the damage of Chu Zhongtian's meridians, the only Dan master of the Chu family personally made a move. After consulting many materials, he came to the conclusion that only the pulse-protecting pill can repair his damaged meridians. Pulse-protecting pill, the lower-level 7-grade elixir. The materials needed to refine it are not very precious. These herbs can also be collected with the strength of the Chu family, but if you want to refine these herbs into a pulse-protecting pill, you need at least 7 pill masters. Qi Pin Dan Master, not to mention the state of Qi, even if there are more than 10 kingdoms around, there is no Qi Pin Dan Master. Only the more powerful imperial dynasty had the 7-grade pill division. The pill division of the Chu family was only the first class 9 grades. In fact, its power was not enough to refine the pulse-protecting pill. After careful consideration, he felt that this excuse was enough to convince everyone. Chu Zhongtian put down his worry and thought about how to return to Chu's house safely. Chu Zhongtian has a great confidence in the scope of 9 different animals. Especially during this period, he went out to pick fruit and confirmed the safety of the line. The range of 10 exotic animals gave him a headache. First, when entering the endless forest at that time, Chu Fan and others broke in directly with their strong strength. The 10 exotic animals encountered on the way were only killed, so there was no safe route at all. With his second-level strength in the gas refining period and no combat experience, he is not an opponent when he meets an alien beast of the same level. Let alone in the range of 10 exotic animals, there are more powerful exotic animals. Although the animals in the endless forest are very dangerous, if you encounter some gentle animals or don't take the initiative to provoke some powerful animals, you can still escape your life, but the most dangerous is not the animals, but the same kind. It can be said that most of the martial artists who enter the endless forest for adventure are cruel and ruthless. If they meet them alone, their lives will be lost. Forget it, I don't want to. Whether I can go back alive depends on my luck. Chu Zhongtian couldn't predict the danger within the scope of 10 exotic animals, and there was no better way to avoid it. He could only take one step at a time. Next, I have to practice my martial arts first. Only in this way can I improve the possibility of leaving the endless forest. The ancestor who founded the Chu family is an expert in using knives. Most of the children of the Chu family have used knives for hundreds of years. Chapter 17. Chu Tianyun, the patriarch of the clan, claims to be silent. It is said that his opponent could not say anything when facing his sword technique, so he died under his sword, which is enough to show the arrogance of the Chu family in the aspect of sword technique. In the martial arts pavilion of the Chu family, the sword technique occupies the majority. Chu Zhongtian has no special hobbies about what weapons to use and what martial arts to cultivate in the future. However, living in the Chu family, the actual conditions determine that he must practice the sword technique. More importantly, among the 5 people who died in the Wang family, the ordinary boy took a 10 steel making knife, which is just suitable for him here and now. The Chu family is based on pills, while the Wang family is famous for weapons. The weapons of the Wang family are not only famous in the state of Qi, but also in more than a dozen surrounding kingdoms. The reason why they are famous is that they master a special tempering technique, which can make the refined materials tempered for several times and significantly improve the hardness and sharpness of their weapons. During the Qi refining period, the martial artists in the realm use spiritual power, which is a kind of violent power. Ordinary weapons can't bear the impact of spiritual power at all. Only weapons that have been specially tempered can really give full play to the power of spiritual power. In the Qi refining period, the martial artist in the realm uses 10 weapons. In the body refining period, he must use hundreds of weapons. Because the spiritual power of the martial artist in the body refining stage has reached a limit, the weapons refined for 10 times can't bear such a huge spiritual power. As for the strong above the level in the physical training period, the weapons in the mortal world are no longer enough to bear that power. Because when the warrior breaks through the body refining period, the spiritual power will change at one time. As for what kind of change, Chu Zhongtian hasn't touched it yet. It's unclear for the time being. Hold the handle tightly with your left hand. The tiger's mouth is close to the knife head, and the back of the knife is facing the tiger's mouth, refreshing and calming. Ha! Take a step to the right with your left foot, turn your body to the left, and focus on your left leg. At the same time, have a soft drink in your mouth. At this time, in Chu Zhongtian's mind, there are at least dozens of knife techniques, and even the knife techniques that have entered the product. But instead of choosing these advanced skills, he chose the most common basic saber technique. As a modern man, Chu Zhongtian understands the importance of foundation. At the same time, he also knows that the simpler the move, the stronger the power after mastering it. Compared with the complex moves of other weapons, the basic saber technique of sabers is very simple. There are only 14 moves in total, namely, splitting, lifting, pricking, cutting, pushing, supporting, holding, wiping, chopping, blocking, winding, sweeping, pressing, and hanging. These moves may seem simple, but each move can be mastered with familiarity, and it is not easy to use familiarity. Maybe it's because he has 2 souls, or maybe it's because he pays too much attention to the basic saber technique. When practicing the basic saber technique for the first time, except that the back support, winding and sweeping are a little stiff, the use of other moves is very standard. One move in one form. Chu Zhongtian cultivates with great care and tries to feel the steel knife in his hand with his heart, hoping to achieve the unity of man and knife. Of course, it's just his delusion. Don't say that he is just a small martial artist on the 2nd floor of the Qi refining period. Even those strong people whose realm is beyond the body refining period can hardly achieve the realm of unity of man and sword. Because before reaching the realm of the unity of man and knife, there is a more realm, that is, the meaning of knife. After more than 10 attempts, he found that he could not achieve the unity of man and knife, so he gave up this unrealistic delusion and concentrated on practicing the basic knife technique. 3 days, there are 14 basic Dao moves in total. Chu Zhongtian has practiced them for 3 days. Among them, the first 7 moves are familiar to him, while the latter 7 moves are a little rusty. In this regard, he was not too disappointed. The back 7 moves seem simple. In fact, they are related to the front 7 moves and need more time to practice flying. While practicing saber moves, he also began to try to use spiritual power to enhance the power of saber technique. However, the spiritual power in his meridians can only support the moves of the first 3 moves, and the 4th move can't be displayed because of lack of spiritual power at the beginning. Exhale and take back the knife. Chu Zhongtian looked at the cave he had been in for a month and shook his head with a slightly complicated expression. Time to go. In a month, the smell of the red-eyed blood wolf had disappeared. The day before yesterday, he went out to pick fruit and obviously found that there were strange animals around. At the same time, there was no spirit stone in his hand, and the aura of Dong became very rare with the absorption of his time. It was time to leave. There are not many things he can take away. A silver note of 500 gold coins is put into his arms, and a 10-tempered steel knife is held in his hand. This is all his identity. Looking at the very familiar cave, Chu Zhongtian took a deep breath, and then turned away solemnly. After leaving the passage, I took a deep breath of the outside air, and the whole person's spirit immediately improved. Chu Zhongtian, who left the passage, did not leave immediately. Instead, he used his spiritual power in the steel knife to chop up the stones around the opening of the cave, and blocked the opening with these gravels. After the gravel completely blocked the hole, he made some disguises, and felt that it was impossible for anyone to find out, so he turned and left. The reason why he blocked the hole was that this was the place where he became a new man, and a place he would never forget. Second, the cave is very hidden at this time. It is difficult to find it without a road map. It is a very safe stronghold. Chu Zhongtian is no longer the weak scholar who had no power to bind chickens. Next, he wants to live a life of swords and shadows. If he encounters danger or an unsolvable crisis, this stronghold is also one of his retreats. This month, Chu Zhongtian occasionally came out to look for fruit, and the surrounding area was familiar, so he left the range of Jiupin exotic animals step by step, according to the safest route with his memory. Although the second floor of the gas refining period is only the primary stage of the gas refining period, and its strength is very weak, compared with a month ago, its strength has improved significantly, and the most significant thing is its speed. At this time, his speed is at least 10 times that of a month ago, but Chu Zhongtian is not very satisfied with it. There are also many Chu families who have relaxed martial arts, but at least they need more than 4 layers in the qi refining period. Because the standard of the 4th layer in the gas refining period is that the 12 meridians form a small week, which can independently generate spiritual power in the meridians, the number of spiritual power and recovery ability of the martial artists in the 4th layer in the gas refining period are more than 10 times that of the first 3 layers in the gas refining period. At this time, the drag of speed makes his improvement of strength stronger. At this time, he was hiding on the top of a thick tree with a diameter of 1 meter and a height of 10 meters. Gather all the breath and focus on the range of 10 exotic animals. Chapter 18. The last time he was intercepted, he accidentally encountered Qi Yilong and others because he didn't observe the situation in advance when he entered the range of 10 exotic animals. This time he learned to be smart. He first observed the situation in advance, and then decided whether to enter. Half an hour later, there were neither 10-grade animals nor human warriors on the edge of the 9-grade animals. After confirming the safety, he jumped off the tree and stepped into the range of 10 exotic animals after 100 steps. Compared with the rapid progress within the range of 9-grade monsters, the speed of Chu Zhongtian within the range of 10-grade monsters is much slower. At the same time, pay great attention to the surrounding conditions to prevent the sudden emergence of monsters and warriors. I don't know whether the animals in the endless forest are dormant, or whether the human warrior has left recently. Until he appeared in the range of medium-level 10-grade monsters, he didn't find any monsters or any warrior. Chu Zhongtian calculated that if the next journey is so safe for a long time, at the current speed, we should be able to reach Liulin town before dark. After an hour and a half, his range at this time was close to that of the weak medium-level 10-grade exotic animals. Until then, his luck suddenly ran out, because he not only met the middle-level 10-grade beast Storm Bear, but also more than a dozen murderous warriors. At this time, more than a dozen warriors surrounded the Storm Bear in the middle, and the two sides did not fight each other. It is precisely because both sides did not start, Chu Zhongtian did not notice in advance. Otherwise, he will definitely surround here in advance, and will not appear directly in front of these people. More than a dozen martial artists who were about to start were startled by the sudden appearance of Chu Zhongtian. However, after discovering that Chu Zhongtian was just a little person on the second floor of the qi refining period, the originally nervous look immediately relaxed. Sorry, elder brothers and younger brothers, I'm going the wrong way. I'll leave now. When you meet a human warrior in the endless forest, even if you know each other, you should try to avoid it in advance. After all, people are separated from each other, and you don't know what the other person's intention is. With these words, Chu Zhongtian turned and ran quickly to the periphery of the endless forest without waiting for the other party's consent. Zio Ko, go and kill him. A little man on the second floor of the gas refining period even appeared in the range of medium-level 9-grade exotic animals, and his body was not only free of any injuries, but even clean, which made the boss with the most careful thinking in the center of these martial artists suspicious. He suspected that Chu Zhongtian either had an expert behind him to protect him or had a treasure to defend himself. It was precisely because he was uncertain about Chu Zhongtian's situation at this time, and he was unwilling to give up this opportunity, so he let himself go down to try his weight with a loyal hand whose strength was only 3 layers of qi refining period. If Chu Zhongtian is protected by an expert behind him and loses a small object on the 3rd floor of the qi refining period, it will have no impact on him. However, if Chu Zhongtian has a treasure on him, he will give it to himself honestly with his loyalty. After all, the man has something in his hand. He's not afraid of him swallowing the treasure. After a few hundred meters, Chu Zhongtian turned his head and looked behind him. He found that a man was approaching him quickly at this time. Due to the distance between fatigue and this, Chu Zhongtian can't know the strength of the other party for the time being, but it can be seen from the speed of the other party that his strength is limited even if he is stronger than himself. It's still far from the edge of the endless forest. Chu Zhongtian calculated the distance between the two sides and the speed between them, and found that the other side must be able to stop himself before he left the endless forest. Shit, spell it. Originally, I planned to use all the spiritual power into my legs to improve my speed, but I felt that it was impossible to escape, so I gave up this idea. In order to ensure that he has a little advantage and leave the endless forest as soon as possible, Chu Zhongtian did not stop, but adjusted his pace and changed his breathing rate, so that he can not only move forward, but also maintain abundant physical and spiritual strength. Half an hour later, the distance between the two people was getting closer and closer, only 10 meters away. In the meantime, Chu Zhongtian turned around and took a look. He found that the other party was the 3rd level of strength in the qi refining period and used an ordinary long sword. His worried mind relaxed a little. Although the weapon made in 10 years is only used by martial artists in the realm of qi refining period, its value is not low. Like the steel knife in Chu Zhongtian's hand, the market price is at least thousands of gold coins. It is very difficult for ordinary low-level martial artists in the qi refining period to obtain 10 refined weapons. Only those who have some power and high talent can use 10 weapons during the qi refining period. The reason why the ordinary person of the Wang family owns 10 refined steel knives is that the Wang family itself is a producer of weapons, and there are more weapons in the family. In addition, the place where Kaiyang fruit is picked is within the range of 9 different animals, which is dangerous. In order to encourage the ordinary man, the Wang family will give the 10 steel-making knives in advance. 8 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. Chu Zhongtian, who had been moving steadily, suddenly began to accelerate. His actions made people behind him think that Chu Zhongtian would try his best to escape. Because this position is not far from the edge of the endless forest, he is worried that Chu Zhongtian will escape, so he also uses his spiritual power in his legs to improve his speed. However, Chu Zhongtian, who mobilized all his spiritual power, just ran forward for 2 steps, and his whole body suddenly turned back. Hold the knife tightly with your left hand, lift your arm up, and jump up directly with your whole body. Use one move of basic knife technique to chop. The warrior in charge of intercepting and killing Chu Zhongtian never thought that he would not escape, but would suddenly turn around and attack himself directly. In addition, most of his spiritual power was penetrated into his legs at this time, so he had no time to defend with all his strength. In desperation, he had to raise his iron sword and plan to block Chu Zhongtian's attack with weapons for the time being, and then he was trying to fight back. This attack is Chu Zhongtian's attack with all his strength, while the opponent is only a hasty defense. The strength of each other is only a small difference. Chu Zhongtian uses 10 refined weapons, and the other party uses ordinary iron. The result of the collision of the two weapons is that the other party's ordinary iron is directly disconnected, and Chu Zhongtian's steel knife cuts his right arm. Originally, Chu Zhongtian ran directly to his head, but he was scratched by his weapon and finally cut on his shoulder. 10 steel refining knives are extremely sharp. Even ordinary ironware can be cut directly, let alone flesh and blood. The tip of the rigid knife crossed his shoulder, took his arm holding the weapon and threw it directly into the air. The warrior who lost his left arm couldn't help screaming, and the fierce pain made him crazy in a short time. Chapter 19. Using all his strength to cast a knife, Chu Zhongtian consumed most of his energy, physical strength, and spiritual power, and the whole person was obviously exhausted. When he fell to the ground, he not only had a rest, but held the steel knife tightly in his left hand. When his left foot took a step forward, he turned his body. The steel knife crossed his opponent's belly, directly opened his belly, and fell to the ground most heavily. During the battle just now, Chu Zhongtian had only the other party in his eyes and only the intention of killing in his mind. However, after the other party fell to the ground and died, he couldn't help vomiting when he saw the internal organs flowing from his stomach. At the same time, I also felt a burst of fear about my first murder. As a modern person who has passed through, he can't even kill chickens in his previous life, let alone kill people, so his reaction is very normal at this time. If I don't kill him, he will kill me. I killed him just to protect myself. After retching for a while and calming down a little, Chu Zhongtian found a reason to make himself feel at ease. This reason is very common, but it is also very practical. At this time, his heart was much better. At the same time, I can adapt to the bloody scene in front of me. Otherwise, he could not have gone to the body and bent over to look for the booty. To his disappointment, the slain opponent was too poor, not to mention the spirit stone. Even there was only one lack of spirit stone, and it was still the kind with low flexibility. This kind of lack of spirit stone with low flexibility can't enter his magic eye. In addition to a missing spirit stone, he has only a dozen gold coins. Bah, you're really poor. No wonder the third floor of the Qi refining period still uses ordinary rear weapons. You deserve to be killed. Dissatisfied, Chu Zhongtian spit on the body. Then he was stunned, because he found that he adapted to the process of killing too quickly. He was disgusting just now. Now it's only a few minutes. He can not only accept the fact of killing, but also subconsciously collect booty. Do you really have the potential to kill the devil? Dare not continue to think deeply, life itself will fall into this demon. At the same time, this place can't stay any longer. Ignoring the fallen bodies, Chu Zhongtian turned and walked out of the endless forest. The next step is to enter the haunting range of the next level 10 exotic animals. With his strength, he only needs to be careful and basically won't be in great danger. Therefore, he can get through the next section of the journey without danger. It was getting dark. Chu Zhongtian started out of the cave in the range of Jiupin's strange animals early in the morning and didn't get out of the endless forest until it was dark. Looking at the endless forest behind him, Chu Zhongtian was full of exclamation. Although the endless forest is full of dangers and may lose his life at any time, it is because of this that he can repair the meridians in a month and improve his strength to the second level of Qi refining period. It has been a month since he left the shop. Chu Zhongtian is like an arrow returning home. He puts away his sigh and speeds up his legs towards Liulan Town. Although Liulan Town is only a town, its permanent resident population has exceeded 100,000. Restaurants, brothels, casinos, and other places to kill time are brightly lit. The nightlife here is very wonderful. Looking at the brightly lit Liulan Town, Chu Zhongtian finally had a feeling of returning to the human world. Looking at those restaurants full of friends, and smelling the smell of vegetables and wine from the restaurant, he couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Although he was very greedy at this time and wanted to go to the restaurant to have a big meal, he didn't know how the Chu family would react to his disappearance when he thought that he had disappeared for a month. What are the family's next arrangements for themselves? He lived in Liulan Town for a year. He was afraid to leave Liulan Town, so he moved around the town in his spare time this year and was very familiar with everything in the town. It didn't take long for him to come to the shop of Chu's drugstore. Looking at the familiar signs and buildings, Chu Zhongtian was very excited and nervous. Dang, dang, dang. Bypassing the front gate, Chu Zhongtian reached out and patted the door in front of a small door on the west side of the drugstore. The shop has closed. There's business coming back tomorrow. After waiting for a while, there was no response. The impatient Chu Zhongtian patted the door several times, and finally a voice came from inside. The voice from Chu Zhongtian was strange, because it was neither the voice of the shopkeeper nor the voice of the 5 guards. "Hello, my name is Chu Zhongtian. I'm the man here. I want to meet the shopkeeper." Seeing that the people inside were unwilling to open the door, Chu Zhongtian had to report his identity and his destination. After Chu Zhongtian reported his identity, the hospital suddenly fell silent, and then came the familiar voice of the shopkeeper. "Little rabbit, it's your senior outside. Don't open the door quickly." With the familiar sound, the closed wooden door was soon opened. Then the shopkeeper with pale hair appeared in front of Chu Zhongtian. "Shopkeeper, I'm back." Seeing the familiar shopkeeper, Chu Zhongtian, who had not been in contact with anyone for a month, was immediately excited and his tone trembled. "Well, just come back and say something." Seeing Chu Zhongtian standing in front of him alive, the shopkeeper was also very excited. After all, he lived with Chu Zhongtian for more than a year. Although Chu Zhongtian could not practice, he was very smart and willing to devote himself to learning. Under his care, the shopkeeper of Chu's drugstore had a lot of leisure and more time to practice. "Zhongtian, people in the family thought you had died in the endless forest, so they rearranged a subsidiary's son to come." Pointing to the unhappy young man, the shopkeeper said a simple sentence without even introducing his name. It seems that the relationship between the two sides is not harmonious. Then he said, "Zhongtian, your current room is occupied by him. For the time being, come to my room first. I want to talk to you about something." Chu Zhongtian was not angry when the newcomer occupied the room, because he knew that as he was able to practice again, he would certainly be recruited back to the headquarters of the Chu family with his excellent cultivation talent of 8 grades. In the following time, he must devote himself to cultivation and will not contact anything that delays his cultivation. "Okay, shopkeeper, I also have a lot to say to you." Nodded, Chu Zhongtian followed the shopkeeper and walked towards his room. His eyes were full of resentment. Staring at the background of Chu Zhongtian, the boy didn't lower his voice and said, What's great, you're not a waste who can't practice." Chapter 20. Chu Zhongtian ignored the boy's active provocation, because he knew that he would not have any intersection with the boy in the future. If you turn around and ignore his provocation now, you will show your bad bearing and give people a feeling of small-bellied chicken. "Zhongtian, tell me where you have been in this month." When the two sat down, the shopkeeper first poured him a cup of tea, and then asked slowly. According to the words thought out in advance, Chu Zhongtian told the story in detail, especially how he found the pulse pill. The shopkeeper didn't have much strong reaction to how Chu Zhongtian escaped Qi Yilong's pursuit, and how Chu Zhongtian passed through the endless forest, because he was stunned by the strength of the second floor in the Qi refining period of Chu Zhongtian. A month ago, Chu Zhongtian followed the elder Chu Fan in the family to collect medicine in the endless forest, which he knew. However, he didn't know what kind of herbs to collect. When Chu Fan and others returned to Liulin town from the endless forest, they simply confessed that Chu Zhongtian would come back later, and then hurried back to Lucheng. Chu Zhongtian, who should have come back later, didn't appear for 3 days in a row. Hu San, who was seriously injured and whose life was on the line, suddenly appeared in the drugstore. Through the dictation of Hu San, the shopkeeper knows what happened and Chu Zhongtian is in danger. He is in urgent need of experts to rescue him. In the face of this emergency, the shopkeeper can only be anxious. Although he intends to rescue Chu Zhongtian, Hu San also needs someone to take care of him. Chu Zhongtian, who can't practice, compared with the Tiger 3 in the physical training period, of course, the Tiger 3 is important, so he can only press his urgency at the bottom of his heart. 5 days later, the master of the family came to pick up the injured Tiger 3. As for Chu Zhongtian, no one mentioned it, which made the shopkeeper very dissatisfied. However, as an old man in the family, he was too clear about the ideas of the senior level of the Chu family. If Chu Zhongtian is not damaged by meridians and becomes a waste that cannot practice, then the family will send enough experts to rescue him. Even if he is directly opposed to the royal family, he will rescue Chu Zhongtian. Because Chu Zhongtian, who has the top grade 8 qualities cultivation talent, is the hope for the rise of the Chu family in the future. After the master of the family left, the shopkeeper went to the endless forest alone for a day, but Chu Zhongtian's hiding place was so hidden that he didn't find it at all, and finally reluctantly gave up. It was precisely because he thought of the family wholeheartedly that he was so shocked to hear that Chu Zhongtian not only completely repaired his meridians, but also reached the second level of Qi refining period in 1 month. "Zhongtian, I need to check your body carefully." Not that he didn't believe Chu Zhongtian's words, but that he wanted to confirm it himself, because only after his personal confirmation can he make the next plan. No problem. After more than a year of contact with the shopkeeper, Chu Zhongtian knows him very well. He knows that he is only thinking about the Chu family. The reason why he wants to confirm whether he can really practice is to add strength to the Chu family. After the shopkeeper's strong spiritual power entered the body, Chu Zhongtian accidentally found that the shopkeeper, who usually seems weak, has very strong strength. If you compare the psychic power in your channels to a drop of water, the shopkeeper's psychic power is like a river. At this time, Chu Zhong Genius found that he didn't know the familiar old man in front of him. Good, very good. For fear that his strong spiritual power would hurt Chu Zhongtian, the shopkeeper's spiritual power was only 1,000th of his own spiritual power. These spiritual powers quickly turned around in the celestial body in Chu Zhong. Later, the shopkeeper found that Chu Zhongtian not only reached the second level of Qi refining period, but also the 12 meridians were several times stronger than those of martial artists in the same realm. This also shows that the strength of Chu Zhongtian is several times stronger than the martial artists in the same realm. When excited, he couldn't help praising one after another. Zhongtian, you live here first. Don't go anywhere recently. Wait until the experts of the family take you back to Lucheng. It was confirmed, and the situation was better than I thought. The shopkeeper knew that everything was important, and he had to send the news back to the family immediately. In recent years, in order to compete for the interests of the state of Qi, the open and covert struggle between the three families and the royal family has become more and more fierce, and the geniuses in each family are even more covetous. At this time, there were no other experts in Liulin town, except that he and another guard reached the physical training period. If the master of the royal family and other two families learn the news at this time, I'm afraid they won't let Chu Zhongtian leave Liulin town easily. Well, I see. Shopkeeper, I have two requests now. Chu Zhongtian will not object to the shopkeeper's proposal. Liulin town is at least thousands of miles away from Lucheng, the capital of Qi. It may take more than a month to get to Lucheng quickly on foot. Waiting for family experts to escort is the best choice. Send the news to the Chu family in Lucheng. The family is sending experts to come. Add up at least more than 10 days. Of course, Chu Zhongtian can't waste these 10 days. In order to continue to improve his strength, he can only have the cheek to ask. Zhongtian, you are still polite to me. The shopkeeper pretended to be unhappy and said. In fact, for Chu Zhongtian to take the initiative to make a request, the shopkeeper was not angry but very happy. After all, a year ago, after learning that Chu Zhongtian could not practice, the family had completely abandoned him. Not only were all kinds of treatment cancelled, but even sent him to this remote and dangerous Liulin town. If he has a grudge against the family, the shopkeeper can understand it, but now he takes the initiative to make a request, which means he still has a sense of belonging to the family. Therefore, as long as Chu Zhongtian's request is not too excessive, the shopkeeper decides to meet him. Shopkeeper, the first request is whether you can make me a good dish. Alas, I stayed in the cave in the endless forest for a whole day. I ate fruit all day and couldn't keep up with the nutrition. At the beginning, Chu Zhongtian was a little embarrassed when he asked for food. It seemed that he felt like eating goods, but at this time, he wanted to have a full meal. Haha, Zhongtian, this is not a request at all. I'll have someone arrange a delicious table for you to eat enough. Hearing Chu Zhongtian's first request was to eat, the mature and steady shopkeeper couldn't help laughing. Shopkeeper, I can practice now, but I lack a lot of resources, especially the lack of spirit stone to assist in practice. I don't know if shopkeeper can borrow some first. I'll give it back to you when I earn it later. Because he could not practice, in order to avoid being looked down upon, Chu Zhongtian never took the initiative to understand the treatment of the children of the Chu family, so he didn't know what treatment the family would give him after he could practice, so he didn't dare to say too much. When the shopkeeper heard Chu Zhongtian's second request, he just borrowed a little missing spirit stone. He suddenly felt a trace of guilt. He felt that he and his family owed him too much, so he nodded in agreement with his request without hesitation and severely criticized his demeanor. Chapter 21. Zhongtian, you are too small. With your superior cultivation talent of 8 grades and superhuman first-class power, how can you compare with those ordinary warriors? If you want to quickly improve your strength, catch up with and surpass your peers, you must use spirit stones to assist in practice. Although the shopkeeper's criticism was severe, the original intention was to be good to him. Chu Zhongtian knew this. Let Chu Zhongtian wait for a while. The shopkeeper turned and left the room. A few minutes later, he came back with a small cloth bag in his hand. Zhongtian, there's a little spirit stone here. Take it to practice first. If it's not enough, I'll give it to you again. Throw the cloth bag in your hand to Chu Zhongtian, and the shopkeeper said indifferently. Without opening the cloth bag in front of the shopkeeper, Chu Zhongtian pretended that nothing had happened and put the cloth bag into his arms. The reason for this is that Chu Zhongtian felt that he should give little. In order to avoid embarrassing him face to face, he pretended to be nothing. Then he accompanied the shopkeeper to chat while waiting for the meal. The sun is 3 poles high. In the guest room of Chu's drugstore, Chu Zhongtian slept for more than 10 hours before he woke up. After getting up, he stretched and yawned, looking refreshed. In the month of Endless Forest Cave, Chu Zhongtian didn't sleep all day. Because he was eager to improve his strength at that time, and the bad environment determined that he could not sleep at ease. After more than 10 hours of deep sleep, his whole energy and spirit reached the best state, and now he doesn't need to go out to work as before. Because the shopkeeper had ordered him to stay in the yard in recent days and wait for the family to pick him up last night. Besides, he doesn't want to go out now. Now I have a spirit stone in my hand. What I want to do most is to make the 12 meridians full of spiritual power, because only in this way can he improve his strength to the 3rd level of gas refining period as soon as possible. At that time, there will be enough spiritual power to support the cultivation of martial arts. Although there was only one battle between life and death, it was through that battle of life and death that he clearly realized that in the realm of chi refining period, if the basic saber technique was well practiced, its power was not worse than those low-level martial arts, and even a little stronger. Take out the cloth bag given by the shopkeeper last night, open it and pour out all the contents directly. Then his face showed ecstasy. There are not many things in the cloth bag, but only 2 simple things. These 2 things are 10 soul stones the size of a fingernail, with crystal clear colors, and a jade bottle the size of a palm. Ignoring the things contained in the jade bottle, he picked up a spirit stone and put it in the palm of his hand to carefully understand the situation inside. Jiupin lower-level spirit stone. Feeling the aura of the spirit stone like a river, Chu Zhongtian murmured inconceivably. The lower-level spirit stone of the 9th grade is not owned and used by the junior martial arts in the gas refining period at all, because the lower-level spirit stone of the 9th grade is too precious. It is the exclusive use of the senior martial arts in the gas refining period. A 9-grade lower-level spirit stone, if estimated according to the market price, is at least above tens of thousands of gold coins. Of course, no one is stupid enough to exchange such a spirit stone for money. Because the lack of spirit stone is not included in the grade, the lack of spirit stone cannot be exchanged according to the proportion, but the spirit stone can be exchanged according to a certain ratio. The 9-grade lower-level spirit stone can be exchanged for 10 10-grade lower-level spirit stones. The shopkeeper gave 10 9-grade lower-level spirit stones, which means there are 110-grade lower-level spirit stones. The aura, in a lower-level stone of 10 grades, can fill a channel with aura. 100 lower-level stones of 10 grades are enough for him to reach the middle-level peak of chi refining period. If you are lucky, you may even break through the high level of gas refining period. However, Chu Zhongtian knows his situation very well. The spiritual power stored in the 12 meridians is too strong. These 10 9-grade lower-level spiritual stones at most, that is, they make him reach the 6th level of the chi refining period, which is not enough to break through to the higher level of the chi refining period. Put down the spirit stone in your hand, and Chu Zhongtian's vision turned to the jade bottle. If Chu Zhongtian thought that the value of the things in the jade bottle was not as good as the spirit stone at the beginning, he didn't think so at this time. 10 pieces of 9-grade lower-level spirit stones can be brought out. I'm afraid the things in the jade bottle are more precious. Looking at the jade vase, Chu Zhongtian flashed something in his mind. Is it that kind of thing? Pick up the jade bottle, open the lid, and a faint smell of medicine comes. This medicine fragrance gave Chu Zhongtian a boost. The Taixuan Heart Sutra skill operated automatically, and the spiritual power in the meridians began to dry. By forcibly pressing down the dry power in the meridians, Chu Zhongtian quickly poured out the things in the jade bottle, and 3 pills the size of a cherry appeared in his palm. The next 10 products of Zenki pill. Looking at the 3 cherry-sized pills in his hand, Chu Zhongtian murmured excitedly. Zenki pill is made of dozens of precious medicinal materials by the special technique of Dan Master. Its effect is very simple, which is to enhance the spiritual power of martial artists. The Qi-increasing pill contains powerful aura, which can provide powerful support for the martial arts in an instant. It is most suitable for the martial arts to break through the small realm. After obtaining 10 9-grade lower-level spirit stones, Chu Zhongtian is sure to raise his strength to the second-level peak of Qi refining period in 10 days. As for breaking through the third floor, it will take a little longer. In order to break through the third layer of Qi refining period, the phase must let the spiritual power in the 12 meridians open up an elixir field in the lower abdomen to store the spiritual power. The amount of Reiki needed to open up a danshan in the nothingness of the lower abdomen is very large. Generally, martial artists need at least 2 to 3 months to absorb Reiki before they are sure to open up a danshan in the lower abdomen. However, with the aid of Zenki pill, this time will be greatly shortened. Based on the talent and qualification of Chu Zhongtian, the short is 1 day, and the long is 2 days, and it can successfully break through the third layer of the gas refining period. Because the aura in a Zhengyuan pill is enough to open up the elixir field, put away the Zhengyuan pill and the 9 spirit stones. Chu Zhongtian's vision turned to the front yard through the open window. Although he can't see the shopkeeper himself in this position, his heart is full of gratitude to the shopkeeper at this time. Jiupin lower-level spirit stone and Zhengyuan pill are not available to ordinary people. Even if it's the legitimate children in the family, I'm afraid it's difficult to use the 9-grade lower-level spirit stone and Zhengyuan pill at the low level of the Qi refining period. These 10 9-grade lower-level spirit stones and 3 Zhengyuan pills are probably the private property of the shopkeeper himself for so many years. Chu Zhongtian keeps this kindness in mind. After adjusting his mind, Chu Zhongtian began to practice with all his strength. After adjusting his mind, Chu Zhongtian began to fully absorb the Qi in the spirit stone of the 9th grade and quickly improve his strength. Chapter 22. The higher the quality of the spirit stone, the more abundant the internal aura and the higher the quality. This is the most real feeling of Chu Zhongtian after absorbing the 9-grade and lower-grade spirit stones. The high-quality Reiki can transform into Reiki quickly, but in just 1 day, one of his 12 meridians has been filled with Reiki. The 9-grade and lower-grade spirit stone in the hand has no change and is still crystal clear. Without any delay, Chu Zhongtian continued to close the door and absorb Reiki. In the past 3 days, Chu Zhongtian absorbed Reiki faster and faster. In 3 days, 4 of the 12 meridians were full of spiritual power. The power driven by the operation of spiritual power made him have the impulse to kill a cow with 1 punch. There was still enough aura in the spirit stone, but he had to stop practicing at this time, because after continuously absorbing Reiki in recent days, he found that the Reiki in his meridians was a little restless, and he himself felt upset. This feeling made him dare not continue to absorb Reiki. Is it because my state has improved too fast recently, resulting in unstable foundation? Adjust the state of mind and suppress the psychic power of dryness. Chu Zhongtian guessed secretly. Then he shook his head and denied the speculation. Because the first 3 layers in the Qi refining period are just a process of simply absorbing Reiki, and there is no unstable foundation at all. Unable to understand, Chu Zhongtian had to get up reluctantly and interrogate the shopkeeper in the front hall. After all, the shopkeeper is an expert in physical training. You should know something about this situation. After learning about Chu Zhongtian's situation, the shopkeeper was also very concerned. After interrogating him in detail and checking by hand, the shopkeeper clearly told Chu Zhongtian that it was not his unstable foundation, but his state of mind. Being in a hurry is the root cause of his unstable spiritual power. In view of this situation, the shopkeeper asked Chu Zhongtian to reduce the time to absorb the spirit stone recently, and then spend the rest of his time on practicing martial arts. Returning to the room and recalling the conversation just now, Chu Zhongtian felt that what he said was reasonable. After the meridians were repaired, his state of mind really changed a lot. In the past, he always thought that he didn't have too much ambition, and his efforts to practice were only to improve his life. But in fact, there was a desire in his heart, especially after he got the ability to copy and paste, which was infinitely amplified. If his heart was not full of desire, he would not have the motivation to catch up and surpass the legitimate children of the Chu family, nor would he have the idea of showing his face in front of the public. Of course, having this desire is not a bad thing, but a more powerful help, which can help him climb to a higher mountain. Maybe I really should straighten out my attitude, strive to compete for my own interests, and strive to put myself above others. Just after Chu Zhongtian straightened his state of mind, the originally restless spiritual power suddenly stabilized a lot, which made Chu Zhongtian secretly relieved. After the spiritual power was balanced, he did not continue to absorb the aura. Instead, he got up and got out of bed, picked up the steel knife, left the room and came to the yard. He has only mastered 7 of the 14 moves of basic saber technique, and the remaining 7 moves of saber technique are more complex, so he decided to spend half of his time practicing basic saber technique in the future. Chu Zhongtian has a good character, that is, he can devote himself to doing one thing. Since he decided to spend half of his time practicing the saber technique, when practicing the saber technique, he focused all his attention on the saber technique, without any distractions in his mind. In addition to continuing to practice and familiarize himself with the following 7 moves, he also used his spiritual power to cooperate with the saber technique from time to time to enhance the power of the saber technique. While he was practicing the saber technique in the yard, in a room not far from the yard, the shopkeeper and Chu He, whose strength reached the physical training stage, were looking at him. Shopkeeper Zai Ocean, the child has good potential. Chu Zhongtian, the leader of the guard, nodded with great satisfaction. Yes, Zhongtian is not only gifted, but also has amazing understanding. I thought it would take him at least 3 days to understand the reason for his spiritual dryness. Unexpectedly, it took only a quarter of an hour. He not only found the reason for his spiritual dryness, but also completely adjusted his mind. The shopkeeper and Chu He are both experts in the physical training period. Their eyes are very poisonous. If Chu Zhongtian didn't use his spiritual power, they couldn't perceive the situation of Chu Zhongtian at this time, but at this time, Chu Zhongtian used his spiritual power to cooperate with the sword technique, and they all found that his spiritual power was very stable. Yes, outstanding talent, excellent mind and amazing understanding. Within 10 years, there will be another incomparable strong man in the Chu family. For the shopkeeper's words, Chu He nodded approvingly. As the Chu River in the physical training period, it is very clear about the importance of Chu's talent and understanding. To say that his qualification is not poor, otherwise, he cannot reach the physical training period before the age of 40. However, the cultivation talent of the medium 9 grades determines his current achievement. The highest achievement in his life is only the middle level of the physical training period. By chance, he may be able to reach the high level of the physical training period. Moreover, after his strength reached the physical training period, the speed of cultivation slowed down rapidly. Now it will take at least a few years, or even more than 10 years to raise a small realm. If he is a gifted person with medium 8 grades, the highest achievement is needless to say, and it doesn't take so long to improve the small realm. Chu, the family has heard that 5 days later, the experts of the family come to pick up Zai Ocean. During this period, you and I should try our best to protect Zai Ocean's safety and not let him have any accident. He looked at Chu River with a solemn look, and the shopkeeper told him in a dignified tone, "Don't worry, even if I lose my old life, I will certainly protect his safety." He nodded with strength, and Chu He said with clenched fists. Chu Zhongtian, who carefully practiced the knife technique, did not know the conversation between the shopkeeper and Chu He, nor did he know that Chu He was willing to use his life to ensure his safety. At this moment, all his attention was focused on the knife technique. With the increase of spiritual power in his body, he gradually became familiar with and mastered the following sabers. But after practicing for a while, he suddenly felt that there were several special moves in the basic sabers. That is, splitting, lifting, pricking, wiping, cutting, winding, sweeping, and pressing. These 7 strokes gave him a peculiar feeling that if he could master the essence of these 7 strokes, he would bring himself an unexpected opportunity. It was under the influence of this psychology that he didn't care about the so-called basic saber technique, and all his attention was focused on the 7-style saber technique. However, his strength is low and his knowledge is too little. He can't get any benefits from these 7 moves for the time being. However, with the further improvement of his strength, he will have more and more knowledge, and he will be shocked to find the power of these 7 moves. After staying in the backyard of Chu's drugstore for 7 days, the experts sent by the Chu family arrived. Chapter 23. The leading expert is Chu Fanchu Elder, who is well known by Chu Zhongtian and has been in contact with him. In addition to the elder Chu Dan, there are 7 strong experts dressed in uniform. Among the 7, there are Tiger Da and Tiger 2. As for Tiger 3, they did not appear. In addition to the 8 masters, Chu Zhongtian's eyes turned to a magnificent beast behind them. Medium level 9 grade exotic beast, purple golden eagle. Chu Zhongtian was shocked when he looked at the giant eagle whose body was gray, but its claws and sharp beak were purple. Conquering the sky is the wish of every human being, but even the strong in the physical training period can't fly. So many wise people want to realize their dream of conquering the sky by conquering flying monsters. After tens of thousands of years of efforts, human beings finally mastered the method of how to drive strange animals. As one of the 3 families of the state of Qi, it is not impossible for the Chu family to have their own flying strange animals, but what he didn't expect was that the Chu family would drive the purple golden eagle, a medium level 9 grade strange animal. You know, purple golden eagle's speed is very fast, and its strength is even more powerful in amass. Although it is only a medium level 9 grade beast, even the strong in the high level body training period is not its opponent. If you want to capture the purple golden eagle, you need at least an expert in the Qi transformation period. Does the Chu family really have an expert in the Qi transformation period? Then, he thought of the 3 Kaiyang fruits, and his doubts were immediately solved. Chu Zhongtian has seen 8 elders and predecessors. Seeing Chu Fan and others coming, Chu Zhongtian hurried to tidy up his clothes and then quickly stepped forward to salute. "My God, you're welcome." Seeing Chu Zhongtian salute, Chu Fan quickly reaches out to stop it. Now Chu Zhongtian is not what he used to be. Although he is only the 2nd floor of the Qi refining period, with his top grade 8 grade talent and superhuman first-class cultivation speed, it won't take him a few years to catch up with him. When he gets there, his identity is even more noble than himself. "Zio Tian, I'm so sorry. I didn't expect that Hu San ran for his own life and left you alone." Seeing Chu Zhongtian's second sentence, Chu Fan offered an apology, which Chu Zhongtian couldn't bear, so he hurried to show his attitude. 8 elders, you are too polite. I don't have any dissatisfaction with the 3rd brother tiger. In that case, if the 3rd brother tiger takes me to escape, I'm afraid neither of us can escape. After all, the other party's strength is too strong. There is still hope of survival if we escape separately. Zio Tian, I'm very pleased with your generosity, but you can't let go of the punishment of Tiger 3. You can rest assured. Seeing Chu Fan's attitude of resolutely punishing Hu San, Chu Zhongtian knew that it was useless to persuade him. He could only pray for Hu San in his heart and pray that he would not be punished too heavily. At the same time, he also knew that this was Chu Dan's kindness to himself, which meant that when your meridians were damaged, the Tiger 3 ran away without permission and were punished. Now that you have been able to practice again, you will be the focus of the Chu family. The family will certainly take better care of you. 8 elders, the meals have been prepared. Do you think you should go to dinner first? After Chu Fan and the cold in the sky in Chu, the shopkeeper hurried forward and said, "Okay, go to dinner first, then fix it and go straight back to the family." Originally, according to Chu Fan's intention, he directly took Chu Zhongtian back to the family, but considering that the relationship between Chu Zhongtian and the shopkeeper has always been very good, the family treated Chu Zhongtian very harshly before. In order to avoid causing Chu Zhongtian's dissatisfaction, Chu Fan decided to give the shopkeeper a little face and eat before leaving. Looking at Chu Zhongtian, who was surrounded by the crowd, and the young boy who succeeded Chu Zhongtian as a drugstore clerk, his face was unusually pale at this time. A few days ago, he dared to take the initiative to provoke Chu Zhongtian because he knew that Chu Zhongtian was a waste with damaged meridians and could not practice, and he was already a martial artist at the 1st level of Qi refining period. Although he is only the top 10 talents, and the highest achievement in his life is the high level of Qi refining period, he is at least much better than Chu Zhongtian, so he dares to speak wildly. "No, you hit me." At this time, Chu Zhongtian meridians have been completely repaired and can practice again. With his talent of top grade 8 grades, he will certainly become the senior level of the family in the future, and may even become the head of the Chu family. I have offended him, and I will have my own good fruit to eat in the future. No, it doesn't need to be in the future. From the attitude of the 8 elders towards him just now, we can see how much the family attaches importance to him. In order to take him back to the family, he even used the medium-level 9-grade strange beast purple golden eagle. If he wants to revenge himself at this time, he only needs 8 elders to say a word in front of him. I'm afraid no one can save his life. For the rest of the time, the young boy has been waiting for his fate with trepidation. Until Chu Zhongtian followed Chu Dan to sit on the purple golden eagle and left Liulan town, he didn't see any punishment for him, which made him very confused and worried. Until 3 days later, after the shopkeeper's reminder, he knew that Chu Zhongtian didn't care about his little man, which made him happy and helpless. Hi is that I finally saved my life. However, he is a dispensable little man in the eye of heaven in Chu. It is Chu Zhongtian's dream to be able to fly in the sky. Although there was a plane that could fly into the sky in the previous life, it was in a closed environment. That feeling was not very real. At this time, standing on the purple golden eagle, watching the white clouds passing by and feeling the light wind blowing in your ears, this feeling is the most real. Looking at Chu Zhongtian with an excited face, Chu Fan, who has been using the protective cover, explained, Zai Ocean, you can practice again now, so I'll introduce you to the division of martial arts realm. In the past, when you stayed in the Chu family, you must know the 2 realms in front of the warrior, the Qi refining period and the body refining period, and above the body refining period is the Qi melting period and the air sea period. As for what is the Qi transformation period and the Qi sea period, I can't give you more explanation, because I'm only 8 layers in the body refining period, which is still far from the Qi transformation period. However, what I can tell you is that as long as the strength breaks through the Qi transformation period, and the spiritual power is transformed into genuine, you can fly in the air. At that time, you can leave the state of Qi and go to the outside world. Speaking of this, Chu Dan's eyes show a look of longing. As the elder of the Chu family and the brother of the patriarch, Chu Fan's qualification is not as good as Chu Zhongtian and Chu Tianyun, but he is also a talent of inferior 8 grades. With his qualification, he has a great chance to break through the body training period and become an expert in Qi transformation period. However, it will take at least more than 10 years to break through the Qi transformation period. By then, he will be a middle-aged man in his 50s. Neither his mind nor spirit are suitable for going out again. Therefore, he is still very yearning for the future of Chu Zhongtian. After Chu Fan's general explanation, Chu Zhongtian is a little information about the realm of the period of detoxification gas in advance. Although this information is not much, it is enough to arouse his strong interest. Chapter 24. At this time, he secretly made up his mind to practice hard and strive to reach the realm of Qi transformation one day earlier. At that time, he will be able to rely on his own strength to really swim in the sky. Purple Golden Eagle, as a medium-level 9-grade monster, is not only unusually strong, but also surprisingly fast. Its flying speed is almost more than 200 kilometers per hour. Liulan town is thousands of kilometers away from Lucheng, the capital of Qi. It only took Zijinying more than 5 hours to return to Lucheng. Looking at the city of Lu, which had lived under his feet for more than 10 years, Chu Zhongtian felt that his state of mind was very quiet, and there was no wave in his heart, which made him feel very strange. Before his return, he was still fantasizing about how his mood would change after he returned to Lucheng with talent. Are you excited? Is it excitement? Or can't help smiling proudly? All kinds of fantasies turned into tranquility when they came to Lu City. Perhaps after more than a year of honing, he really matured. As the capital of the state of Qi, Lu City is completely closed to air. Although the Chu family is one of the 3 major families, it must also abide by this rule. Therefore, when it was kilometers away from the city gate, Chu Fan let the purple golden eagle land. The servant of the Chu family, who had been waiting for a long time, hurried up and saluted Chu Fan respectfully. Then he turned around and saluted Chu Zhongtian in unison. Young master, before returning to Lucheng, Chu Fan had explained his treatment to the family at the dinner table. He enjoyed the highest treatment for the legitimate children of the family and was equal to the leader of the patriarchal family. This status and treatment ranked at least the top 3 among the young generation of the Chu family. Chu Fan walked in front, and the remaining 7 experts protected Chu Zhongtian in the middle, and they all walked towards the city gate. Chu Changlao, although the guards of the city gate are members of the royal family, they dare not neglect the elders of the Chu family and can only salute respectfully. As one of the 3 major families in the state of Qi, The Chu family is the top in terms of wealth and power. It is reasonable that they should live in the middle of the city, close to the palace. In fact, it is not. Because the Chu family is based on pills and has special requirements for the living environment, the headquarters of the Chu family is not in the inner city, but in the southwest of the outer city, a mansion covering an extremely wide area. This mansion covers an extremely vast area. I'm afraid it's more than 10,000 mu. The courtyard in the residence is connected with rockery, pool and 5-mile corridor, 10-mile pavilion, cornices at the corner of the corridor, palace walls and courtyards, scale tiles, cyan walls, several palace willows, blue waves and clear water. For the return of Chu Zhongtian, the Chu family did not hold a grand welcome ceremony and even showed a very low profile. Except for the patriarch Chu Tianyun and several elders, others did not know the return of Chu Zhongtian at all. The former peerless genius has stood up again. The good thing with great influence is not that they don't want the noise of the general trend, but that the Chu family has encountered some thorny problems recently, which makes it inconvenient for them to continue to be in the limelight for the time being. As for the trouble, Chu Fan didn't say much, and Chu Zhongtian didn't ask much. However, although Chu Fan doesn't have too many explanations, Chu Zhongtian can also guess some. I'm afraid it has a lot to do with the 3 Kaiyang fruits obtained a month ago. After returning to the family with Chu Dan, Chu Zhongtian met with the patriarch Chu Tianyun and several elders in the family. He met before when testing his talent. He knew each other, and he soon integrated into it. However, Chu Tianyun and several clan elders had important things to do. In addition to expressing their concern and attention to Chu Zhongtian, they rewarded some spiritual stones, pills to improve their strength, treasures to assist in cultivation, and a beautiful courtyard, and left in a hurry. Looking at Chu Tianyun and others who left in a hurry, Chu Zhongxiangxin thought that he was afraid that the Chu family was really in trouble this time. Otherwise, Chu Tianyun, who has always attached importance to the younger generation of the family, must stay and personally guide his practice. Chu Zhongtian was a little disappointed without the guidance of Chu Tianyun, the peak strongman in the physical training period, but he soon adjusted and made arrangements for his next practice. Like in Liulin town, half the time is spent on absorbing aura and improving their cultivation. The other half of the time is used to practice knife technique and improve their strength. Jingyij, located in the east of Chu's residence, it is a courtyard with beautiful environment and beautiful scenery, just like a fairyland on earth. This courtyard is one of the many gifts given by the family to Chu Zhongtian after his return to the family. In fact, the Jingya pavilion should have belonged to him in the middle of Chu. When testing his talent a year ago, the family rewarded him with spiritual stones, pills and this Jingya pavilion in addition to the Taixuan Heart Sutra. However, after the meridians are damaged and cannot be cultivated, there is no way to recover except the Taixuan Heart Sutra. All the rest is recovered by the family. This time, it is just to return the things to their original owners. Chu Zhongtian was rewarded with the backwardness of the yard at the beginning. He planned to move in, but what happened later made him put down the idea of moving temporarily, so that the yard that originally belonged to him never came in. Small bridges, flowing water, rockeries, pools, willows, clear water, beautiful scenery and quiet environment. After entering the quiet pavilion, Chu Zhongtian fell in love with this place at a glance. The beautiful scenery can make people feel comfortable. A quiet and complacent environment can make people feel like water. In this environment, the efficiency of practice can be improved at least several times. Good day, young master. When Chu Zhongtian looked carefully at the scenery in the courtyard, 9 people came out of the side courtyard on the west side of the courtyard. The 9 men are made up of 5 men and 4 women. The man is strong and powerful, wearing a powerful weapon and a strong posture. The woman is as beautiful as a flower, charming and attractive, and her whole body is full of temptation. The chamberlain of the Chu family had already explained the origin of the 9 people who suddenly appeared. The 4 women took the 4 seasons as their surname and Xiang as their name. They were Chengxiang, Xiaxiang, Qiaxiang and Dongxiang. These 4 people took care of his daily life. The 5 men are masters secretly trained by the Chu family. They are responsible for the safety of the yard and act as his double practice anytime and anywhere. Looking at the 4 beauties with double-decade flowers in front of them, their skin color is like snow and their eyes are full of spring. Chu's heart is pounding, and there is even a heat flow from the lower abdomen. Now he is not the former Chu Zhongtian, but the Chu Zhongtian that passes through. Having experienced the influence of AV and three-level films in the internet era, as a senior otaku, he has dozens of romantic and snowy experiences. Looking at the four beautiful women in front of him who have no personnel and are clever and sensible, his heart is normal. He took a deep breath and forced down the desire that had just risen in his heart. Chu Zhongtian waved his hand and motioned the four of them to step down first. For example, the desire for money, the desire for power, the desire for happiness, the desire for family, and even the desire for beauty. Chapter 25. People have desire is not a bad thing. If they can use desire reasonably, they can even achieve twice the result with half the effort. In front of the four beautiful women, anyone who sees them will have the desire to possess. Chu Zhongtian is not a saint who doesn't eat fireworks between people. He also has the desire to possess, but he knows some secrets after reading all kinds of classics. After birth, there will be a kind of innate Longyang Qi in the body. This Longyang Qi has unimaginable benefits for some special skills and martial arts. Although the Taixuan Sutra he practiced now does not prohibit men and women from loving, the goal of Chu Zhongtian is to stand on the eternal continent and become a peerless strong man who controls his life and death. If he indulges in the love of men and women too early at this time, it will certainly not be conducive to his future practice, and I'm sorry for his ability to copy and paste. It seems that I'll discuss with the chief manager and ask him to change these women, and then change some ordinary women. After secretly making a decision, he ordered 5 guards to stay in turn and guard the door, saying that he would practice in seclusion next. As the top courtyard of the Chu family, Jingye Pavilion has complete facilities, including primary and secondary bedrooms, living rooms and restaurants, as well as a practice room dedicated to practice and a practice field for practicing martial arts. The area of the practice room is not very large, just more than 10 square meters, but Chu Zhongtian immediately felt something abnormal after entering the practice room. Because the aura in the practice room is very abundant, which is at least 10 times stronger than that outside, cultivating in such an environment can at least improve the speed a lot. After the state of mind was adjusted, the speed of Chu Zhongtian's absorption of Reiki was further improved. Originally, one day could be filled with the Reiki of one channel. At this time, almost one day could be filled with the Reiki of 2 channels. During the 8 days of recuperation in Liulin town, except for half of the time to practice saber technique, the rest of the time was used to absorb Reiki and improve cultivation. After deducting the time to practice saber technique, there are only 4 days left. In these 4 days, 8 of the 12 meridians in his body were full of spiritual power. These days, he plans to absorb Reiki with all his strength, and strive to make the 12 meridians full of Reiki in 2 days, and then take the next level 10-product Zenki pill to break through the 3rd layer of the Qi refining period earlier. Only when you reach the 3rd level of Qi refining period can you use the saber technique with sufficient spiritual power. When Chu Zhongtian absorbed Reiki and improved his cultivation, he was in a courtyard not far from the Jingye Pavilion where he lived. A handsome young man of about 17 or 18 years old with extraordinary temperament listened to his report with a gloomy face. This handsome young man is no other than Chu Zhongba, the only son of Chu Tianyun, the current patriarch of the Chu family. At the same time, he is also the leader of the younger generation of the Chu family. People are like their names. Chu Zhongba's character is like his name. He is very overbearing. Generally, as long as he likes something, he must get it. Otherwise, he will make the other party's life worse than death. If Chu Zhongba was just because of the patriarch's son, he wouldn't be so domineering. Chu Zhongba is the only son of Chu Tianyun. His mother is also an expert in physical training. His outstanding genes make his cultivation talent reach the medium 8 grades. Chu Zhongba is 18 years old. With 7 layers of strength during the Qi refining period, he is the real leader of the younger generation of the Chu family. When he took the family talent test, he was 1 year earlier than Chu Zhongtian. At first, he was the most gifted child of the Chu family. In the eyes of many people, he must be the successor of the next patriarch. It was not until a year later that the sudden rise of Chu Zhongtian changed everyone's point of view. The inheritance of the Chu family is not the mode of father to son to son, but to decide who is the real heir by force and strength. Chu Zhongtian is the cultivation talent of the top 8 grades, and Chu Zhongba is the cultivation talent of the middle 8 grades. Achievement is determined by talent, and Chu Zhongtian completely surpasses Chu Zhongba. The only pity is that this change lasted only 3 days. After the meridian of Chu Zhongtian was damaged and became a waste that could not be practiced, the people who had wavered changed their faith and chose to support Chu Zhongba. Young Master Ba, I've made it clear. Jingyij is now occupied by Chu Zhongtian and has moved in. Chu Zhongtian, hearing the report from his subordinates, Chu Zhongba raised his eyebrows and said in a puzzled tone, Young Master Ba, Chu Zhongtian was a peerless genius who was found to have the top 8 cultivation talents when the family tested his talents a year ago. Later, his meridians were damaged and became a waste that could not be cultivated. He was sent by the family to Chu's drugstore in Liulin town as a waiter. Seeing the puzzled tone of his master, the servant boy quickly explained, It's the waste. How did he come back? Frown tight, Chu Zhongba said in a very bad tone. Since he was tested for his cultivation talent of medium 8 grades 2 years ago, he has been valued by the elders of the clan. Like treating Chu Zhongtian, he not only practices the Taixuan Heart Sutra, the treasure of the Chu family, but also enjoys the highest treatment of the younger generation. It can be said that in the Chu family, he wants wind and rain, and his influence even exceeds that of the young generation. Jingyij is the best residence of the Chu family, except for the patriarch and several elders, as well as the leaders of the younger generation. Because Jingya Pavilion not only has a beautiful environment and unique terrain, but also after the transformation of the ancestors of the Chu family, the aura in Jingya Pavilion is much stronger than that in ordinary places. If you live in the quiet pavilion, the quiet environment is not only conducive to practice, but also sufficient aura can improve the speed of cultivation. Chu Zhongba has long been in love with Jingyij. He didn't move in because his father didn't agree. Even if Chu Tianyun is the patriarch and the most powerful person in the Chu family, he can't go too far and let the people in the family think he is too selfish. In this way, he doesn't take advantage of the development of the Chu family, so he didn't agree to his request. However, he didn't completely refuse, but said that after Chu Zhongba's strength broke through the 7th floor of the Qi refining period, he would reward him with the Jingya Pavilion. It was under this stimulation that he worked hard to practice and finally broke through the 7th floor of the Qi refining period in 2 years. Therefore, after a little consolidation, he went to the elder to apply for the yard, and the elder agreed at that time. However, Chu Zhongba was delayed for some time because he had private affairs to deal with. When he returned to his family, he found that the Qingya Pavilion, which had been set by him, had been preempted by others, which made him very angry. Because he knew that although he was known as the leader of the younger generation of the Chu family, there were still experts of the younger generation in the Chu family. Chapter 26. If Jingyij is occupied by the experts of the young generation, he will recognize Chu Zhongba. Although Chu Zhongba is overbearing, he is not stupid. The younger generation is much older than him and has stronger strength. Several talented people have reached the state of physical training. It's hard to compete with such an expert for Jingyij. It was in this state of mind that he had the patience to interrogate who occupied Jingyij. After learning that the waste that occupied Qingya Pavilion was sent to Liulin town a year ago, he was immediately angry. At this time, he wanted to go to Jingyij immediately and catch Chu Zhongtian directly, and then cripple him one by one to let him know how many kilograms he had. Instead of doing so, he suppressed his anger and made his original handsome appearance very ferocious. The first reason is that there are experts guarding outside Jingya Pavilion. The strength of the leading expert has reached the stage of physical training, and he can't break in at all. Second, he also wants to find out why the family gave Jingya Pavilion to Chu Zhongtian, a waste who can't practice. Do you know why the family gave Jingya Pavilion to Chu Zhongtian, a waste? The servant boy quickly shook his head and said in a puzzled tone, Young Master Ba, I don't know. I only know that Chu Zhongtian was picked up by the 8th elder this morning and even used the medium-level Jiupin exotic animals. Then the clan leader and several elders of the clan met him in the conference hall, and then he moved to Jingyij. Seeing that his subordinates didn't know the reason of the matter, Chu Zhongba felt upset, but he knew that the matter would not be simple. I promised myself a reward and suddenly gave it to others. There must be a special reason, so I must find out the reason before I start. Thinking of this, he ordered, Use all active forces and give me the shortest time to find out the reason. Yes, Master Ba. The slave-like young man responded respectfully, then turned and left. Watching the servant leave, Chu Zhongba got up and went upstairs. He looked at the Jingyage not far away with a gloomy smile on his lips. Chu Zhongtian, I don't care why you are valued by the family, but if you dare to occupy what should belong to my Chu Zhongba, you must bear my anger. Jingya Pavilion, in the practice room. Carefully feel the abundant aura in the practice room, and Tiangxi in Chu starts from his heart. No wonder Jingyage ranks among the top 10 of all the buildings of the Chu family. It turns out that it not only has a beautiful environment, but also has sufficient aura inside. This is Chu Zhongtian, who is too young and has too little knowledge. He doesn't know that the Chu family is famous for pills. The reason why he puts the headquarters of the family away from the center of the royal city is not only that it needs a specific environment conducive to the growth of medicinal materials, but also because this place has a spiritual pulse of medium level 10 products. Although it is only the lowest spiritual pulse, the aura it inadvertently emits is enough to ensure the aura needed by thousands of people. Of course, if you do this, it is the least efficient use of the spirit pulse, so the experts of the Chu family use special means to gather the spirit qi emitted by the spirit pulse and place it in more than a dozen special positions. Jingya Pavilion is just one of them. The precious Chu Zhongtian, who didn't know much about the spiritual pulse, didn't pay too much attention to the aura in the exercise room, because now his attention is all on the items in front of him. A small pile of spirit stones, 30 thumb-sized spirit stones. Among them, there are 20 lower-level spirit stones of 10 grades and 10 lower-level spirit stones of 9 grades. 3 jade bottles. The first jade bottle contains 5 qi-enhancing pills the size of cherries, and the second jade bottle contains a slightly gray pill the size of cherries. This pill with a slightly gray color is the signature pill of the Chu family, Zhengmei pill. Zhengmei pill, Gu Mingxi, is a pill for strengthening meridians. The materials used in Zhengmei pill are some herbs that strengthen meridians. Maybe you will wonder here, since the Chu family has herbs to strengthen meridians, why didn't you give them to Chu Zhongtian at the beginning? In fact, this is a misunderstanding. Strengthening meridians and repairing meridians are completely different things. Strengthening meridians is to use the power of pills to make meridians stronger and expand the width of meridians after they have been nourished by Reiki. Medicinal materials that can act on meridians are very difficult to find. The number of Zhengmei pills in Chu family is very rare, and the output of only 2 or 3 pills a year. It's not that the pill master of Chu family can't refine it. Zhengmei pill is just a top 10 pill. It's not difficult to refine it with the ability of the pill master of Chu family. The reason for the low output is that there are few medicinal materials, which cannot be refined in large quantities. In the Chu family, only those who have reached the 8th grade or above in cultivation will be treated with a Zhengcheng pill within 3 years. 1 lower level and 10 products Zhengmei pill every 3 years has limited effect on strengthening meridians. However, for Chu Zhongtian, this problem not only has no restrictions, but can make better use of Zhengmei pill to strengthen meridians, expand the width of meridians, and enhance their own details. The last bottle of pill is Kingxin pill, a medium-level 10-grade pill. It is a pill for clearing qi and concentrating, removing impurities and adjusting mental state. It is very suitable for him to use now. The only disadvantage is that the number is too small, only 1. In addition to the spirit stone and pill, there is also a 10 refining steel knife. The steel knife was held in his hand and waved back and forth. Chu Zhongtian found that the quality of this steel knife was far inferior to the one he used some time ago. The quality is not as good as the previous one. It's easy to use. Chu Zhongtian doesn't want to change it. As for the previous steel knife, Chu Zhongtian stayed in Liulin town. After all anyway, that steel knife is used by the people of the Wang family and has the unique beauty of their family. It doesn't matter to use it in the endless forest, but if it is used in Lucheng, the king capital of Qi, under the eyes of the Wang family, I'm afraid it will cause unnecessary trouble. Chu Zhongtian is not afraid of trouble, but unnecessary trouble can be avoided if it can be avoided. In addition to the steel knife, there is also a leather armor made of exotic fur. He tried it. With his second level of Qi refining stage and 10 steel refining knives, he couldn't pierce the protection of leather armor with all his strength, which is enough to show the value of leather armor. These 4 things are the compensation given to Chu Zhongtian by the family after he returned to the family. Yes, these 4 things are just compensation. Because in addition to these 4 things, he can also receive the treatment that the legitimate children of the Chu family should have next. Chu Zhongtian took out a 10-grade lower-level spirit stone and held it tightly in the palm of his hand. Chapter 27. However, instead of absorbing the aura in the spirit stone to improve his cultivation, he took out a Zhengmei pill, then started the copy and paste program in his mind and began to copy Zhengmei pill. In addition to the natural cultivation talent, the final achievement of the martial artist is determined by the martial artist's understanding, potential, and opportunity. Cultivation talent and understanding are natural, but potential can be continuously improved. We can improve the potential from all aspects, such as cultivating skills, high-grade martial arts, and so on. The strength of meridians is also one of the factors to enhance the potential. As a top-grade 10-grade pill, copying and pasting requires a lot of aura. A 10-grade lower-level stone is not enough to copy it. Therefore, after the 10-grade lower-level stone in his hand disappears, Chu Zhongtian directly took out 3 10-grade lower-level stones without any hesitation and continued the copying just now. He was surprised at the consumption of 20 10-grade lower-level spirit stones and copied a total of 13 Zhengmei pills. This time, the family compensated him with 20 lower-level 10 spirit stones, all of which are of extremely high concentration, far more aura than the lower-level 10 spirit stone he got in the Endless Forest Cave. Even so, only 3 spirit stones can reproduce 2 Zhengmei pills, which is enough to show how amazing the energy contained in Zhengmei pills is. After consuming 20 lower-level spirit stones of 10 grades, he still has nearly 20 lower-level spirit stones of 9 grades in his hand. After consuming 20 10-grade lower-level spirit stones, he did not continue to copy Zhengmei pill. Instead, he took out one of the 9-grade lower-level spirit stones and began to absorb the aura to fill the aura in the meridians. In the next few days, Chu Zhongtian didn't leave the hospital. Half of the time was spent on absorbing Reiki and improving cultivation, and the other half was spent on practicing saber technique. 3 days later, his 12 meridians were completely full of spiritual power. He felt the strength of the spiritual power in the meridians and the strength of his whole body. He had a feeling that he wanted to vent. Without suppressing this feeling, Chu Zhongtian lifted the steel knife beside him and left the practice room and came to a special place in the front yard to practice martial arts. Condense your chi and calm your mind. Hold the knife and raise your arm high. Keep this action for 10 seconds, and he uses all his spiritual power under the steel knife. Take a step forward with your left leg, drink softly in your mouth, and use the splitting move of basic saber technique. The speed of the knife is not fast, but there is a special potential. With the knife technique, it directly cuts through the air in front of you, forming a vacuum where the steel knife passes. After one move was used, Chu Zhongtian's originally restless desire immediately withdrew. At the same time, the spiritual power in the 12 meridians is completely consumed, and even the essence, chi, and spirit of the whole person are consumed by more than half. Although his body and spirit were very tired, Chu Zhongtian didn't care. He stood in place, closed his eyes, and carefully experienced the special feeling in his full exertion of the knife technique just now. However, the feeling seemed to appear suddenly, and now no matter how he recalled it, he couldn't feel it. Chu Zhongtian didn't go back to the practice room, but took out a 9-grade lower-level spirit stone and began to restore the spirit power in situ. When the spiritual power is fully restored and the spirit reaches the best state, use your sword as you just did. However, the feeling just now didn't appear again, which made Chu Zhongtian very depressed. Although he didn't know what the feeling just appeared was, he clearly felt that if he could master it and use it in battle, the power could be increased by at least dozens of times. If he can master this method, he will have a life-saving card. In the following period of time, he continued to practice this move. Due to lack of spiritual power, he immediately recovered in situ. Due to excessive energy consumption, he went back to his room to sleep and rest. This lasted 2 days, and that feeling never appeared. 2 days later, Chu Zhongtian was completely destroyed and wanted to master that feeling in a short time. Because after 2 days of continuous practice, he knew that kind of feeling only appeared under the coincidence of chance. If he wants to have it again in the future, he can only rely on chance. Return to the practice room and feel the spiritual power in the 12 meridians. Chu Zhongtian accidentally found that the spiritual power in the meridians is a little stronger than that 2 days ago, both in quantity and quality. After carefully recalling it, Chu Zhongtian guessed that it might be because he consumed all his spiritual power every time, and then restored it again, so that the spiritual power has been in a state of hunger, and its quantity and quality have been improved every time it recovers. Now the spiritual power in the 12 meridians is full, and there is no room for any spiritual power. It can completely break through the third layer of qi refining period. Breaking through the third layer of gas refining period is the goal of Chu Zhongtian in the recent period. Now the target has arrived, but he didn't choose to break through immediately. Instead, he took out a zhengmei pill and took it. As the medicine of zhengmei pill began to play its role in the body, Chu Zhongtian clearly felt that the 12 meridians were gradually strengthened and widened bit by bit, in addition to feeling a strong tear-like pain. A top grade 10 product qi increasing pill strengthened and expanded his 12 meridians by 1 point. Originally, Reiki was still very full of meridians. At this time, there are some gaps, which can continue to absorb Reiki and enhance strength. A top grade 10 product Zenki pill can strengthen and expand the meridians. Chu Zhongtian was ecstatic. He now has 14 Zenki pills in his hand. After taking them all, he can strengthen the meridians by at least 10%. Don't underestimate the 10% increase. The 10% increase will at least double his strength. Originally, taking meridian grass made his meridians far stronger than ordinary martial artists, making his strength 3 to 5 times stronger than ordinary martial artists. That is, the strength of the second layer in the qi refining period can compete with the third layer in the qi refining period. If the meridians are increased by 10% on this basis, his strength can completely compete with the martial artists on the 4th floor of the qi refining period. The 4th floor in the gas refining period is not only a small realm higher than the 3rd floor in the gas refining period, but a transcendence of germplasm. You know, the 3rd floor in the gas refining period is only the primary level of the gas refining period, while the 4th floor in the gas refining period is the middle level of the gas refining period, in which there is a leap of the middle level. Genius. What is genius? In addition to outstanding talent and amazing understanding, super challenge is the standard to measure a genius. Chu Zhongtian, who was encouraged, was full of power. In the next period of time, the remaining 13 zhengmei pills were taken one after another. The effect was the same as he expected at the beginning, and the meridians were strengthened by more than 10%. After taking all 14 zhengmei pills, his meridians have been strengthened and expanded for more than 10%. Chapter 28. Feeling the improvement of strength, Chu Zhongtian has doubled his confidence. After 20 pieces of lower-level spirit stones of 10 grades have been consumed, there are still 20 pieces of lower-level spirit stones of 9 grades with more aura in his hand, so Chu Zhongtian did not hesitate to continue to copy zhengmei pill. A 9-grade lower-level spirit stone reproduces 9 zhengmei pills. Chu Tianzhong continues to take them. With the increasing number of zhengmei pills, Chu Zhongtian found that his improvement effect was getting worse and worse. 9 zhengmei pills only strengthen 1/3 of the meridians, which is at least half less than the effect of zhengmei pills at the beginning. Chu Zhongtian knows that his meridians have reached their limit and must stop taking zhengmei pill. If you continue to take it, the effect will not only become worse and worse, but also affect the meridians. After all medicines have 3 poisons, and 10-grade pills are more toxic. Feeling the emptiness in the meridians, Chu Zhongtian immediately adjusted his mind and began to absorb the aura in the spirit stone to improve his strength. Perhaps the strength and width of meridians have been increased and expanded, and the speed of absorbing Reiki has been increased by a few points this time. In half a day, a 9-grade lower-level spirit stone was absorbed by him. At this time, the 12 meridians in his body had been filled with spirit power again. Secretly calculated that the psychic power of his meridians is 3 times that before taking zhengmei pill, and his strength has increased by at least 70%. At this time with his strength, he can completely defeat the martial artists on the 4th floor of the gas refining period. The only thing that worries Chu Zhongtian is that he is consuming the spirit stone too fast. 8 9-grade lower-level spirit stones can't last long. There must be a way to get to the front of the mountain. Even now, there can be no way, so Chu Zhongtian drove out his thoughts and began to plan the next arrangement. Although the spiritual power in the 12 meridians was full and had reached the edge of breakthrough, Chu Zhongtian didn't break through immediately. Instead, he got up and left the practice room, came to the hall of the attic and ordered Chengxiang, "Chengxiang, go and prepare a table for me." When he first moved into Jingya Pavilion, he decided to transfer the four beauties in spring, summer, autumn, and winter in order to calm down and nourish his qi and avoid the influence of beauty. Therefore, shortly after he lived, he asked the guard to invite the chief manager and asked him to transfer them away. In this regard, the chief manager is very embarrassed. Because the four beauties in spring, summer, autumn, and winter are specially prepared for the courtyard of Jingyij, not for Chu Zhongtian, the chief manager has no right to transfer them. They can only be transferred from Jingya Pavilion unless the patriarch gives orders in person. However, seeing Chu Zhongtian's resolute attitude, the chief manager specially reminded, "Young master, if the patriarch personally orders to transfer the four girls from spring, summer, autumn, and winter, their fate will not be very good. According to the regulations of the Chu family, the slaves and maidservants who were driven away by their master will be sold to the brothel." It was the words of the chief manager that made Chu Zhongtian completely put out the idea. Brothel, that's where women who can't live will go. He couldn't have harmed four young and beautiful women because he wanted to calm down and breathe. In order not to let them affect their cultivation, Chu Zhongtian decided to let Chengxiang, the oldest, the gentlest and most obedient, take care of himself, and the remaining three stay in their own room. "Yes, my lord." Seeing the sudden appearance of Chu Zhongtian, Chengxiang was startled. After Chu Zhongtian ordered, she reacted and quickly bent over and ran out. After leaving the house, Chengxiang patted her chest secretly. Chu Zhongtian's appearance of Shenzhen just now appeared in her mind, and a trace of red flowed out of her beautiful face. "Young master, it's a little different from the last few days. I don't know if it's an illusion." Chengxiang suddenly has such an idea in her mind at this time. After eating and drinking enough, Chu Zhongtian returned to his bedroom and had a good sleep. When he woke up, he returned to the practice room and began to make every effort to break through the third floor of the qi refining period. Chu Zhongtian is 100% sure of this breakthrough in the third floor of the gas refining period, because the spiritual power, like running water in his 12 meridians, is enough to open up an elixir field in his lower abdomen. What's more, he still has 8 qi-enhancing pills in his hand, which can provide powerful help at half a key moment. In order to ensure a 100% breakthrough, Chu Zhongtian took out a qi-increasing pill and put it into the mouth, but did not swallow it. First, mobilize the spiritual power in the 12 meridians and start to attack the barrier at the lower abdomen with all your strength. With more than 10 times the spiritual power of ordinary martial artists, they soon broke through the barrier at the lower abdomen and began to open up spiritual power at the lower abdomen. As time passed, Chu Zhongtian clenched his teeth, endured the great pain from his lower abdomen, and spared no effort to open up the danshan. 10 minutes later, boom! With a weak roar coming from the lower abdomen, the spiritual power that had been rampaging in the lower abdomen seemed to belong suddenly and entered the newly opened danshan one after another. After all the spiritual power of the 12 meridians entered the danshan, Chu Zhongtian clearly saw the danshan he had opened with the help of the special effect of 10 kayang fruit tree leaves. "No, how did my danshan open up so big?" Looking at the danshan like the size of a water cup, Chu Zhongtian had a shocking expression on his face. You know, after opening up the danshan, the waj is generally only the size of rice grains, and the waj with excellent qualification is only the size of soybeans. According to the information obtained by Chu Zhongtian from the Chu Shu Pavilion, when the ancestors of Chu reached the third floor of the gas refining period, the danshan opened up was only the size of a cherry, which also caused the shock of the Chu family as a whole. The danshan he opened up is at least dozens of times that of other martial artists, which shows that his strength is dozens of times that of the same realm. After careful calculation, with his spiritual power in the danshan and the size of the danshan, his strength is at least higher than that of the martial artist with 5 layers in the gas refining period of the United States, and he can even fight with 6 layers in the gas refining period with ordinary qualifications without falling behind. Looking at the danshan as big as a water cup, Chu Zhongtian is happy and worried. Fortunately, his strength became stronger, and he had caught up with the family children who practiced 1 year ahead of him, which completely became a goal set at that time. Of course, it is slightly worse than the legitimate children. The worry is that the larger the elixir field, the more aura you need to practice. If he gets 29 grade lower level spirit stones, he is confident that with those spirit stones, he will break through the 7th floor or even reach the 8th floor of the gas refining period. And now, I'm afraid the spirit stone in his hand can only make him reach the 6th floor of the gas refining period, or even the 6th floor may not be reached. Because after he breaks through the 3rd floor of the gas refining period, he can immediately apply to the clan to expand the pill of Danshan. Patient Dan. It belongs to the inferior 9th level pill. The refined medicinal materials are more precious, and the refining method is very complex. Chapter 29. The Dan master of the Chu family, who made the pill with the intention of reaching the top 9 grades, can only succeed 2 or 3 times in refining Patient pill 10 times. Because Patient pill is very precious and rare in quantity, in the Chu family, only the children whose cultivation talent reaches the 8th grade will be rewarded with 1 pill to enhance their potential when they break through the 3rd level of Qi refining period, and there will be no such pill in the future. This problem is not a problem for Chu Zhongtian. With the ability of copying and pasting, he can have as many pills as he wants as long as he has a spirit stone in his hand. However, on the other hand, to copy a Zhengmei pill of the top 10 levels requires nearly 2 spirit stones of the bottom 10 levels. So, how many spirit stones do you need to copy a low-grade 9th level patient pill? I'm afraid he doesn't have enough spirit stones in his hand. He has a headache when he thinks of them. It seems that I must find a way to earn the spirit stone. Just relying on the treatment given by the family every year, I'm afraid even the basic cultivation has become a problem, let alone the redundant spirit stone to copy the pill. He shook his head vigorously and left his troubles behind temporarily. Chu Zhongtian swallowed the Zhengqi pill that had been in his mouth, and then began to enhance the spiritual power in the elixir field. Breaking through the 3rd floor of the gas refining period, the newly opened elixir field is as empty as a field, and there is no spiritual power at all. With the increase of qi, the elixir turns into Reiki and enters the meridians. Then, after the transformation of the 12 meridians, it turns into a spiritual force and is stored in the elixir field. Since this is his first time to take Zhengqi pill, the effect is the best time. A top-level 10 product qi increasing pill made his spiritual power in the elixir field reach 10%. Looking at the 8 qi increasing pills in his hand, Chu Zhongtian secretly calculated that the 8 qi increasing pills were far from enough to make the whole elixir field full of spiritual power, so he could only copy the qi increasing pill with the 9-grade lower-level spirit stone. Fortunately, Zhengqi pill belongs to the top 10 pills. 4 Zhengqi pills can be copied from a 9-grade lower spirit stone. Not counting 1 qi enhancing pill he took, he had 11 qi enhancing pills in his hand at this time. 1 qi increasing pill can increase the holy power of the elixir field by more than 10%. 11 qi increasing pills should almost fill the holy power in the elixir field. In this regard, Chu Zhongtian has some lack of confidence. From the experience of taking Zhengmei pill just now, Chu Zhongtian found a law. Take the first 3 pills, the effect is the best. The next 3 effects should be discounted by at least 30%. From the 7th, the effect will be reduced by half directly. If calculated according to this law, what's more, Zhengqi pill is one of the top 10 pills. Its efficacy is lower. The more you take, the lower the discount. I'm afraid the 11 qi enhancing pills are not enough to fill his elixir field with spiritual power. However, he did not continue to copy Zhengqi pill. The next 10 products of Zhengqi pill are not 2 precious pills in the Chu family. With the current treatment, he can receive 5 such pills every year. Moreover, it must take a period of time for the body to adapt to these drugs. Therefore, after taking these pills, he must wait for a period of time to continue taking Zhengqi pill. In the next time, he took the remaining 11 qi enhancing pills, and finally his spiritual power in the elixir field reached 7 levels, which made Chu Zhongtian very worried about his next practice. Another person's 1 qi increasing pill can make the whole Danshan full of spiritual power. Even by chance, he can break through the 4th floor of the qi refining period, and his 12 qi increasing pills only make the spiritual power of the Danshan reach the 7th floor, which is far from perfection. Forget it, take one step at a time. The problem of Lingxi cannot be solved for the time being, and Chu Zhongtian can only press this worry at the bottom of his heart for the time being. Now he still has more than 10 9-grade lower-level spirit stones in his hand, which should last for some time. To consolidate the spiritual power after the breakthrough, Chu Zhongtian got up with a steel knife and left the exercise room. Because he has been improving his accomplishments too fast recently, although there will be no hidden dangers for the time being, he is not too good for the foundation. Therefore, he will not be in a hurry to improve his accomplishments in the next period of time, but mainly focus on consolidating his accomplishments, and then supplemented by practicing the saber technique to improve his strength. When Chu Zhongtian practiced the saber technique, a guard guarding Jingyage hurried over. Facing Chu Zhongtian, who was practicing the saber technique, the evidence hurriedly said, "Young master, go to the reception hall, 8 elders are coming." 8 elders are coming. Hearing that Chu Dan came in person, Chu Zhongtian didn't dare to neglect. He quickly handed the steel knife in his hand to the guard and then walked towards the reception hall of the pavilion. "Eighth uncle, why are you here?" According to age and seniority, Chu Zhongtian should call Chu Fan the 8th uncle. In the past, he called Chu Fan 8 elders because he was just a clerk in a shop and a small person. It was impossible to get close to Chu Dan at all. If he dared to call 8th uncle rashly, I'm afraid he would have been punished long ago. Now his identity is different, and calling him 8th uncle is Chu Dan's own initiative. If Chu Zhongtian doesn't agree, he is still very unhappy. "Zio Tian, I've been back for a while. How are you getting used to it?" Seeing Chu Zhongtian walking into the hall, Chu Fan put down his teacup and said with a smile on his face. Then his eyes coagulated, his face showed shock, and his tone was even more surprised and said, "Zio Tian, you have broken through the 3rd floor of the gas refining period." Chu Zhongtian just used the spiritual power in the Danshan when practicing the saber technique, which made his breath unstable. Chu Dan saw his real strength at a glance. "Yes." Nodded, Chu Zhongtian said honestly, "I broke through the 3rd floor of the gas refining period 2 days ago." Chu Fan looked at Chu Zhongtian in silence, but he was shocked. Although at the beginning of the Qi refining period, we only absorb the aura of heaven and earth, but due to the influence of qualification and meridians, it is impossible to absorb the aura without repair. Generally, after absorbing for a period of time, you must stop to make the body and meridians suitable for Reiki, and then you can continue to absorb Reiki and improve the realm. Chu Zhongtian's return to the Chu family only took more than 10 days, and he broke through from the 2nd floor of the gas refining period to the 3rd floor of the gas refining period. The advanced speed is amazing. What surprised him even more was that just now, through the unintentional breath emitted by Chu Zhongtian, he found that the breath after Chu Zhongtian's breakthrough was much stronger than that of ordinary 3-tier martial artists, and even reached the level of 5-tier martial artists in the gas refining period. Although he would like to know the capacity of Danshan, after Chu Zhongtian broke through the 3rd floor of the gas refining period, Danshan is the secret of every martial artist. Unless he agrees, it is impossible to check it easily. As for the materials about Danshan in the Chu family letter pavilion, the ancestors of the Chu family were selfless and volunteered to leave the resources of the original practice for future generations of the family as a reference. "Uncle Ba, why are you free to come to me today?" For Chu Dan's shock, Chu Zhongtian's face was very indifferent, but his heart was very proud. Chapter 30. Just now he pretended that he had no time to restrain his breath, hoping that Chu Fan could take the initiative to discover his potential. Because only through Chu Fan, the high-level mouth of the Chu family, can the clan leaders and elders know their real value and get higher and better treatment in the next period of time. Even when some requirements are put forward, they can be met as much as possible. Oh, that's what happened. Chu Zhongtian's question made Chu Fan come back to his senses and forcibly suppress his shock. Chu Fan explained, "Near the end of the year, the state of Qi will hold a hunting competition, and the young generation of dozens of forces, large and small, of the whole state of Qi will participate. I'm here to ask your opinion and see if you're willing to participate in this hunting competition." After saying this, he looked a little hesitant and then said, "Zio Tian, otherwise you won't participate in this hunting competition." Chu Fan doesn't want Chu Zhongtian to participate in the hunting meeting for a reason. The reason why he came to ask for his advice this time is that Chu Fan knows that if a martial artist wants to grow up quickly, the tearing between life and death is one of the indispensable hardware. Although Chu Zhongtian's talent is very high, he can't reach the peak without the tempering of blood and fire. Therefore, before coming, he sincerely hopes that Chu Zhongtian can promise, even if he loses his life. However, after seeing the potential of Chu Zhongtian demons, he immediately hesitated. Because the hunting competition held every year in the state of Qi is very cruel, it's not so much hunting animals as fighting among the young generation. More cruelly, it was a killing and reshuffle between various forces in the whole Qi country. Although Chu Zhongtian's talent is very high, he has delayed 1 year's practice time after all. Now his realm is probably the lowest in this hunting. If you wait for a year, with his talent and cultivation speed, you will certainly reach the high level of Qi refining period. At that time, you can compete for hegemony with his strength. Therefore, Chu Fan now hopes that Chu Zhongtian can refuse to participate in the competition. Uncle Ba, I want to take part in this hunting competition. After hearing Chu Dan's explanation of his intention, Chu Zhongtian suddenly flashed the details of the hunting competition in his mind. The state of Qi established itself by force and advocated fighting. In fact, on the Eternal Continent, no matter the kingdom, the imperial dynasty or the empire, the vast majority build the country, govern the country and prosper the country by force. In recent decades, the strength of the royal family of the state of Qi has been weak, which has led to various domestic forces unwilling to show weakness. Among them, the forces represented by the 3 families have constantly provoked the royal family and even showed a state of substitution, so that in every hunting competition in recent 10 years, a lot of people will die in the young generation of the 3 families and the royal family. Chu Zhongtian is now in the 3rd level of the gas refining period, but his own strength has reached the 5th level of the gas refining period. This strength has been verified by the guards around him. There are still 15 days before the hunting meeting. It is impossible to break through the 4th floor of the gas refining period in the 10th 5-year plan, but we can use this time to use the copy and paste program to enhance the capacity of Danshan. At the same time, use Zengqi pill and Jiupin lower level spirit stone to improve your strength to a higher level before the hunting competition. At that time, his strength can be 6 layers higher than that of the American gas refining period, and his self-protection ability will be greatly enhanced. With an abacus in mind, Chu Zhongtian determined that he would participate in the hunting competition, so he was more determined to participate in the hunting competition. Zhao Tian, with the tense situation in Qi, the hunting competition is becoming more and more dangerous. You practice 1 year later than other players, and you can participate in it next year. Seeing the determined Chu Zhongtian, Chu Fan regretted that he came to ask for his meaning, so he continued to persuade him. He was firm and shook his head. Chu Zhongtian insisted on his idea. Well, since you are determined to take part in the hunting competition, you must be well prepared in advance. What do you want now? Seeing Chu Zhongtian's extremely firm attitude, Chu Fan had to give up persuasion. Then he turned the topic to how to enhance Chu Zhongtian's strength. Only the stronger the strength, the greater the chance of saving his life during the hunting competition. Chu Fan didn't think about whether Chu Zhongtian could win the championship in the end. Originally intended to ask, Chu Fan can take the initiative to ask. Chu Zhongtian is certainly willing. What's more, the hunting meeting is dangerous. For the sake of your life, this is not a polite time. 8th uncle, I remember that there is a rule in the family that as long as the talent of the children of the family reaches more than 8 grades and the cultivation breaks through the 3rd level of the Qi refining period, they can apply for a patient pill. Is it true? One by one, Chu Zhongtian asked. At this time, he was not in a hurry to put it all forward. Yes, there is. As an elder with real power in the clan, Chu Dan certainly knows this rule very well. What's more, he took patient pill when he broke through the 3rd layer of gas refining period. Because of this, his strength is much better than the ordinary 8-layer warrior in the body refining period. Please help me apply for it. Although Chu Zhongtian now enjoys the treatment of the legitimate children of the Chu family, after all, he is only a young generation. He is not familiar with the top leaders of the family and has little voice in the family. If he applied for Paishandan, he would certainly give it, but he would certainly delay in time, which Chu Zhongtian could not tolerate. If you ask Chu Fan to help you apply, I'm afraid it won't take 10 minutes for Paishandan to get it easily. No problem, I'll go to the warehouse to get it later. Chu Fan doesn't know Chu Zhongtian's careful thinking. Moreover, he now attaches great importance to Chu Zhongtian and is willing to help him a little. If he can survive this hunting competition and has experienced life and death, he will certainly improve the speed of cultivation and become more powerful. Uncle Ba, in addition to Paishandan, I also need a better 10 steel smelting knife. When returning to the family, the steel knife given by the family was also 10 tempered, but the quality was very general. Especially after he broke through the 3rd level of the gas refining period, the 10 steel smelting knives made him even more unhappy. A good weapon can improve the strength of the third level of the warrior, so he must change a steel knife with better quality before participating in the ferocious hunting. No problem, I'll change it for you. Chu Fan has seen the steel knife used by Chu Zhongtian and knows the quality of the steel knife. He understands that Chu Zhongtian wants to change weapons. After all, who is willing to use it twice? Last request, I need some spirit stones, preferably the spirit stones of the lower level of the 9th grade. The last request was put forward after Chu Zhongtian considered it for a while, but it was this minimum demand that made him think about it for a while. Chapter 31. Because when he returned to the family had given him 20 lower-level spirit stones of 10 grades and 10 lower-level spirit stones of 9 grades. These spirit stones were enough to support the aura needed by an ordinary martial artist for 2 to 3 years. Now it's only more than 10 days past, and I'm afraid it will arouse the suspicion of the senior level of the family. What on earth did you do and need so many spirit stones? However, the danger of hunting competition forced him to put forward this request at risk. After all, keeping his life is the most important thing. No problem, how much do you need? Fortunately, Chu Fan didn't ask too many questions, but asked in a very frank manner. If it is other treasures, Chu Dan may have to consider it, but for the Chu family based on Dan medicine, the most important thing is the spirit stone. 29 grade lower-level spirit stones. Chu Zhongtian was very cautious about putting forward the spirit stone at risk, so he didn't dare to speak to the lion in terms of quantity, but said the quantity according to the calculation demand. Okay, I'll have someone bring it to you later. After answering this demand, Chu Fan looks at Chu Zhongtian and signals him to continue to ask. Shaking his head, Chu Zhongtian breathed a sigh of relief and said, No, only these 3 needs. So little, think again. Hearing that Chu Zhongtian only put forward 3 requirements, which were very simple, he felt sorry for Chu Zhongtian's insight. The opportunity is rare. Taking advantage of this hunting competition, all families will try their best to meet the requirements of young children, not only hoping that they can survive this hunting competition, but also try their best to perform well and win the ranking. Because this can bring great influence to the family behind it and help to improve the strength of the family. Firmly shook his head. Chu Zhongtian said he didn't have any requirements, which made Chu Fan even more angry. But now that he has shown that he only needs these 3 things, Chu Fan can't decide to give him the treasure privately because it's against the family rules. Okay, I'll send you the things later. In the next 10 days you have to practice with all your strength. You'd better be able to improve your cultivation to the 3-tier peak of the Qi refining period. There are things you need in the hunting ground. Before getting up and leaving, Chu Fan suddenly dropped such a sentence, leaving Chu Zhongtian stunned there. Is there anything I need on the hunting ground? Carefully understand a sentence left by Chu Fan when he left. Chu Zhongtian tried his best to recall what he learned about the hunting ground, but did not find an explanation for this sentence. Unable to understand, Chu Zhongtian had to give up the idea of continuing to decrypt this sentence, because no matter what Chu Fan left behind, he will know what he meant when he entered the hunting ground in the future. It is also a short-term goal set by Chu Zhongtian to improve his cultivation to the 3-level peak in the Qi refining period. Now the strength is enough to surpass the martial artists on the 5th floor of the gas refining period. Even the ordinary experts on the 6th floor of the gas refining period can fight. If the realm can be raised to the peak of level 3 in the gas refining period, I'm afraid the ordinary level 6 warrior in the gas refining period is not necessarily his own opponent. What's more, with Patient Pill to expand the Danshan, you will have a thicker foundation. It wasn't long, just more than 10 minutes. A man who often followed Chu Fan came to Jingya Pavilion with a cloth bag and gave the cloth bag to Chu Zhongtian with envy. Put away what Chu Fan sent. Chu Zhongtian greeted Chengxiang and the guard, and then turned to enter the practice room. Looking at Chu Zhongtian who walked into the practice room, the guard looked very admiring. Talented, savvy and willing to practice hard, such a person can be called a genius. This time, in the cloth bag sent by Chu Dan, in addition to Patient Dan, 10 refined steel knives and spirit stones needed by Chu Zhongtian, there is also a piece of armor and a road map. Recalling the words left by Chu Dan when he left, I'm afraid it has something to do with this road map. As for the armor, it is a treasure, which can withstand the full attack of 7-layer experts in the Qi refining period for 10 times. This is the life-saving card given to him by Chu Fan. Although the area of the eternal continent is larger than that of the Earth, I don't know how many times, but the climate is not much different. The south is as warm as spring all year round, and the temperature changes significantly in the north all year round. Qi is located in the south of the eternal continent. Although it is close to the new year, the temperature has always been warm and not as cold as that in the north. There is still 1 month before the spring festival. Most of the martial arts people who are away have rushed home to spend the spring festival with their families, which is similar to that on Earth. On the last 3 days of the lunar November, the whole city of Lu fell into an extremely fanatical atmosphere. Every restaurant, tea house, casino, brothel, and even the streets and alleys in Lucheng are talking about a competition in 3 days. At more than 5 p.m., it is located in the hall of a luxury restaurant in the center of the inner city. At this time, it is full of friends, and everyone's mood is very high. Just when everyone was in high spirits, sitting on the east side of the hall, a young man who was obviously a little drunk suddenly said loudly, "This hunting competition, the champion will certainly belong to Liu Yangzhen, the peerless genius of my Liu family." As the young man's voice fell, most people in the hall nodded in agreement. Liu Yangzhen is the leader of the younger generation of the Liu family. When he tested his talent 2 years ago, his talent reached the middle and top 8 talents, and almost reached the top 8 talents. If it were not for the sudden rise of Chu Zhongtian, Liu Yangzhen would have dominated the reputation of the first genius of Qi for 10 years. As the first of the 3 families in the state of Qi, the Liu family is powerful. Needless to say, such a top talent in the family will be vigorously cultivated. Liu Yangzhen himself is also very enterprising and works very hard in practice. In a short period of 2 years, it has been the 7-layer peak of the gas refining period. It is the most powerful expert of the younger generation of the state of Qi. Although Liu Yangzhen's strength is very strong, Wang Kao of my Wang family is also not weak. It's not certain who the champion will be at that time. A small part of the people in the hall did not agree with what the young Liu family said just now. No, someone immediately jumped out against it. Wang Kao, the leader of the younger generation of the Wang family, is the same age as Liu Yangzhen. Although his talent is not as high as Liu Yangzhen, he has also reached the level of medium 8 grades. At the same time, Wang Kao is a cruel man. He is not only cruel to others, but also cruel to himself. It is said that, when he was on the 5th floor of the Qi refining period, he broke into the endless forest alone. He honed in it for a full month before he came out with scars. It is precisely because of his ruthlessness that the distance between him and Liu Yangzhen has not been opened. Now it is the top cultivation of the 7th floor in the gas refining period, which is only a line weaker than Liu Yangzhen. However, considering his ruthlessness to himself and his rich experience in killing, we can only know who is stronger and who is weaker between him and Liu Yangzhen. However, Wang Kao's reputation is not very good and he is too insidious. However, he sarcastically said, "Wang Kao, just a villain." Chapter 32. Shit, who do you say is a villain? Hearing that the other party dared to slander his idol, the children of the Wang family were immediately unhappy. Get up and leave the wine table directly, take out the 10 weapon refining tools you carry with you, and it looks like fighting at once. At this time, a cold hum suddenly came from upstairs, which made the children of the Wang family pale. Then, he suddenly remembered something, quickly hugged his fist and made amends, and then honestly returned to his seat and sat down. Those who can open restaurants in the inner city are definitely not ordinary forces. Such places will be guarded by experts. If it weren't for the fact that they were the children of the Wang family and the Liu family, I'm afraid the master upstairs wouldn't just hum coldly. For the conflict between the Liu family and the Wang family, everyone present was interested in it, but some of them were bitter in their hearts. These people were the children of the Chu family. Compared with the Liu family and the Wang family, the leaders of the younger generation of the Chu family are worse. Now the leader of the Chu family is Chu Zhongba. His talent is the same as Wang Kao. He is also a medium-sized 8 grade. However, compared with Wang Kao's cruelty to himself, Chu Zhongba cherishes himself very much and is a little lax in cultivation. Now he has just broken through the 7th floor of the Qi refining period. Compared with Liu Yangzhen and Wang Kao, it is not a bit worse. Originally, there could be a peerless genius in the Chu family, but the peerless genius disappeared after only 3 days, which made the Chu children very desperate. Can the Chu family, which ranks 2nd, fall to 3rd place in the near future? Chu Zhongtian, who was in full retreat, didn't know the whole city of Lu. Because the hunting competition and the coming of the spring festival had fallen into madness, he was still in full cultivation at this time. After obtaining Patience Pill and 29 grade lower-level spirit stones, he first copied Zengqi Pill, and then used Zengqi Pill and 9 grade lower-level spirit stones to make his elixir reach the top. Then he began to copy and paste Patience. As a pill that can strengthen and expand the elixir field, Patience Pill is only the next level 9 pills, but copying and pasting it takes quite a lot of aura. Only when there were 2 9-grade lower-level spirit stones could he copy 1 Patience Pill. He consumed 29 grade lower-level spirit stones. He copied 10 Patience Pills in total. Looking at the Patience Pill copied by consuming so many spirit stones, Chu Zhongtian took out one and swallowed it into his body. Then the pill turned into a powerful force and directly began to tear the elixir he finally developed. The sky in Chu changed greatly. He had suffered from the tearing of meridians before. He thought he could bear most of the pain in the world, but the pain brought by the tearing of Danshan made him feel that the pain he had suffered before was just a drop in the bucket. Chu Zhongtian's endurance was strong enough, but under this painful torture, he didn't support it and began to fall to the ground and cry out in pain. Because of the large capacity of the Danshan in his lower abdomen, he was torn for a long time, which made him suffer more pain. Fortunately, all the hard work is sweet. After his Danshan was completely torn apart, Patience's remaining energy began to take the initiative to repair his Danshan and gradually expand its capacity. If his elixir is like the size of a water cup, after the expansion of a patient elixir, the capacity has nearly doubled, which indicates that his strength has doubled. Although the process of taking Patience just now was very painful, it was still worth it compared with the benefits. Chu Zhongtian took the second Patience Pill without any worry or rest. When he finished taking 3 Patience Pills, he had to stop and rest temporarily. Because the intense pain made him consume a lot of physical strength and energy, after the energy consumption of the 3rd Patience Pill, he was tired and lay directly on the ground and couldn't stand up at all. After a period of rest, he continued to take Patience Pill after his energy and physical strength were fully recovered. It took 3 days to take 10 Patience Pills. At this time, his Danshan was almost the size of the sea bowl, and his strength was at least nearly 10 times stronger than that at the time of breakthrough. Although Chu Zhongtian is very happy about this, he is not arrogant enough to be ignorant. He knows that there are not many talents in the world. That is, there are many talents who can super challenge. Only with a thorough understanding of yourself can we make more progress. 10 Patience Pills have been taken, and there are still 11 days before the competition in the hunting ground. Chu Zhongtian plans to spend half of the time to absorb the Spirit Stone and Zhengyuan Pill in order to improve the spiritual power in the elixir field. He expects to reach the 3-level peak of Qi refining period before the competition in the hunting. The remaining half of the time is to practice saber technique and fight with 5 guards to enhance their combat experience. The capacity of the elixir field was expanded, which made him absorb Reiki faster, and more than a dozen Zengqi Pills were copied. With the help of Zengqi Pills, Jiupin lower-level Reiki stone and sufficient Reiki in the practice room, his Reiki in the elixir field had reached the limit in 8 days. Next, while consolidating his accomplishments, he strengthened his knife practice and waited quietly for the beginning of the hunting competition. December 1st. At 4 o'clock in the morning, the people of Lucheng, who should have been sleeping, got up one after another. After a simple cleaning up, they left their house one after another and came to a high platform 10 miles away from the East City Gate and waited quietly. At 5 o'clock in the morning, with the appearance of the first team, the atmosphere at the scene began to mobilize. Everyone seems to have agreed. With the appearance of the first team, team after team will appear under the high platform of Dingcheng within the next hour. At 6 o'clock in the morning, with the large number of 3 teams appearing under the high platform, the atmosphere at the scene suddenly reached a climax, and even many people began to cheer loudly. "Liu Yangzhen, I love you like a mouse loves rice," shouted a woman who was obviously a flower maniac. "Wang Kao, I support you. You must beat Liu Yangzhen and win the championship," Wang Kao's fans shouted. "Liu Yangzhen, I have laid down blood on you. You must strive to win the championship," shouted one of the powerful but incompetent gamblers. With someone taking the lead, more and more people have shouted out their supporters. Among these shouts, the most unpleasant one is the people of the Chu family. Because among the supporters shouted by these audiences, more are Liu Yangzhen and Wang Kao, and basically did not hear the voice of Chu Zhongba. Chu Tianyun, the head of the Chu clan, looked at the front with a dignified face, and his heart couldn't help being heavy. In fact, Chu Zhongba's talent is not much worse than him, and his understanding is also good. The only disadvantage is that he is too extravagant and licentious. It is this disadvantage that makes him far behind Wang Kao with the same talent. It seems that he and the elders spoiled him too much, which made him a little reluctant to make progress. Fortunately, God bless the Chu family and send a peerless genius to the Chu family. Chapter 33. As the head of the Chu family, Chu Tianyun must have time to pay attention to Chu Zhongtian even if he is busy. Just as the head of his clan, it is impossible to pay attention to him every day, so he can only arrange people to observe his situations secretly. One of the 5 guards guarding Jingya Pavilion is the confidant of Chu Tianyun. The 4 slaves were also his men. Since returning to the family, he knows exactly what Chu Zhongtian has done. Of course, he can't know what happened in the practice room. Because the practice room is completely closed, there is no means of monitoring inside. Compared with the performance of Chu Zhongba, Chu Zhongtian is much stronger. His excellent cultivation talent and efforts are 10 times or even 10 times that of him. Chu Zhongtian's various performances have been recognized by Chu Tianyun. If he was asked to choose between Chu Zhongtian and Chu Zhongba as the family heir, he would choose Chu Zhongtian without hesitation. After all, as the head of a family, the first consideration is the interests of the whole family, followed by personal interests. Thinking of this, Chu Tianyun's eyes involuntarily turned to the person standing at the back of the crowd, and his eyes showed encouragement and appreciation. This man is no one else but Chu Zhongtian. After more than 10 days of continuous practice of saber technique, he asked several guards to show their true skills to fight him. During this period, his strength has improved. As for how much he has improved, we must fight several life and death battles to realize it. Since he has been away from the Chu family for a year, he has been staying in his yard since returning to the Chu family and has not left at all, so most of the Chu children on the scene do not know him. Even when I first tested my talent, several friends I knew now gathered around Chu Zhongba and didn't notice the Chu Zhongtian behind the crowd. Without becoming the focus, Chu Zhongtian was not only not dissatisfied, but even very satisfied with the situation. If you don't become the focus, you won't attract other people's attention. If others don't pay attention to you, you can have an advantage in the next competition. Chu Zhongtian has also heard of Liu Yangzhen and Wang Kao shouted by the audience, but he has never seen them. With the help of this hunting competition, he finally met 2 of the 3 leading figures of the younger generation of Qi. The other is the 5 princes of the royal family, Qi Yilong, the enemy of Chu Zhongtian. At that time, Chu Zhongtian didn't know Qi Yilong's real strength, but before taking part in the hunting competition, Chu Fan asked someone to bring him a copy of the contestants in the competition, including Qi Yilong's detailed information. The cultivation talent of the medium 8 grades, the frightening calculation ability, and the ruthlessness of daring to work hard made his strength reach the level of 7 perfection in the period of Qi refining. The inheritance time of the royal family is longer than that of the 3 major families, and there have been super strong people in the royal family. So the royal family has a deep foundation, and there are many secrets to enhance its strength in a short time. Qi Yilong, who has this secret method, can't know exactly how strong his real strength is until Liu Yangzhen and Wang Kao fight with him. As for Chu Zhongba, I'm afraid he can't do much in his hands. The Liu family established the family by blood inheritance. Most of the children in the family have a special blood. The Liu family calls this blood the blood of the king. In fact, it's just for them to hide the origin of their blood. Because the blood of the Liu family sounds like a hybrid, but it's hard to say it's a hybrid, because their blood is made of the blood of the king of 6 different animals, Storm Bear, and the blood of Liu's ancestors. Different kinds of animals have different degrees of evolution. When the strength of ordinary beasts reaches 7 grades, they can basically transform into shapes, have human appearance, and practice like humans. Some special monsters, such as the King Storm Bear, need the strength of 6 products to transform. Another example is the King Hydra among snakes, which needs stronger strength to transform. That is to say, the stronger the potential, the stronger the strength. As for how Liu's ancestors combined with storm bears and finally gave birth to children, this is the biggest secret of the Liu family. In addition to several top leaders of the Liu family, I'm afraid even their core children don't know. Liu Yangzhen's posture is quite majestic, and his appearance is very ordinary. Moreover, at the age of 18, he is already full of beard, which makes him look like a middle-aged man in his 40s. This is actually a common problem of the Liu family. When they grow up, their faces must be full of beards for 3 months or 6 months. This may be related to their blood inheritance. Although his appearance is very ordinary, his momentum is very thick, giving people a feeling of oppression. As for Wang Kao, his facial features are exquisite and his appearance is excellent, but a pair of snake eyes destroy his overall feeling. Otherwise, he will certainly become the jade child of thousands of Wind fans. Just when Chu Tianyun pays attention to Chu Zhongtian, and Chu Zhongtian pays attention to Liu Yangzhen and Wang over time, he doesn't know that there is a pair of resentful eyes in the children of the Chu family. This resentful look is not others, but Chu Zhongba. The cheers of the crowd at the scene made him feel very embarrassed. He knew that his influence was not as good as Liu Yangzhen and Wang Kao, but he didn't expect that his influence would be so poor. Fearing that his father was angry, he quickly turned his eyes to Chu Tianyun. But then he was very angry that his father's eyes didn't pay attention to himself at all, but turned to another person. Following his father's eyes, Chu Tianba soon saw Chu Zhongtian. Seeing Chu Zhongtian, the anger in Chu Zhongba's heart has reached its peak. Although Chu Zhongtian was relatively low-key when he returned to the family, so low-key that most people in the family didn't know that the waste sent to Liulin town back then, he was not included in these people. In order to find out why the family gave jingyage to Chu Zhongtian, he used all his strength, and finally learned the whole story from the drugstore clerk in Liulin town. At the beginning, the meridians were damaged and unable to practice. The waste sent to Liulin town stood up again, and won the attention of the senior management with excellent talent, which made Chu Zhongba feel very nervous. After 2 years of practice, he was too aware of the importance of talent. The children of his family who were tested with him at the beginning were second only to his younger brother Chu Shixuan in talent. They had the cultivation talent of inferior 8 grades. Their cultivation time was twice that of themselves, and their degree of effort was 3 times that of themselves. In this desperate situation, now it is only the 6th floor of the gas refining period, and there is still a long distance from the 7th floor of the gas refining period. Chu Zhongtian has the first-class cultivation talent of 8 grades, and is a peerless genius rarely seen in 100 years in the state of Qi. Chapter 34. Although the cultivation was delayed for 1 year due to the damage of meridians, with his excellent talent and amazing understanding, it is not impossible to catch up with and surpass himself in a few years. What's more, now the leaders of the family attach great importance to him, not to mention rewarding Jingyage as his private house, but we can see from the guards arranged for him that the family attaches great importance to him now. As the only son of the patriarch and the leader of the younger generation of the Chu family, he has only 3 guards around him, and the strongest one is only the peak of the 10th floor of the Qi refining period. The number of guards assigned to Chu Zhongtian has reached 5. The one with the strongest strength is already the strong one in the physical training period. How can he not envy, and hate? If it's just the difference of treatment, it's okay for Chu Zhongba to endure. After all, Chu Zhongtian is also a member of the Chu family. His strength is conducive to improving the strength of the Chu family, but Chu Zhongtian has now threatened his fundamental interests. Chu Tianyun has been the patriarch for 19 years. According to the regulations of the Chu family, a patriarch can be in office for 30 years as long as there are no accidents and fatal mistakes. 11 years before his abdication, Chu Zhongba is fully confident of breaking through the body training period and reaching the middle level of the body training period. At that time, with his strength and influence, he can take over the position of patriarch. Chu Zhongtian's unexpected return has seriously threatened his position. At the moment, he has a strong intention to kill Chu Zhongtian. Chu Tianyun's appreciation of Chu Zhongtian made him firm his decision and take back his eyes. Chu Zhongba said fiercely in his heart, "Chu Zhongtian, if you stay in Jingyage, honestly I can't deal with you. However, I don't know that you dare to take part in the hunting competition. God gives me a chance. Chu Zhongtian, if you die in my hand, you will have this disaster." Chu Zhongtian didn't know that his return had caused the killing heart of Chu Zhongba. At this time he paid attention to the new team, that is, the members of the royal family. As a representative of the royal family, Even if the people of the three families are unconvinced, the Qi family is still the ruler of the state of Qi in name, and there must be necessary waiting and etiquette. Therefore, people are not dissatisfied with the last appearance of the royal family. At the same time, after the royal family members arrived, people with low status knelt on both knees, while some people with low status knelt on one leg. Like people from three families, they bent slightly to show courtesy. This time the royal family did not participate in the hunting competition, only 20, but each one was a vigorous and powerful expert. In addition to Qi Yilong, two of them gave Chu Zhongtian a creepy feeling. As the ruler of the royal family, although Qi Heng has average ability and cultivation, he is the king of a country after all. He still has to preside over the annual hunting conference. What Qi Heng said on the high platform, Chu Zhongtian didn't notice. As a modern man passing through, he has held too many boring meetings and knows that such speeches are meaningless. What's more, his attention is now on the front one among the royal people. Qi Yilong. For Qi Yilong, Chu Zhongtian is both love and hate. I love him because without him, I can't be forced to return to the range of 9 different animals, and my strength can't be improved so fast. I hate him because I couldn't have suffered in the cave of endless forest for more than a month without his pursuit. If you compare love with hate, you will hate more. After all, it's not easy to be chased and killed. What's more, there has been a lot of hatred between each other's families, and the battle of life and death is sooner or later. Qi Heng knew that his speech didn't have much meaning, and the people below didn't want to listen to his nonsense, so he was very interesting. He simply said a few words, encouraged a few words, and stepped down from the high platform. Then a eunuch appeared on the high platform. As his sharp and high-profile voice sounded, it immediately attracted the attention of everyone. The eunuch on the high stage is the chief executive of the royal family. He is also a good expert with medium-level strength during the physical training period. This time, he was responsible for announcing the rules of the hunting competition and the final reward. The rules are simple but bloody. 30 miles away from Lucheng, there is a hunting ground dedicated to competition. This hunting ground was jointly created by the royal family and the strongest of the three families 500 years ago. They first chose a natural forest as the site, and then captured many different kinds of animals from the endless forest. These monsters have the strongest high-level 9 products, the weakest lower-level 10 products, and even some non-standard beasts. After putting these monsters into the forest, they use special means to classify the forest. Each grade of monsters can only stay within its scope. The reason why these strong men do this is that they hope that the children of all ethnic groups can have a place to try. Because the endless forest is too far away from the city of Lu, and the internal danger is everywhere. I'm afraid my brothers will lose too much in later life. 30 years ago, with the gradual improvement of the strength of the three families, and the decline of the strength of the royal family as the ruler, the battle between them became more and more intense. After more than 10 years of competition, the strength of the 4 forces has decreased a lot. In order to avoid being profited by others due to the decline of strength, the 4 forces decided to stop some overt struggles at the same time, and then divide a range in the hunting ground to compete with the younger generation of each power, and determine the ranking of each power based on the achievements of the younger generation, and redistribute the harvest of part of the interests of the state of Qi in 1 year. Otherwise, every time the younger generation takes part in the hunting competition, the strongest one does not have the strength of Qi refining period 7. If they encounter a 9-level beast, even the lower-level 9-level beast, I'm afraid all people will die in it. The reason why the Liu family's power has advanced by leaps and bounds in recent 10 years, and its strength is close to the royal family, is closely related to the competition in the hunting ground every year. Because in recent years, it has always been the final victory of the Liu family, which makes them occupy the most interests and strength in the state of Qi. Chu Zhongtian had known this before, and he was most concerned about the reward of this competition. In the past, the rewards of each hunting competition were very rich, and the desperate killing was also to strive for the share of 1-year benefits for their families. Therefore, in addition to the rewards obtained in the competition, there were also rewards given by the family afterwards. Otherwise, many people will die in each year's hunting competition, but many players still actively participate in each time. In addition to winning glory for their families, these rewards are the most favored ones. Without Chu Zhongtian waiting too much, the eunuch in charge soon announced the reward of the competition ranking. Chapter 35. As he announced the number of awards, everyone below couldn't help taking a breath of air conditioning. In each hunting competition, only the top 10 will be rewarded. Each reward is very rich, which is the reason why the children of the family elite are loyal to participating in the competition. As long as you get the top 10, the reward for each one is several times, more than 10 times, or even hundreds of times the family treatment. This time, the reward is far more than previous times. In the 10th place, there are 100 lower-level spirit stones and 1 lower-level Zenki pill. In the 9th place, there are 1,000 lower-level spirit stones, 1 lower-level chi increasing pill and 1 weapon refining weapon. The 8th place is 2,000 pieces of lower-level spirit stones, 3 lower-level chi increasing pills, 1 lower-level meditation pill, and 1 weapon refining weapon. In the 7th place, there are 5,000 lower-level spirit stones, 5 lower-level chi increasing pills, 2 lower-level meditation pills, and 1 weapon refining handle. In the 6th place, there are 1,000 pieces of 9-grade lower-level spirit stones, 2 medium-grade 10-grade chi increasing pills, 1 medium-grade 10-grade meditation pill, and 1 refined weapon. In the 5th place, there are 2,000 pieces of 9-grade lower-level spirit stones, 5 medium-grade 10-grade chi increasing pills, 2 medium-grade 10-grade meditation pills, and 1 10-fine weapon. In the 4th place, there are 5,000 pieces of 9-grade lower-level spirit stones, 10 medium-grade 10-grade chi increasing pills, 3 medium-grade 10-grade meditation pills, and 1 refined weapon. The reward for the 10th place is almost the same as before, but the reward from the 4th to the 9th place has almost made everyone present crazy. Especially those contestants hold their hands tightly and their eyes shine, showing a grasp that they can enter the top 9. For players like Liu Yangjun and Wang Kao who can steadily enter the top 3, they are more concerned about the next reward. As the eunuch in charge said the top 3 rewards, the atmosphere suddenly fell into silence, and even the sound of a needle falling on the ground was heard clearly. Because the top 3 awards can be said to be unimaginable. In the 3rd place, there are 1,000 pieces of 8-grade lower-level spirit stones, 1 high-grade 10-grade chi increasing pill, 1 high-grade 10-grade meditation pill, 1 refined weapon, 1 refined armor, and 1 day in Qianlong Pavilion. In the 2nd place, there are 2,000 pieces of 8-grade lower-level spirit stones, 3 high-level 10-grade chi increasing pills, 1 high-level 10-grade meditation pill, 1 refined weapon, and 1 refined armor. You enter the Qianlong Pavilion for 2 days. The 1st place is the reward for the champion. 5,000 8-grade lower-level spirit stones, 5 high-level 10-grade chi increasing pills, 3 high-level 10-grade meditation pills, 1 top-grade weapon, and 1 top-grade armor. Enter the Qianlong Pavilion for 3 days. After hearing the reward of the top 3, Chu Zhongtian couldn't help taking a breath of air conditioning. The spirit stone of the lower level of the 8th grade, the advanced 10-grade chi increasing pill, the advanced 10-grade meditation pill, the 10 refined best weapons and the best protective gear. These treasures are used by experts above the middle level of the body refining period. This time, they are all used as rewards. Have the royal family and the 3 major families become rich recently? What makes Chu Zhongtian feel incredible is that he can enter the Qianlong Pavilion for cultivation. Qianlong Pavilion is a unique practice secret place of the royal family. It is an anti-heaven treasure brought by Qi Xinhao, the founding monarch of the state of Qi. Qianlong Pavilion is opened once every 10 years. Only 3 people can enter at a time. Qianlong Pavilion has only 2 effects. The first effect is for cultivation. The concentration of aura in Qianlong Pavilion is surprisingly high. Whether you are on the 1st floor of Qi refining period or on the 9th floor of Qi refining period, it can at least help you improve to a higher level. Of course, if you are lucky and stay long enough, you may even break through 2 small realms. The lower the level, the faster the cultivation will be improved. The higher the level, the slower the cultivation will be. The second effect is to enhance the potential. In addition to the strong aura, there is also a special energy in the Qianlong Pavilion, which can improve people's physique, strengthen meridians, expand danshan, and improve the purity of spiritual power. Qianlong Pavilion can be said to be the top treasure of the royal family. In the past, every time the Qianlong Pavilion was opened, Only the direct members of the royal family had the opportunity to enter. Even the children of the royal family's collateral branches had no chance. No matter how talented you are, you don't have the opportunity to enter, let alone for outsiders. This time, the royal family will even take out the quota of Qianlong Pavilion, which makes everyone present wonder. Is the strength of the royal family weak enough to give up the treasure of the town? With doubts, they were just secretly guessing, but Chu Zhongtian turned his eyes to the 20 people participating in the royal family. Qi Yilong is sure to get a place, so the royal family will not easily give the remaining 2 places to others. That is to say, among the 20 people participating in the royal family, there are at least 3 to 5 top players. Thinking of this, Chu Zhongtian couldn't help thinking that 2 of the royal family members just now gave him a creepy feeling. I'm afraid those 2 talents are the hidden killers of the royal family. Originally, Chu Zhongtian just wanted to avoid several experts such as Liu Yangzhen and Wang Kao, who reached the 7th floor of the gas refining period in the first half of the hunting, because his current strength is not enough to deal with these top experts. When his strength breaks through the 4th level of Qi refining period and rises to the peak, he will be sure to deal with them. Even if he can't defeat them, he can at least compete with them. Of course, it is not impossible to defeat and kill them if we can raise a level. After the eunuch in charge went down, the patriarchs of the 3 families spoke on the stage one after another, and the content was nothing more than praise and encouragement. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian automatically turned off his hearing and began to regulate his energy and spirit, so as to achieve his best state. With the completion of the speech of the heads of the 3 families, this hunting competition officially began. The hunting ground is nearly 20 miles away from the high platform. Starting from here, the game is officially started. 100 specially made jade pieces are randomly placed in different positions of the hunting ground. Some may be on the road, some may be in a tree, and even some jade pieces are directly placed next to the beast. The jade pieces may be found earlier when they reach the hunting ground earlier, so after the chief of the Wang family announced the official start of the competition, many family children participating in the hunting rushed forward with all their strength. Chu Zhongtian didn't rush to the front, nor did he fall behind. Instead, he followed the children of the Chu family and hurried to the hunting ground. The hunting competition lasted 15 days. Within 15 days, all contestants must stay in the and are not allowed to leave in advance. If you leave early, it means you give up the competition and admit defeat automatically. First come, first serve does not guarantee your final victory. Only real experts with strength can win at last. Not only did Chu Zhongtian walk unhurriedly, but also the 3 families and members of the royal family, as well as the children of several other powerful families in Lucheng, walked unhurriedly towards the hunting ground. 20 miles is neither long nor short. Among the contestants participating in the competition this time, the lowest level is also the 3rd floor of the gas refining period, and the strongest has reached the peak of the 7th floor of the gas refining period, so the speed of progress is not slow. 3 hours later, Chu Zhongtian followed the Chu family to the hunting ground. Although this primeval forest is formed naturally, it is not easy to turn such a large forest into a unique hunting ground of Qi. Chapter 36. Not to mention, the animals of different grades are classified into specific positions to enhance the strength of younger brothers in later life. Most of the children of the Chu family are centered on Chu Zhongba, but a small number are led by the other 2 experts who have reached the 6th floor of the Qi refining period. Speaking of this, I have to say that as the leader of the younger generation of the Chu family, Chu Zhongba has failed and performed very poorly on weekdays. At least the title of leader has a lot of water. When reaching the edge of the hunting ground, the whole team of the Chu family was divided into 4 teams, of which the team of Chu Zhongba had the largest number and the strongest strength. The other 2 teams are composed of experts on the 6th floor during the gas refining period. Chu Zhongtian is a team of his own. In fact, not far from the hunting ground, Chu Zhongtian quietly left the Chu family team, and then followed the children of those small families into the hunting ground. As early as before taking part in the hunting competition, Chu Zhongtian once considered whether he would stay with the players of the Chu family. The idea just came to his mind and was directly rejected by him. It's not that Chu Zhongtian doesn't unite, nor that he is arrogant and despises others, but because he is too strange to those players of the Chu family. Otherwise, from Chu Zhongtian standing behind the team, except Chu Zhongba who saw him for special reasons, others have not noticed his existence. The strangeness between each other must not cooperate well, and even lead to the final hostility because of the uneven distribution of interests. For example, people found a piece of jade. Who is this piece of jade for? Is it for the strongest person, or who finds it first? Moreover, Chu Zhongtian knew his situation and was not suitable to stay with these people at this stage, so he decided to act alone at the beginning. Although the risk of acting alone will increase, the opportunity will also be great. Although this natural forest is not as large as the endless forest, its area is also not small, and even larger than the endless forest in some aspects. For example, the range of activities of animals below the middle level 10 products is much larger than the endless forest. Just the range of animals below the lower level 10 products is enough for people to walk for a long time. Therefore, as soon as they enter the forest, they soon disappear into the forest. Chu Zhongtian, who entered the forest alone, did not rashly accelerate forward, nor did he deliberately look for jade pieces. Instead, he went to look for those lower level 10 grade exotic animals. Chu Zhongtian knows his strengths and weaknesses. The advantage is that although their realm is low, their strength is very strong. In this way, it is easy to give people a despised mentality and seize the first opportunity in battle. The disadvantage is that he has too little combat experience. Although they have often fought with the guards of Jingyage for more than 10 days, they have all come up with real skills, but they are not rich in scriptures brought by life and death. In the early stage of the hunting competition, Chu Zhongtian plans to find different types of monsters to kill, improve his combat experience, and enhance his strength. At the same time, according to the map given by Chu Fan, find the place he marked and see what kind of treasure it is, so that he can deliberately leave a circuit diagram for himself. In the last few days, grab the jade pieces that can finally determine the ranking. After walking for more than half an hour, Chu Zhongtian suddenly stopped and looked at the front with a dignified look. Because right in front of him, there is a giant beast 3 meters tall and 5 meters long. Porcupine. The shape of the porcupine in front of him is very similar to the wild boar he had seen in his previous life, but the degree of cruelty is far more than that of the wild boar in his previous life. Because the porcupine in front of us is not only fierce and eats meat, but also has evolved to the next level of 10 products. Ho, ho, ho! Seeing the sudden appearance of human beings, the porcupine that was eating immediately made a state of battle, and began to breathe heavily in its mouth. Without any hesitation, draw out 10 refined steel knives, hold them tightly with one hand, take a step forward with your left leg, and then wait for the attack of porcupine. The porcupine with heavy breathing suddenly exerted its strength on its 4 feet, and its whole body rushed directly to Chu Zhongtian at a speed like a flying knife. Looking at the porcupine rushing in at full speed, Chu Zhongtian didn't choose to avoid, but transported nearly half of the spiritual power in Danshan. With the handle down and the tip up, he cleaved the porcupine directly with the basic blade of Huashan Mountain with one move. Boom! As the steel knife collided with the porcupine's body, there was a loud noise between them. Then, the porcupine's body rushed directly through the central sky of Chu, then fell to the ground in half, and the strong blood directly wetted the ground. He chose to fight against the porcupine, and the final move directly split the porcupine's body, while he himself did not move at all, which is enough to show that Chu Zhongtian has far more strength than the same realm at this time. You know, the strength of exotic animals is generally stronger than that of human beings. The strength of the next 10 porcupines is not much weaker than that of the martial artists on the 4th floor of the ordinary gas refining period. This kind of powerful exotic animals can't even support a move, which is enough to show the strength of Chu Zhongtian. With one move, he killed the next 10 exotic animals. Chu Zhongtian was not too happy, but immediately reflected. In the battle just now, he used nearly half of his spiritual power, which is almost equal to the strength of the 5th floor in the gas refining period. In this case, killing porcupine with one move is not much wonderful. According to the result just now, I only need to use 1/6 of my spiritual power, and with the split knife method, I can also easily solve this porcupine. Through comparison and reflection, Chu Zhongtian's combat experience has been improved bit by bit. In the following period of time, Chu Zhongtian met several lower-level 10-grade monsters. In addition to the speed monsters, the rest were basically killed with one knife, and only 1/6 of the spiritual power in the Danshan was used. With more and more lower-level 10-grade monsters, Chu Zhongtian has more and more combat experience. At first, he must use 1/6 of his spiritual power, and then use the sword method to kill each other. However, with the improvement of combat experience, he uses less and less spiritual power in the Danshan. In the end, he didn't even need to use psychic power when facing the lower-level 10 exotic animals. He could easily end the battle only with the 4 moves of splitting, chopping, winding and chopping in the basic knife technique. He didn't begin to struggle until he met a medium-level 10-grade monster. Of course, this is just a little difficult when you don't use it as much as possible or use little spiritual power. If you use more than half of your spiritual power to solve the ordinary medium-level 10-grade exotic animals you encounter, it's not so hard. With more and more battles, Chu Zhongtian found that in addition to the rapid improvement of his combat experience, the purity of spiritual power in Danshan was also strengthened, and his strength was further improved. No wonder everyone says that fighting is the best shortcut to enhance strength. According to the route map provided by Chu Fan, Chu Zhongtian found that the strength of the animals he met was becoming stronger and stronger, and gradually there were players appearing and haunting. Chapter 37. Now it's just the beginning of the competition. There are few or no jade pieces on each player. If there is no deep hatred between them, they basically won't start to kill. Of course, if there is deep hatred between each other, then there will be a life and death fight. After spending nearly half of the spiritual power, and cooperating with the 4 basic saber techniques, Chu Zhongtian just solved a 10-grade alien flower-tailed fox, whose strength reached the top of the middle level. The 3 figures slowly appeared in Chu Zhongtian's line of sight. Seeing the 3 players suddenly appeared, Chu Zhongtian had no time to take off the inner pill of the flower-tail fox and hurried to prepare for the battle. When he found that his opponent's strength was very general, his originally nervous mood suddenly relaxed. However, he didn't bend over to take off the inner alchemy of the flower-tailed fox. Instead, he kept alert and restored the consumed spiritual power. The lion fights the rabbit with all his strength, not to mention that the other party is a martial artist in 3 qi refining periods. Although Chu Zhongtian is confident, he is not arrogant. After seeing the appearance of the comer, a chill flashed through the eyes of the sky in Chu. The 3 players who suddenly appeared were the Tian family, a middle power family developed in the state of Qi in recent decades. In the territory of Qi, if an emerging family wants to develop and grow, it needs not only strong force, sufficient financial resources, but also solid backing. There are only 4 real backers of Qi, namely the royal family and the 3 major families. The backer of the Tian family is the Wang family. Although there is hatred among the 4 families, the hatred is also hierarchical. For example, the hatred of the Liu family towards the royal family is far more than that of the Chu family and the Wang family. The Chu family's hatred of the Wang family is far more than that of the royal family and the Liu family. This is the hatred accumulated by more than a dozen generations, which cannot be solved in a few words. As a subsidiary force of the Wang family, the Tian family is the absolute henchman of the Wang family and has great hatred for the Chu family. The 3 contestants of Tian family, who had been trying hard to find jade pieces, turned around and ran away when they saw Chu Zhongtian. Because at the foot of Chu Zhongtian, the body of a medium-level 9-grade exotic flower-tailed fox is lying. The flower-tail fox is the top of the top 10 exotic animals in the middle level. Its strength is a bit stronger than the martial artists on the 6th floor of the general Qi refining period. If the son of the Chu family killed the flower-tail fox alone, the 3 of them are not their opponents. Because among the 3 of them, the strongest one is just entering the 5th floor of the gas refining period, and now the state has not been completely stabilized. Stop, the opponent's strength is very weak. I was going to turn around and run away. But the most powerful Tian family expert among the 3 found that Chu Zhongtian's breath was only 3 layers in the period of Qi refining, which immediately made him confused. In particular, seeing Chu Zhongtian look like a great enemy exacerbated his suspicion that the dead flower-tail fox lying on the ground was not killed by the man in front of him. Maybe he just met the body. It was in this psychological situation that he not only stopped his legs to escape, but even asked 2 companions to stop. "Boy, are you from the Chu family? Why have I never seen you?" The most powerful Tian family expert said in a very contemptuous tone. Before each hunting competition, Each family will try their best to collect the information of the contestants participating in the competition. Although it is impossible to collect all the information, there will be clear records for the contestants whose strength reaches more than 4 floors in the gas refining period. Chu Zhongtian has such information in his hand. Chu fans specially asked someone to give it to him before he took part in the competition. Because of this, he could recognize the 3 players of the Tian family at a glance by virtue of his appearance. However, it is special for the 3 families and the royal family. Because these 4 families have a long history of inheritance, and there are unknown secrets in the family, there will be detailed information about all players in these 4 families, even if this person has only 3 layers of qi refining period. In the eyes of the 3 masters of the Tian family, the contestant, who was wearing the clothes of the Chu family but had only 3 layers of qi refining stage, was very strange. In fact, this is also because the situation of Chu Zhongtian is relatively special. Because he was unusually low-key when he returned to the Chu family, plus his previous meridians were damaged and could not practice, he completely disappeared in the sight of everyone. So until now, except for several senior leaders of the Chu family and several experts who had received him home, basically no one knew that he was the waste of a year ago. Chu Zhongtian gave a cold hum to the other party's contempt, ignoring the other party's criticism. Instead, he looked at the 3 players of the Tian family on guard and tried his best to restore his spiritual power. In fact, with Chu Zhongtian's remaining spiritual power and more skilled knife skills, he can easily solve these 3 opponents, but I don't know what's going on. Chu Zhongtian always feels that there is a danger approaching quietly around him, which makes him have to keep his best state at all times in order to deal with the crisis at any time. Boy, you dare to ignore us. I think you're looking for death. Seeing Chu Zhongtian's disregard for himself, a Tian player who reached the peak of the 4th floor of the qi refining period roared, and then rushed to Chu Zhongtian with his sword. As for his 2 companions, they looked at Chu Zhongtian with a grim smile, and then died under his companion's sword. As for the most powerful Tian family expert, he looked greedily at the body of the flower-tailed fox at the foot of Chu Zhongtian. At first, because of the corpse of the flower-tailed fox, they mistakenly thought that Chu Zhongtian's strength was very strong, but through the observation just now, they were very sure that Chu Zhongtian had only 3 layers of strength in the gas refining period. Their strange appearance made them mistakenly think that Chu Zhongtian was a neglected child of the side branches of the Chu family, so they took part in the competition temporarily. Otherwise, the information collected by the family cannot be without his information. It was in this contemptuous attitude that the children of the Tian family who took the initiative to attack not only did not use their martial arts, but even their spiritual power was only used by 1/3. Because in his opinion, if the other party is not wearing the clothes of the Chu family, he has a trace of innate vigilance. He even lazily uses 1/3 of his spiritual power. Seeing the other party's long sword stabbing his eyebrow, Chu Zhongtian kept his expression unchanged, mobilized the remaining 1/10 of his spiritual power into the steel knife, rushed forward, flashed his head to the left. The handle of the knife was up, the tip of the knife was up, and cut it directly up from his crotch with one move. The scream was only half a sound, and the master on the 4th floor of the Tian family was cut in half by Chu Zhongtian's knife. Chapter 38. You want to die. Seeing that their companions were cut in half by Chu Zhongtian's knife, the remaining 2 Tianjia players were immediately angry and took out their weapons and rushed to Chu Zhongtian. In their opinion, their companions were killed just now not because Chu Zhongtian's strength was too strong, but because their companions were too careless. They didn't expect Chu Zhongtian to be so insidious and would directly attack the vital parts, which eventually led to being killed. Therefore, when they rushed over, they not only raised the alarm, but also used all their strength. Looking at the 2 contestants of the Tian family who rushed over, Chu Zhongtian still looked the same. First, he stretched out his legs and kicked the long sword that the Tian family's children, who had just been killed, fell to the ground, with a hard flick of his fingers. The long sword immediately turned into a dark weapon and rushed directly to the 5-level opponent in the gas refining period. Then the spirit of 1/5 was mobilized, and the whole man jumped up to split the Huashan style with a force and directly split into the 4-tier opponent of the gas-making stage. Just like the ordinary warrior Chu Zhongtian met when he just left the endless forest some time ago, when facing his move to split Huashan, the opponent also chose to block it with his weapons. Although the other party's realm is higher than him, his own strength is not as good as him. Under the attack of Chu Zhongtian's move, although the other party's ordinary 10-weapon refining weapons blocked his steel knife, he couldn't bear the impact under the force splitting. The steel knife pressed the long sword and cut directly on his scalp. Then a stream of blood came out of his head. Seeing that the other party had half a breath left, Chu Zhongtian didn't stop at all after landing. He flew up and kicked directly into the other party's heart. There was no scream, and the other party fell to the ground and died. At this time, the 5-layer expert in the Qi refining period who picked up the longsword had just rushed to 3 meters in the sky in the middle of Chu. Looking at his companion who attacked with all his strength, he was seriously injured and killed with 1 foot. The most powerful Tian expert was completely angered. He roared and used the sword technique of Changsha Feiyan to take Chu Zhongtian's arm. Chu Zhongtian temporarily dodges the opponent's full-strength move. When the opponent's move fails, he uses a move to entangle the opponent's weapon directly. At the same time, there was no idleness under his feet. He lifted his yin foot and kicked directly into the other party's crotch. In the face of Chu Zhongtian's surprise move to lift the yin leg, the Tian family master secretly scolded a mean voice, and then reluctantly backed away. The opponent retreated, and Chu Zhongtian saw the flaw. He immediately used a move to push, and the tip of the steel knife in his hand pierced the other party's heart. Damn it! Looking at Chu Zhongtian's moves, all of which were fatal attacks, the Tian family master finally reacted. Although the opponent's realm is not high, his strength is very strong and his combat experience is also very rich. If it weren't for his higher level and a lot of combat experience, I'm afraid he would have died under the knife of his opponent at this time. In fact, this is just his imagination. If you let him know that Chu Zhongtian has only used 1/6 of his strength since the fight, I'm afraid he doesn't think so. Looking at the tip of the steel knife stabbing into his heart, the Tian family master had no time to block it with weapons. He had to beat the blade of the steel knife with his empty right hand to change the attack direction. However, he underestimated Chu Zhongtian's reaction ability. Just as his right hand was about to shoot the back of the steel knife, the original blade was downward. Suddenly, the blade was directly aimed at the palm of his right hand. Because he wanted to beat the back of the knife with all his strength to change the attack direction, when he saw that the blade of the steel knife was aligned with his palm, he had no time to stop, and his palm directly patted the blade. Chu Zhongtian's steel knife is a 10 refining high-quality steel knife specially selected by Chu Dan. Not to mention its high quality, it is very sharp. The result of the palm slapping with the blade is that the steel knife directly cuts off his palm. Ah! The master of the Tian family who lost half his palm screamed directly. After all, there are 5 fingers on the lost half of the palm. Chu Zhongtian didn't care if his opponent was in pain. After cutting off half of his palm with a steel knife, he didn't take it back. He twisted his wrist back and forth, with the handle up and the blade down. With the move he used to kill his last opponent just now, he cut him directly from his crotch and cut him in half. Killing 3 opponents in succession, the consumption of Chu Zhongtian is not too large. However, he did not collect the belongings of the 3 bodies, nor did he bend over to remove the inner pill of the flower-tailed fox. Instead, he directly carried a steel knife and quickly fled to the east. Just as Chu Zhongtian left his place, a sharp long sword stabbed his shadow. Looking at Chu Zhongtian who fled quickly, the master of the sword suddenly looked at his back with a dignified face, and said in an unusually dignified tone, "Enough vigilance." Perhaps because he had 2 souls, Chu Zhongtian found his consciousness very sensitive. When he killed the 3 players of the Tian family just now, he felt a threat approaching. But he didn't know where the threat was. When he killed the 5-level master of the Tian family during the Qi refining period, he was acutely aware of the threat, so he could react quickly and leave in time. After escaping for tens of meters, Chu Zhongtian turned his head and took a look. Then there was a chill in his eyes. Qi Fengyun, a member of the royal family, is an expert of the side branch of the royal family. The realm is already the 6th floor of the gas refining period. If one-on-one, Chu Zhongtian is not afraid of him. It's not certain who lives and who dies under all-out fighting. The reason why he chose to escape was not that he was afraid, but that he was unwilling to attract the attention of royal experts in advance. Others don't know that he is Chu Zhongtian, but Qi Yilong knows. If it attracts the attention of royal experts now, especially knowing his true identity, I'm afraid the royal family will take killing themselves as the main goal in the next period of time. After all, he has the talent of top grade 8, which is too dangerous to the royal family. Even if the result of this hunting test is a little worse, we should get rid of him in advance. Among the people participating in the competition, in addition to Liu Yangjun, who has reached the peak of the 7th floor of the gas refining period, and Wang Kao, who has reached the perfection of the 7th floor of the gas refining period, the last thing Chu Zhongtian wants to meet now is the master of the royal family. After fleeing a distance, and finding that the other party didn't catch up, Chu Zhongtian slowed down his speed and took out the circuit diagram given by Chu Fan. After comparison, Chu Zhongtian found that his current position was very close to the last place marked on the road map. The hunting competition has just passed 3 days. According to the initial arrangement, he wanted to continue to improve his combat experience, but he was so close to the sign on the road map that Chu Zhongtian decided to go and have a look first. If there is a treasure to improve your strength, it will be more helpful for the next competition. Before participating in this hunting competition, Chu Zhongtian didn't set too high goals for himself, and Chu Fan didn't give him pressure to win the ranking. Chapter 39. However, in the face of this rich reward, Chu Zhongtian was not excited. It was false. In particular, he was excited to enter the top 3 of Qianlong Pavilion, but Chu Zhongtian didn't give himself particularly high pressure. He did his best to enter the top 3. It doesn't matter if he can't enter the top 3. Of course, you have to be in the top 10 for the most time, in order to get a large number of spirit stones. As it was not too far from the last position marked on the road map, Chu Zhongtian was steadily moving forward while looking for the strange animals on both sides of the road. I don't know what kind of changes are ahead. After half an hour's journey, Chu Zhongtian didn't find a strange animal, even if it was only a lower-level 10-grade strange animal, which made him confused. Fortunately, kilometers ahead is the last sign on the road map, so he temporarily suppressed his doubts and quietly moved towards his goal. After hundreds of meters, Chu Zhongtian unexpectedly found that there was a very hidden natural valley in the hunting ground. The area of the valley is not very large, that is, thousands of square meters. In such a narrow valley, at this time, there are at least a few 10 huge animals standing. Fortunately, although there are a large number of exotic animals, the grade is not very high. Except for the 5 foremost ones whose strength reaches the middle-level 10 products, the rest are the lower-level 10 products. There is not much pressure on Chu Zhongtian. Dozens of strange animals were all surrounded in the valley, which immediately attracted Chu Zhongtian's interest. He quickened his pace and walked forward for tens of meters, and his eyes immediately turned to the center of the valley. Zhu Guo. Seeing the center surrounded by 5 middle-level and 10-grade exotic animals, a small tree more than 30 cm high and strangely shaped, Chu Zhongtian couldn't help whispering. Fortunately, the beasts in the valley focused on Zhu Guo and didn't notice Chu Zhongtian whispering at the edge of the valley. Reach out and cover your mouth. Looking at Zhu Guo in the center of the valley, Chu Zhongtian's face showed a trace of joy. No wonder Chu Fan left an inexplicable sentence at that time. Originally, he meant Zhu Guo. Zhu Guo is the spiritual fruit of the top 10 products. It not only contains rich aura, but also helps martial artists get through meridians and acupoints. In addition to the 12 meridians, there are 8 strange meridians in the human body, which are blocked by various acupoints. There are 16 important acupoints. As long as you open one of them, you can successfully break through the 4 layers in the gas refining period. As the spiritual fruit of the top 10 products, the energy in Zhu Guo can not only open up the acupoints, but also open up 6 of them in one go. If Chu Zhongtian can get Zhu Guo, he can break through the 4th floor of the gas refining period in an hour at most. What's more, he has the ability to copy and paste. As long as you can get Zhu Guo, Chu Zhongtian is confident that in half a day, his realm will reach the 4-level peak of Qi refining period. At that time, his own strength may not be weaker than those 7-layer masters in the gas refining period. More importantly, after the realm breaks through the 4th level of the Qi refining period, he can practice footwork martial arts. At that time, with the cooperation of footwork martial arts and basic saber techniques, his strength will be improved to a higher level. Looking at Zhu Guo in the valley, Chu Zhongtian calculated it secretly. Now there is about half an hour before Zhu Guo is mature. During this time, I first recover my spiritual power and adjust my mental state. Let the beasts in the valley fight for a while first. It's best to let myself reap the benefits. He found a place that was relatively hidden and most suitable for shooting. Chu Zhongtian hid first and waited for the best time to grab Zhu Guo. Chu Zhongtian tried his best to recover his aura. He felt that time passed very quickly. The aura in his dantian only recovered 8 floors, and dozens of strange animals in the valley began to riot. The source of the riot is the fragrance of Zhu Guo when it is ripe. This strange fragrance makes the original lower-level 10-grade monsters completely crazy. They are not afraid of higher-level monsters at all. Dozens of lower-level 10-level monsters began to frantically siege 5 middle-level 10-level monsters. Although there is a big gap between each other's strength, there are a large number of lower-level 10-level monsters. If one is dead, the other will make up immediately, so it's not easy for 5 middle-level 10-level monsters. Chu Zhongtian, hiding outside the valley, secretly calculated the time. Finally, he was helpless to find that he had to shoot in advance. Originally, his initial plan was to recruit snipes and muscles to compete for benefits after the monsters in the valley finished the battlefield, but Zhu Guo was a special kind of spiritual fruit. Its maturity period is not long, at most half an hour. If it is not picked within half an hour, it will automatically fall to the ground and finally turn into a seed, which will germinate and bear fruit 30 years later. Now the battle has been going on for more than 20 minutes. Nearly 20 lower-level 10-level monsters have died, but only one of the 5 middle-level 10-level monsters has died. At this speed, I'm afraid the fruit will fall to the ground before they tear it out. Do it. If you can't do it, try not to do it, but if there's really no way, Chu Zhongtian will decisively choose to do it. After waiting for a few minutes, another of the 4 middle-level monsters died, and a breakthrough point appeared in the east. Without any hesitation, Chu Zhongtian held a steel knife and carried all his spiritual power. The whole person was like a bullet and rushed directly to Zhu Guo. Seeing the sudden appearance of human beings, the animals that were still killing each other ceased, then turned the gun heads and began to attack the Chu Zhongtian with all their strength. Because Chu Zhongtian's speed was too fast, when the animals reacted, he was less than 30 meters away from Zhu Guo. On the 30-meter route, there are only 7 lower-level and 10-grade exotic animals. Wield the steel knife in his hand, chop, chop, and other simple knife techniques. With the support of his powerful spiritual power, the moves kill him. The strange beast with 7 heads and 10 grades didn't form any obstacles to Chu Zhongtian at all. In just a few seconds, he rushed to Zhu Guoshu. The knife fell from his hand, and a red fruit fell into his hand. Put Zhu Guo into a cloth bag and put him in his arms. Chu Zhongtian didn't escape the scene immediately. Instead, he rushed directly to the strange animals with a steel knife in his hand. First of all, he wants to use these monsters to continue to hone his knife skills and improve his combat experience. Next, he needs to copy Zhu Guo, Zhengqi Dan and Patient Dan, which requires huge power. The corpses of dozens of strange animals on the scene are endless energy in his eyes. Just now, more than half of the monsters have died, and 7 have been killed by Chu Zhongtian. Now there are less than 20 monsters left. At this time, the 20 monsters not only consumed too much power, but also were scarred. In the face of the wolf like Chu Zhongtian, these monsters basically had no parry power. Even the 3 medium-level and 10-grade monsters were not his enemies. The fighting time was very short. In less than 30 seconds, the remaining 20 monsters died one after another under his knife. He stretched out his hand and flicked the blade. Blood beads remained on the steel knife. Under the vibration, they fell to the ground drop by drop. Chapter 40. Put away the steel knife. Chu Zhongtian first left the valley and stood at a high place. He first observed it. When he found that there were no warriors and monsters around, he quickly returned to the valley. First, he gathered 5 middle-level and 9-grade monsters together, then took out Zhu Guo and held it in his hand, and began to start the copy and paste program to copy Zhu Guo. There is huge energy in the body of the medium-level 9-grade monster. With the help of 5 medium-level monster corpses, he copied 6 Zhu fruits in just a few minutes. The 5 Zhu fruits are enough to get through the 8 strange scriptures. The reason why there is one more copy is that Chu Zhongtian plans to return to Chu's house and give this Zhu fruit to Chu Fan to repay his kindness. Zhu Guo is only an elixir of the top 10 products. It only works on the 4th layer of Qi refining period. Although Chu Fan can't use it, his descendants can use it. There are many advantages of making friends with Chu Dan, whether it is the resources needed for cultivation at ordinary times or enhancing the voice in the family. Instead of copying Zhu Guo, Chu Zhongtian began to copy Zhengqi Dan. Zhengmai Dan and Patient Dan. 5 middle-level monsters and 13 lower-level 10-grade monsters are enough for him to copy 30 Qi increasing pills, 20 pulse increasing pills, and 6 patient pills. These copied things were enough for him to raise his strength to the peak of the 4th floor during the gas refining period, so he stopped copying and left the valley immediately. As for the rest of the corpses, they can only be abandoned temporarily. The reason why he left quickly was that Chu Zhongtian felt that strange animals began to appear and haunt in the valley. After all, dozens of strange animals were killed in the valley. You can smell a strong smell of blood from a distance. How can those strange animals not come and see the situation? Even if there is no natural material and earth treasure, the corpses of these monsters alone are enough for those monsters with low grade to improve their strength. After leaving the valley, Chu Zhongtian found a very hidden place according to the route map given by Chu Fan. He planned to improve his cultivation in this place and strive to break through the 4th floor of the gas refining period earlier. The hiding place provided by Chu Fan is a tree with a diameter of 3 meters. The middle of the tree is hollow. Looking at the hollow trunk, Chu Zhongtian suspected that there was a warrior practicing in it before, and this person is likely to be Chu Fan. Otherwise, his circuit diagram could not be marked so clearly. After making some camouflage on the periphery of the tree cave, Chu Zhongtian entered the tree cave. First, I sorted out the experience of fighting with other animals in the past few days and fighting with the 3 players in Tianjia. Then I adjusted my mindset and began to restore the mental power consumed in the field. With the dual assistance of Zengqi Pill and Spirit Stone, the spirit power in his elixir field was full after just 1 hour, and there was no room for a trace of spirit power. At this time, Chu Zhongtian took out a zhu fruit and put it into his mouth. Then he held a 9-grade lower-level spirit stone in his hands, operated the Taixuan mind method, and began to break through the 4th floor of the Qi refining period. When Chu Zhongtian tried his best to improve his cultivation, the competition in the hunting ground began to become fierce. Originally, according to the law of competition in the past, the last 5 days are the time for real competition. But this time, many people have begun to compete for the reward of Superman's imagination in advance. In addition, many forces with deep hatred for each other also began to kill in advance. In the valley where Chu Zhongtian captured Zhu Guo, 2 groups of people were standing in the valley. There is a huge difference between the 2 groups. There are only 5 people in one group, while there are more than 30 people in the other group. The team of more than 30 people surrounded the team of 5 people in the middle of the valley. Chu Shixuan, you're the second expert of the younger generation of Chu family after Chu Zhongba, but I'm afraid you're going to hide in the valley here today. What a pity! In the team of 30 people, an expert whose strength reached the 6th floor of the gas refining period stood up and said in a tone full of tone, Chu Shixuan is the second expert of the younger generation of Chu family. He has the talent of lower-level 8-grade cultivation. His identity and status are second only to Chu Zhongba. When he reached the hunting field, he took 4 confidants to act alone in order to prove himself. Thinking of Chu Shixuan, the time of cultivation is twice that of Chu Zhongba, the degree of hard work is 3 times that of Chu Zhongba, and the degree of hard work is more than 10 times that of him. Even so, the attention and treatment given by the family to 2 people is 1 world and 1 underground. Although the state of Chu Zhongba is higher than him, he has always been unconvinced. In his opinion, the reason why Chu Zhongba made a breakthrough earlier than him is that his talent is only on the one hand, and his cultivation resources on the other. If you exchange the treatment of 2 people, the person who breaks through the 7th floor of the gas refining period must be Chu Shixuan. It is under the influence of this extremely unbalanced state of mind that Chu Shixuan despises Chu Zhongba. Therefore, in this hunting competition, he will act alone with several confidants in order to prove himself. At the beginning, Chu Shixuan was lucky. He not only killed several middle-level 10 animals in succession, but also found a miraculous medicine that can improve his cultivation. With the help of this elixir, his realm has reached the 6th-level peak of the Qi refining period, and there is only a thin line from the breakthrough. An hour ago, he met a medium-level 10-grade alien wind fox that was good at speed but ordinary in strength. Gale Fox is a white beast. Its inner alchemy is very precious, and its fur is hard to find. Chu Shixuan has a beloved object. In order to win the favor of each other, he plans to give her a coat made of wind fox fur, so he will take several men to chase the wind fox desperately. Due to the strong, bloody smell of the valley, the wind fox consciously took Chu Zhongtian and others to the valley. Just when they hesitated about the bodies of many strange animals in the valley, Wang Kao of the Wang family suddenly appeared in front of them with his people. Looking at the sudden appearance of Wang Kao, Chu Zhongtian was in despair. It's not easy for Wang Kao, who has reached the 7th floor of the gas refining period, to deal with the 4 masters of the Wang family who have reached the 6th floor of the gas refining period, so they had to retreat to the center of the valley. Wang Kao, you are a master of 7 layers of perfection in the period of refining qi. Your opponent should be Chu Zhongba with the same strength, not me. Among the more than 30 experts of the Wang family, Wang Kao is the only one he can't deal with. Although the remaining experts can't deal with it, he is confident to escape. When he leads the 4 men, he helps himself block other enemies. If Chu Zhongtian meets someone from the Liu family, his move may work, because Liu Yangzhen is a proud man who disdains to fight against the weak. But his opponent is Wang Kao, a ruthless and unscrupulous dark villain. Just when Chu Zhongtian forced him not to take action by using the method of provocation, Wang Kao smiled darkly, jumped up in situ, and took the lead in taking action against Chu Zhongtian. The number of people is not as good as each other, and the strength is even worse than each other. In just a few decades, Chu Zhongtian and other 5 people died miserably under the hands of Wang Kao and others. After solving Chu Zhongtian and others, Wang Kao with a gloomy face gave a simple command, and then turned his eyes to the Zhuguo branch cut off by Chu Zhongtian in the center of the valley. Chapter 41. After taking up the cut branch and observing it carefully, Wang Kao looked ferocious and ordered in a ferocious tone, "Search carefully for me. There must be experts of the Chu family around the valley. Find them and kill him." As a master of 7 layers of perfection in the period of qi refining, Wang Kao is a strong man who once lived alone in the endless forest. Although his temperament is sinister, he has extraordinary insight. Through the residual roots in situ, he found the existence of Zhuguo, and through the cut branches, he concluded that there must be an expert with a knife around, and the expert with a knife is likely to be from the Chu family. Because in all the families of the state of Qi, although there are many martial artists who use knives, the only real master is the Chu family. Wang Kao's guess was only half right. It was the Chu family who took Zhuguo, but the Chu family had left the valley long ago. With the help of Zhuguo, the top 10 spiritual fruit, the bottleneck of the 4th floor of the qi refining period in the middle of Chu was broken before long. Then, a special force drove the spiritual power in the Danshan to quickly impact the acupoints in the 8 strange classics. Acupoints, air holes, Beihui and Shenting, 4 important acupoints, were rushed away one after another under the impact of Zhu Gu's powerful power, and a stronger breath rose from the middle heaven of Chu. After the 4 most important acupoints in the 8 strange scriptures were washed away, Chu Zhongtian temporarily stopped practicing. It's not that he doesn't want to continue to practice, but because Zhu Gu's energy has been consumed. After carefully feeling the change of strength after the breakthrough, Chu Zhongtian is now confident to compete with the experts on the 7th floor of the qi refining period. As for who wins and who loses, he is not fully sure for the time being. As for the martial artist on the 6th floor in the gas refining period, he is not the enemy of his move at all, even the strength of the peak of the 6th floor in the gas refining period. However, for Liu Yangzhen, who has reached the peak of the 7 layers of qi refining period, he is not an opponent for the time being. What's more, Liu Yangzhen still has the increase of blood power. Chu Zhongtian is sure that he is still not his opponent. If he first enters the 7th floor of qi refining period like Chu Zhongba, Chu Zhongtian is fully confident to defeat him. Although he is not Liu Yangzhen's opponent yet, Chu Zhongtian is not worried. Because now it's not his limit. 4 Zhu fruits are enough to open up the 8 wonders. Lingxi and Zengqi pill can make him reach the peak in the shortest time. Zhengmei pill and Patient pill can further enhance his potential and strength. In 3 days at most, he can compete with top experts such as Liu Yangzhen, Wang Kao and Qi Yilong. Eliminate distractions, close your eyes, and Chu Zhongtian continues to practice. With the passage of time, the range of activities of the contestants participating in the competition is becoming larger and larger. More and more jade pieces are sought, and there are countless blood cases caused by jade pieces. As the leader of the younger generation of the Chu family, His strength is the Chu Zhongba on the 7th floor of the Qi refining period. He has achieved good results recently. He not only found 6 jade pieces, but also got 5 jade pieces from several opponents. 11 jade pieces can guarantee him to enter the top 10. What's more, it's just the beginning of the game. He still has enough time to find the jade piece and grab the jade piece in other people's hands. However, Chu Zhongba was not in a good mood at this time. Because he took part in the hunting competition, he set himself 3 goals. The first goal is to compete for jade pieces as much as possible, improve the ranking, and finally win the appreciation and attention of his father and elders, so as to enhance his influence in the Chu family and lay a solid foundation for his promotion. The second goal is to compete with Wang Kao and Qi Yilong to see who is the second strongest among the younger generation of Qi. As for Liu Yangjun, who is a freak, he has no intention to compete with Liu Yangjun for the time being. The third goal is the most important and urgent. That is to get rid of Chu Zhongtian, an opponent who can threaten his position in the future. The first goal is being achieved gradually. The second goal must wait until the last few days. Because several experts on the 7th floor of the gas refining period will never conflict in the early stage of the competition. In order to preserve their strength, they will fight hard at last. The third goal is to have no clue. Before entering the hunting ground, Chu Zhongba originally planned to let Chu Zhongtian follow him. In the name of taking care of him, he was actually trying to get rid of him. What he never expected was that Chu Zhongtian would leave the team in advance, so that he had no time to respond. It has been 8 days since he entered the hunting ground, and half of the competition time has passed. Up to now, he has not seen any trace of Chu Zhongtian, which makes him very worried. Because in 4 days at most, the hunting competition will enter the climax and the bloodiest moment. At that time, everyone's attention will be focused on the gun and jade pieces. In order to keep their own jade pieces or improve their ranking, experts on the 7th floor of the Qi refining period will fight each other to win the jade pieces in each other's hands. At that time, he simply had no energy and time to deal with Chu Zhongtian. Move on. Under the pretext of searching for jade pieces, Chu Zhongba will search everywhere and leave a unique mark of the Chu family, hoping to lure Chu Zhongtian into the bait. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Chu Zhongtian, who had been staying in the tree cave, opened his eyes, spit out a mouthful of turbid qi, stretched out his waist, and then stood up. Pushing aside the camouflage in front of the tree hole, Chu Zhongtian appeared outside openly. In 3 days, he not only successfully opened all the acupoints in the 8 miraculous classics with 4 jus fruits, but also made use of the remaining energy and qi increasing pill to make his cultivation reach the 4-level peak in the qi refining period. Only need to precipitate for a period of time, he can continue to break through the realm and let his strength get a sublimation. However, Chu Zhongtian had a bolder idea, which could not be carried out until the competition was over. In addition to the breakthrough in realm, the potential has been raised several levels by using Zhengmei pill and Patient pill at the same time. In addition, he also has a set of medium-level footwork skills in his mind. He plans to practice footwork while competing for jade pieces in the next journey. At this time, he has the confidence to fight with the strongest Liu Yangjun. As for who wins and who loses, he can know after the fight. Chu Zhongtian, who has greatly increased his strength, now has no need to dodge anyone, so he must try his best to collect jade pieces in the next period of time to ensure that he can finally enter the top 3 and even win the championship. Because the bigger idea in his heart has a direct relationship with Qianlong Pavilion. Of the 100 jade pieces, nearly 60 are in the hands of the 4 families, and the remaining 40 are among the contestants of different families. Chapter 42. With the end of the competition getting closer and closer, there are more and more killings among families for jade pieces and hatred. Chu Zhongtian left the tree cave and advanced towards the center of the hunting ground. There is a high platform in the center of the top 10 exotic animals in the hunting ground. On the last day of the competition, the patriarchs and experts of all families will gather at the high platform to wait for the arrival of the contestants, and finally decide the final ranking by relying on the jade pieces in their hands at the end of the competition. If you want to get more jade pieces, you can only get to the central position as soon as possible. That position is the battlefield for jade pieces. Chu Zhongtian, who was moving fast, suddenly slowed down because there was a tearing sound on his right. Chu Zhongtian, who was eager to find the jade piece, didn't intend to pay attention to this kind of battle, because he was now eager to get to the center and snatch the jade piece. However, a few words suddenly came from the battlefield of the killing, so that he had to stop and quickly approach the place of the killing. Because those words just revealed that the other party who tore up and killed had jade pieces in his hand. Now Chu Zhongtian, who didn't have any jade pieces, was of course anxious, so after the news of jade pieces, he would certainly go to compete. The battlefield of the killing was not too far away from him. In addition, Chu Zhongtian deliberately displayed his pace and martial arts skills, so he quickly rushed to the place of the killing. The number of people on both sides is not too much, a total of 15. Among them, there are 8 people on the side with a large number of people and 7 people on the other side, but one of the 7 people has reached the peak of the 6th floor of the qi refining period, so although they are one less person, they now have the upper hand. Surnamed Tian, there is little difference in the strength between you and me. It's better to stop each other now and wait for the last day of the competition. You and I are fighting for life and death. Among the teams with a large number of people, the experts with the strongest strength, and barely reaching the 6th floor of the qi refining period shouted while struggling to resist the opponent's attack. Hi, Surnamed Son, you can stop, but you have to give me the jade piece in your hand. The master of the Tian family made demands while attacking with all his strength. It's impossible. We got these jade pieces desperately. How can we give them to you easily? The master Surnamed Son objected loudly. If you don't hand over the jade piece, hand over your life. The master of the Tian family said with a smile. No, you give me the jade piece. When Chu Zhongtian came to the site of the killing, he looked and found that the strongest strength on the site was the master of the Tian family, who reached the peak of the 6th floor of the gas refining period. Most of the rest were the strength of the 4th floor and the 5th floor, and even 2 people on the 3rd floor of the gas refining period. Cultivation has just broken through. Chu Zhongtian just lacks opponents to check his strength. These players in front of him are just suitable for him to practice. Moreover, the Tian family is the running dog of the Wang family, and the Sun family is the running dog of the Qi family. Both forces have enemies with the Chu family. Since jade pieces are desirable and can weaken the opponent's strength, how can Chu Zhongtian let them go? While asking for jade pieces, he took out a steel knife and rushed into the crowd. Children of the Chu family, hearing someone's sudden interruption, Sun Tian and his family quickly looked up and found that the visitor was wearing Chu's clothes. Originally, they were quite nervous. They were afraid that the newcomer was an expert of the Chu family. Then they found that the strength of the newcomer was only 4 layers in the qi refining period. They were angry and happy. Anger is because Chu Zhongtian's attitude is too arrogant. He asks for all the jade pieces without paying attention to their experts. The joy is that they can finally kill the master of the Chu family by themselves. When they return to the family after the competition, they not only have rich rewards to get, but also have the capital to boast in front of beautiful women. However, before they came and were happy, they ushered in a round of painful lessons. Chu Zhongtian, who rushed into the crowd, was like a fierce tiger rushing into the sheep, and suddenly the blood light gradually rose. One move split, one head flying up on the top. In one move, the upper body and lower body of a corpse are separated. In one move, the 2 halves of a warrior's body are separated from bottom to top. Chu Zhongtian, who rushed into the crowd, used very simple moves. He used several basic saber moves back and forth. However, the basic saber technique, which had not been paid attention to for a long time, radiated an extremely strong light in the hands of Chu Zhongtian, which made the experts of Sun Tian and his family tremble. More than a dozen moves and sabers passed, leaving only the Tian family and the Sun family with the strongest strength. At this time, Chu Zhongtian was already a weak person in their eyes, but a beast that could eat them at any time. This adult of the Chu family, please stop, I surrender. Seeing Chu Zhongtian's ruthless hand rushing towards him, the master of the Sun family immediately shouted. At the same time, take out 4 jade pieces from your arms and hold them high. Seeing that the master of the Sun family took out 4 jade pieces, the steel knife that had fallen on his head stopped instantly. When tearing, he kept a cold and fierce look, smiled instantly, and said in a kind tone, Alas, I didn't do it if I knew you would take out the jade pieces. You said how much spiritual power I wasted. Although he said so, the steel knife in his hand did not leave the head of the Sun Master. His right hand pointed to the ground under his legs and motioned him to put the jade piece on the ground. The master of the Sun family obediently put the jade piece on the ground and then slowly backed away. When he was 3 meters away from the Tianzu in the middle of Chu, the Master of the Sun family suddenly turned around and quickly fled the scene. After fleeing dozens of meters away, he turned his head and looked at Chu Zhongtian. He secretly vowed that as long as he saw Chu Zhongtian in the future, he would turn around and leave immediately and would never make direct contact with him. "Shall I let you go?" Just as Chu Zhongtian bent over to pick up the jade piece put down by the Master of the Sun family, the Master of the Tian family was planning to leave quietly. Chu Zhongtian immediately raised the steel knife. The tip of the knife rushed out and said in a bad tone, "What do you want?" Seeing Chu Zhongtian raise the steel knife, the tip of the knife is facing himself. The Master of the Tian family looks fierce, but his tone is not enough. Hey, what do I want?" With a sneer, Chu Zhongtian dodged and came to the Master of the Tian family. Before he came and reacted, the blade had been put on his neck. "Here you are." Feeling the coldness from the blade, the Master of the Tian family said in a trembling tone. Then he took out 6 jade pieces from his arms and held them above his head. "Well, yes, you are obedient," Chu Zhongtian said with a smile, his wrist suddenly forced, and the steel knife directly scratched his neck. You don't believe." Without saying the words of credit, the Master of the Tian family fell to the ground and died. Bending over and taking the jade piece from his hand, Chu Zhongtian said with a disdainful face, "Tell me your credit, you are too naive." In addition, the Master of the Sun family himself is very interesting. Chu Zhongtian also hopes to use his mouth to spread his fame and enhance his influence in the state of Qi. Chapter 43. The Tian family is different. They are the most loyal henchmen of the Wang family, and a steel knife for the Wang family to deal with the Chu family. When the two families conflict in the future, Tian Jun may even be a pioneer. Of course, Chu Zhongtian can't let him go. What's more, the killed Tian family expert named Tian Jun is the leader of the younger generation of the Tian family. Killing him is tantamount to breaking the development of the younger generation of the Tian family. He took 6 pieces of jade from Tian Jun and 4 pieces of jade from the Sun family, which add up to 10 pieces of jade. 1/10 of 100 jades can almost guarantee that he will enter the top 10, but this is not the goal of Chu Zhongtian. Because his goal is to win the first 3 or even the final championship, the number of jade pieces is still far from enough. Put away the jade pieces. Chu Zhongtian didn't leave in a hurry, but collected booty from 14 corpses. Most of the players participating in the hunting competition are geniuses in their families, and everyone has plenty of wealth. Money is no longer of much use to Chu Zhongtian, but he still didn't give up. Whether before or after the crossing, he has been very poor and has been desperately making money, so he has a desire for wealth that others do not have. Although the strength of the Sun family and the Tian family is not as good as the 3 families, they are also famous families in the state of Qi. There are still many good things for their children. In addition to tens of thousands of gold tickets, there are more than 130 pieces of 10-grade lower-level spirit stones alone, 20 pieces of 9-grade lower-level spirit stones, and more than a dozen Qi-enhancing pills. In addition, on Tian Jun's body, Chu Zhongtian accidentally found a low-level pace martial arts. Although it is not as precious as the martial arts he is practicing now, taking back the family can exchange at least 50 pieces of lower-level spirit stones. Mosquitoes are also a piece of meat when they are small. Chu Zhongtian, who is in urgent need of spirit stone, will certainly not let go. After putting away these things, Chu Zhongtian left the scene directly. As for the corpses everywhere, don't worry. In a short time, these corpses will be eaten by strange animals. In the subsequent journey, the number of strange animals appeared less and less, but more and more players participated in the competition, and there were more and more killing scenes. Chu Zhongtian didn't stop at most of the killing scenes and directly bypassed them. Unless there are jade pieces in the hands of both sides of the battle, or there is a deep hatred with the Chu family, he will stop to participate in the battle. Even if he missed most of the battle scenes, he shot 4 times after the 2-day journey, one of which was because the 2 sides had 3 jade pieces in their hands. However, these 2 forces are only very weak families. They belong to the 3rd-class forces in the state of Qi and do not have much connection with the 4 families. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian only showed a little strength and stunned the other party, so he easily took away the 3 jade pieces. The remaining 3 shots were made because the other party saw the jade piece in his hand and wanted to rob it. He was forced to make a shot. Chu Zhongtian is not a murderer. He can't kill easily when he has to, but if someone takes the initiative to provoke him, I'm sorry. He's not a kind-hearted person and kills them all. With these 3 jade pieces, plus the 10 jade pieces he won at the beginning, there are 13 in total, which is enough to raise him several places. Closer and closer to the center, there are more and more players in the middle. Most of them are the children of various families. There are few lone rangers like Chu Zhongtian. However, the lone ranger who can reach the central position is generally very strong. Few experts like this take the initiative to provoke, so Chu Zhongtian basically doesn't meet the guy who doesn't open his eyes. Less than 10 miles from the center, Chu Zhongtian had to stop and draw out a steel knife to prepare for the battle. Because in front of him, there are two forces fighting desperately. It is the children of the Chu family who are at the disadvantage. The leader is another expert of the Chu family who has reached the peak of the 6th floor of the Qi refining period. Chu Yuping. Chu Yuping, the third largest expert of the younger generation of the Chu family, is second only to Chu Zhongba and Chu Shixuan. With the talent of inferior 8 grades and gentle temperament, he is the most popular person of the younger generation of the Chu family. It was because of his popularity that he had a bad relationship with Chu Zhongba, which was an important reason why he took people away at the beginning. At this time, he was confronted by several members of the royal family, led by a prince of the royal family, Qi Yiyuan. Qi Yiyuan is Qi Yilong's brother. His talent is not as good as Qi Yilong, but his strength cannot be underestimated. Now he is the strength of the 6th-tier peak in the gas refining period. It is he who drew with Chu Yuping. The reason why the children of the Chu family fell down was not because they were few, but because there was a master on the 6th floor of the Qi refining period among the royal family members. At the same time, the master on the 6th floor of the Qi refining period was very powerful. He blocked 3 masters on the 5th floor of the Qi refining period of the Chu family. As a child of the Chu family, he can compete internally, but he must remain united externally. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian decided to take action after a brief look. Mobilize 40% of the spiritual power of Danshan, use the pace and martial arts, and cooperate with the basic saber technique. The opponent chosen by Chu Zhongtian is Qi Yiyuan. Brother Yuping, you go to solve other opponents and give Qi Yiyuan to me. Using his martial arts skills, Chu Zhongtian made a clever turn and successfully squeezed himself into the battle between Chu Yuping and Qi Yiyuan. Take Qi Yiyuan's attack directly with one move entanglement. At the same time, he still has time to tell Chu Yuping. Who are you? Chu Yuping was stunned at the sudden appearance of his helper, because although the master suddenly appeared in the clothes of the Chu family, he felt very strange, but his voice made him familiar. However, this is not the time to consider this problem. Seeing that the suddenly appeared helper can not only compete with Qi Yiyuan, but even gain the upper hand, Chu Yuping immediately relieved himself, then roared and directly lifted the steel knife and rushed to another 6th-level expert in the royal family's gas refining period. Boy, you want to die. Originally, it took only a little time to get rid of Chu Yuping and others, so that the Chu family lost a genius. It was an important military achievement. After returning to the royal family, he can exchange enough information with these merits, and then try his best to break through the 7th floor of the gas refining period. However, Chu Zhongtian suddenly broke his plan. He scolded angrily and then attacked with all his strength, hoping to solve his opponent in a short time. After nearly a period of killing, Chu Zhongtian has reached a limit in terms of combat experience, the use of spiritual power and his own strength. Chapter 44. If you want to break through this limit, you must use a stronger opponent to hone yourself. Qi Yiyuan's fierce attack is just what he wants, so Chu Zhongtian is not in a hurry to improve his strength, but to reduce the output of spiritual power, and then temper his knife technique and will with the help of Qi Yiyuan's attack. 7 basic saber techniques, such as splitting, cutting, blocking, winding, and cutting, are used back and forth. Each time it seems that the move is getting old, but whenever the saber is old to the limit, a new power will appear, which makes Qi Yiyuan's eye, who thought he could win, get angry. While mastering these moves, Chu Zhongtian began to consciously improve these basic saber techniques, hoping to be more powerful. Although the idea is very good, it is very difficult. With the use of these 7 moves becoming more and more skilled, through continuous improvement, Chu Zhongtian accidentally found that the feeling of potential in Jingya Pavilion began to emerge again. Not enough pressure. That feeling has surfaced in his mind, but there is an invisible obstacle blocking it, so that he can't show it at will. He knows it's because of insufficient pressure. Seeing Qi Yiyuan, who had done his best, Chu Zhongtian knew that his strength was not enough to put enough pressure on him, so he planned to solve the battle in advance. Directly mobilize 50% of the spiritual power of Danshan and use the cut style of a move that has just been slightly modified. In Qi Yiyuan's incredible eyes, the steel knife directly crossed his neck, and a head directly rushed to the sky. Looking at Qi Yiyuan, who fell headless, Chu Zhongtian put away the steel knife, hurried forward a few steps and began to collect spoils. To Chu Zhongtian's disappointment, Qi Yiyuan had only one piece of jade. Thinking that all the jade pieces he found were handed over to Qi Yizai, after all, the royal family must ensure that Qi Yilong can finally win the championship. Although there is only one piece of jade, there are a lot of spirit stones, including 18 lower-level spirit stones of 9 grades. Turned around and looked at Chu Yuping and others who were still in the process of killing, and found that their current strength was enough to easily destroy the members of the royal family. The reason why Chu Yuping didn't immediately hurt the killer is that he probably wanted to take this opportunity to hone the killing experience of several others. Since the children of the Chu family are not in danger, the feeling of Chu Zhongtian still appears in his mind. In order to force that feeling as soon as possible and make a breakthrough as soon as possible, he must immediately find a stronger opponent and make a complete breakthrough with the help of each other's pressure. Brother Yuping, I have to take a step in advance. Be more careful yourself. Facing Chu Yuping in battle, Chu Zhongtian simply said hello, then turned and rushed to the center with all his strength. Master, only the central position of the hunting ground can have a strong enough master, and can give yourself enough pressure to seize this opportunity to break through. However, he didn't have time to rush out for long, so he quickly stopped and looked at the front with a surprised face. Because a master suddenly appeared in front of him, a master enough to bring pressure to him. This sudden expert is also from the royal family. As for his name, there is no record of this person in the data Chu Fan collected for him. More importantly, in addition to Qi Yilong, 2 members of the royal family gave him a creepy feeling, and this sudden expert was one of them. The master who suddenly appeared was stunned when he saw the expression of ecstasy on Chu Zhongtian's face. Is the young master of the Chu family, like the master he followed, also a battle madman? Yan Yongjin. Although Chu Zhongtian is only the strength of the 4-tier peak in the Qi refining period, Yan Yongjin did not despise him. Just now, the battle between him and Qi Yiyuan was clear. He knew that Chu Zhongtian retained most of his strength. Otherwise, Qi Yiyuan is not his enemy at all. Yan Yongjin. Chu Zhongtian became confused when he heard the other party's self-report, because the surname Yan does not exist in all the families in the state of Qi. Then he suddenly remembered that Yan, a more powerful kingdom at the border with Qi, was the king's surname. Yan State. Looking straight into Yan Yongjin's eyes, Chu Zhongtian asked in a puzzled tone. Without denying his identity, Yan Yongjin nodded, which confirmed Chu Zhongtian's guess. The royal family invited people from outside to participate in the hunting competition of the state of Qi. It seems that the strength of the royal family is really bad. If this situation continues, within 10 years, there will be a relatively large unrest in the whole state of Qi, and Chu Zhongtian has a stronger desire to improve his strength. Chu Zhongtian. No matter who the other party is from, Chu Zhongtian welcomes him as long as he is strong enough to give himself enough pressure to break through. The strength of the other party can be recognized by Chu Zhongtian, so he didn't hide his identity and also reported his name. As a person of the kingdom, Yan Yongjin has never heard of the name of Chu Zhongtian, but Chu Yuping and others who have solved the battle behind Chu Zhongtian have already heard of his name. It's him. Hearing that the helper is the Queen of Chu, Chu Yuping said suddenly. As the most gentle person of the younger generation of the Chu family, after Chu Zhongtian tested his talent, he also went to see Chu Zhongtian and met him. However, Chu Zhongtian's meridians were damaged later, and they were sent to Chu's drugstore in Liulan town as a waiter. The two didn't meet each other. When Chu Yuping heard that Chu Zhongtian had been abandoned, he was sad for some time and thought of ways to see if he could help him repair his meridians. However, a year ago, he was just a little man on the 4th floor of the Qi refining period, and it was impossible to help Chu Zhongtian. Seeing Chu Zhongtian stand up again, and his strength has far exceeded his own, Chu Yuping has no trace of jealousy in his heart, only joy and joy. I'm glad that Chu Zhongtian gets up again with his perseverance. After experiencing hardships, I'm afraid his future achievements will be very high, reaching a height he can't imagine. Fortunately, the family's weak status, which was originally due to the lack of reputation of the younger generation, will resound again in the state of qi with the rise of Chu Zhongtian. Chu Zhongtian, I remember. After Chu Zhongtian reported his name, Yan Yongjin nodded and drew out his weapon, looking like a great enemy. Who? After taking a deep breath, Chu Zhongtian adjusted his state and also drew out the steel knife. The steel knife was held flat and looked at each other with a dignified expression. This is the first strong opponent since Chu Zhongtian's cultivation. It is impossible to say that he is not nervous at all, but there is a trace of excitement in the tension. More importantly, under this strong oppression, the feeling is becoming more and more real. The sky in the middle of Chu is calm and calm, the steel knife is held flat, and the tip of the knife points directly at Yan Yongjin. Chapter 45. Pointed by Chu Zhongtian with the tip of a knife, Yan Yongjin looked more dignified. Because Chu Zhongtian's move is only the starting move of the basic saber technique, but it is the simplest move, which makes him flawless and makes him don't know how to start. However, Yan Yongjin is a master who has experienced many battles after all. He has the strength of the 7 levels of peak in the qi refining period. Since you have no flaws, I will take the initiative to attack and create flaws. A beautiful sword flower was on the long sword wrist in his hand. With a deeper pace, Yan Yongjin took the lead in launching the attack. 3 meters away from the central sky of Chu, Yan Yongjin drew a sharp sword from bottom to top. The top expert on the 7th floor in the gas refining period. Looking at the psychic power inspired from the long sword, Chu Yuping, not far from Chu Zhongtian, changed his face greatly and immediately shouted to Chu Zhongtian. Chu Zhongtian, get away. The biggest change of the 7th layer during the qi refining period is to be able to separate the spiritual power from the body. Psychic power is the most obvious sign of martial arts practitioners in the gas refining period, and the strongest means they use. The ability of psychic power to be separated from the body represents the diversity of means. This is why the 6th layer in the gas refining period is definitely not the opponent of the 7th layer in the gas refining period. Because during the qi refining period, the experts on the 7th floor can attack from a certain distance, and you have to defend helplessly. What's more, during the qi refining period, the spiritual power of the 7th layer is more solid and powerful. The sword qi that Yan Yongjin inspired at will just now has reached the 6th level of all-out strike in the gas refining period. Fortunately, Chu Zhongtian had long expected that Yan Yongjin would use sword qi, so when the sword qi was still 1 meter away from him, the steel knife in his hand suddenly withdrew, and the back of the knife directly blocked the sword qi. Because the opponent this time is the 7th floor in the gas refining period, and he is also the strong one at the peak of the 7th floor in the gas refining period, Chu Zhongtian dare not reserve a trace, mobilize all the strength in Danshan, and enhance all his strength. The steel dao is a 10 refined weapon specially selected by Chu Fan for him. It is very sharp and hard. The back of the dao directly blocks the sword qi. Feeling the amount of knives uploaded from the steel knives, Chu Zhongtian had a clear understanding of the 7th floor during the gas refining period. An expert with 7 layers in the qi refining period has the strength of 6 layers in the qi refining period. If he tries his best to stimulate the sword spirit, he can never be an opponent. Therefore, in the face of such an expert, it is absolutely impossible to avoid and defend, and he must take the initiative to attack. With the pace and martial arts skills, Chu Zhongtian, holding a steel knife, approached Yan Yongjin directly with a fierce wind, forcing him to fight close to himself. Seeing that Chu Zhongtian easily blocked his sword qi and quickly approached himself, Yan Yongxi looked the same and did not choose to retreat. Instead, he held a sharp sword and directly fought with Chu Zhongtian. Among the 18 weapons, the sword is flexible. The knife stresses opening and closing. On the surface of the battle, Chu Zhongtian is absolutely dominant and has the upper hand under the wide opening and closing. But in fact, the pain is only that Chu Zhongtian knows in his heart that he is only reluctantly tied with Yan Yang now, and even must be implemented in the lower hand over a long period of time. It's not that Chu Zhongtian's strength is not as good as Yan Yangxi, nor his combat experience is not rich, but that he has too few knife skills and the spiritual power stored in the Danshan is not as good as the other party. In the face of people who are not as strong as him, the basic saber technique can not only gain the upper hand, but also give people a simple and capable feeling. However, in the face of opponents with the same strength, the basic saber technique is a little stretched. Over time, with the excessive consumption of spiritual power, the sky in the middle of Chu fell to the disadvantage temporarily. However, he was not worried when he fell in the wind. On the contrary, his face showed a trace of happiness, because under the pressure between life and death, the feeling was attacking the bottleneck in his heart with all his strength. The greater the pressure, the stronger the power to impact the bottleneck. Therefore, he did not cherish the slightest bit of spiritual power, and still chose to tear it up with all his strength. Although Chu Zhongtian seemed to be at a disadvantage, his desperate momentum not only did not decrease, but became stronger and stronger, which made his opponent Yan Yongjin very confused and puzzled. Although Chu Zhongtian was only the cultivation of the 4-tier peak during the qi refining period, Yan Yongjin did not underestimate him. Even from the beginning, he regarded Chu Zhongtian as an equal opponent. Those who can challenge a higher level are all geniuses. Those who can surpass the 2 small challenges are peerless talents. Those who can surpass 3 small realms and 1 medium-sized challenge are demons. The strength of every demon cannot be accurately evaluated, because demons can break through any time, anywhere. With the passage of time, Yan Yongjin gradually began to gain the upper hand. He thought the battle would end soon, but when he inadvertently saw the happy look on Chu Zhongtian's face, he was alert and began to increase his attack. After all, he is the cultivation of the 7th floor during the qi refining period. The spiritual power stored in the elixir field is much more than that in the middle of Chu, so now he has nearly half of the remaining spiritual power in the elixir field. Split ghosts and cut demons. In order to avoid any sudden breakthrough, which led to his final defeat, Yan Yongjin used a medium-level martial skill, which is also the most powerful skill he can master now. Under the pressure of this medium-level martial arts skill, Chu Zhongtian, who was close to the breakthrough point, suddenly looked up to the sky and shouted, "Break through for me." Then, a momentum that could affect the surrounding environment was aroused from him, and even the air began to solidify within a meter around him. Under the influence of this powerful momentum, the power of the sword move that was about to fall on him was reduced by 90%, and a simple sword move offset the sword move. Yan Yongjin, take my move and split Hueshan. When the momentum reached its strongest, Chu Zhongtian used the momentum to cooperate with the saber technique to use one move splitting. Impossible. Seeing Chu Zhongtian's sudden increase in momentum, especially the momentum that can affect the surrounding environment, Yan Yongjin, who has always been very calm, showed a shocked and incredible expression on his face. After all, he was a top expert with rich experience. Although he was temporarily absent-minded, he soon regained his consciousness, fully mobilized all the aura of Danshan into the long sword, threw it with all his strength, and then he quickly retreated. The long sword thrown out with all its strength was directly hit and flew under the knife style and momentum of Chu Zhongtian. The powerful knife style quickly approached Yan Yongjin himself. Although he retreated quickly, Chu Zhongtian's knife was faster. Seeing that the steel knife was cut on himself, Yan Yongjin closed his eyes in despair and began to flash an idea in his mind. There will be a peerless swordsman in the state of qi. Unable to resist, Yan Yongjin has closed his eyes and waited to die. Chapter 46. With a loud bang, the expected steel knife did not cut on himself. Yan Yongjin opened his eyes and saw Chu Zhongtian standing in front of him, bleeding from the corners of his mouth. On the ground not far from me, there was a deep pit more than half a meter deep. I couldn't help wiping the sweat between my forehead. Looking at Chu Zhongtian's trembling steel knife and the blood at the corners of his mouth, Yan Yongjin knew that it was because Chu Zhongtian forcibly changed the direction of attack, causing himself to be eaten back by power. The feeling of narrowly escaping from death made Yan Yongjin reach out and wipe the cold sweat in front of his forehead. At the same time, he immediately stabilized his mood and hugged his fist to thank him. Chu Zhongtian, thank you for your kindness of not killing. With the attack of Chu Zhongtian's saber technique just now, let alone him, even an expert at the top of the 8th floor during the qi refining period, he can't escape his life under this move. I'm afraid only the 9th floor of the qi refining period can barely stop this move. He knows that he can live now because Chu Zhongtian is merciful. You're welcome. He waved his hand, and Chu Zhongtian pretended to be indifferent. In fact, he has long regretted that he forcibly changed his attack method. Although Chu Zhongtian is not a murderer, he is not that kind of kind-hearted and kind-hearted person. Yan Yongjin took the initiative to provoke, which has aroused his killing heart. During the competition, his moves were deadly, which strengthened his killing heart. Otherwise, after his breakthrough, When he can win by momentum alone, he still makes full use of momentum and knife technique to kill Yan Yongjin completely. However, just when he broke through, Yan Yongjin suddenly shouted out his words, which made him change his attention and was therefore eaten by the power. Fortunately, the momentum after the breakthrough is not familiar and profound enough. The reverse bite he suffered is not very serious. He can fully recover after adjusting his breath for a period of time. Yan Yongjin, you don't have to say much about thanks. I just want to ask you, what did you mean by potential just now? A year ago, after the meridian of Chu Zhongtian was damaged, in order to repair the meridian, he consulted most of the materials in the Chu family letter pavilion. It can be said that he has mastered knowledge far better than his peers, but there is no record of this trend in any book in the Chu Xiuge, and he has never heard of the news of this trend, so he has some doubts that there is no information about this in Qi, which is the reason why he finally decided to leave Yan Yongjin alive. Hearing Chu Zhongtian ask him what potential is, Yan Yongjin looked at him with a complicated look and thought for a while. Finally, he seemed to have made up his mind and said with envy, Chu Zhongtian, for the sake of not killing, I'll tell you what potential is. Maybe it's because it's a secret that only he knows. The depression originally caused by defeat suddenly rose. Chu Zhongtian, I'm afraid no one in the whole state of Qi can know what potential is. Now only I can tell you. Potential, in fact, is a kind of artistic conception and a breakthrough to a higher level of power. Those who can master this potential are demons and peerless geniuses that are rare for thousands of years. As for how to use potential and how to enhance the power of potential, I'm sorry, I don't know. At this point, Yan Yongjin shrugged, with an expression I didn't know. He can know what potential is, not because he has mastered it, but because he has seen it and felt it. Others don't know, he knows very well. Not to mention the state of Qi, even in the state of Yan, there are not many people who can know what power is. If it wasn't for the master he followed, he was also an evil spirit and a peerless genius who mastered the potential. I'm afraid he didn't know what potential is, and he couldn't recognize the power after Chu Zhongtian's breakthrough at a glance. Forget it, you go. Hearing Yan Yongjin's explanation, Chu Zhongtian frowned. The reason why he didn't kill Yan Yongjin was to understand in detail the power he mastered after his breakthrough. Yan Yongjin's explanation didn't satisfy him. However, since he has said what he knows, Chu Zhongtian can't continue to kill him. He can only reluctantly let him go. Chu Zhongtian, you are the champion of this hunting competition. Before leaving, Yan Yongjin suddenly left such a sentence and 5 jade pieces. Chu Zhongtian thought about it, and then he knew what Yan Yongjin meant. Since he is not a member of the royal family of the state of Qi, the other person who gave him a creepy feeling at the beginning must be Yan Yongjin's companion. This time, Chu Zhongtian was able to show mercy because he knew what potential was. In the next fight, Chu Zhongtian could not show mercy. In order to avoid his partner being killed by mistake, he would tell the truth, that is to say, another person would not do anything to Chu Zhongtian. Liu Yanjun, the remaining master of the state of Qi, can compete with Chu Zhongtian. Even Qi Yilong and Wang Kao are unlikely to be his opponents. Chu Zhongtian's confidence soared after he broke through the momentum and defeated Yan Yongjin, an expert at the top of the 7 levels of Qi refining period with 1 move of saber technique. He is 100% sure of winning the championship. Put away the 5 jade pieces left by Yan Yongjin. With his original jade pieces, the number has reached 19 jade pieces, which is close to 1/5 of all jade pieces. These jade pieces are enough to rank in the top 5. 19 jade pieces can't guarantee his final title. However, he is not in a hurry, because there are nearly 2 days before the end of the competition, and now he is getting closer and closer to the central position. Just grab some from others at that time. Are you Chu Zhongtian? After Yan Yongjin left, Chu Yuping, who had been standing behind, summoned up the courage to go to Chu Zhongtian and asked in a slightly trilling tone, Brother Yuping, it's only 1 year, don't you know me? Seeing Chu Yuping, who was very nervous, Chu Zhongtian smiled and approached him. Chu Zhongtian understands Chu Yuping's nervousness. After all, a year ago, he was still a waste who could not practice. After a year, he not only greatly increased his strength, but also defeated top experts like Yan Yongjin. Anyone will be nervous. Incredible, incredible. Chu Yuping, who was confirmed, found that Chu Zhongtian was still the gentle man before, and his nervous mood relaxed immediately, but he felt extremely incredible when he thought of the prestige when he defeated Yan Yongjin just now. Chu Zhongtian knew that his performance was too rebellious. Chu Yuping needed some time to accept it, so he was not in a hurry to leave. What's more, just now, in order to forcibly change the direction of attack, which led to his being eaten back by power, it also takes a little time to adjust his breath. I'm taking this opportunity to adjust my breath. After determining Chu Zhongtian's true identity, Chu Yu accepted this fact after a long time of peace. After all, Chu Zhongtian's achievements are too amazing, and his qualification can be called the first demon of Qi for thousands of years. Chapter 47. It is the honor of the Chu family that such a demon was born in the Chu family. Chu Yuping is proud to be born in a family with such a monster. Thinking of this, Chu Yuping quickly waved to the Chu family's children who had already been on the side and said, "Come here. Brother Yuping, is he really the waste 1 year ago?" The children of the Chu family have heard the conversation between Chu Zhongtian and Chu Yuping. They had never contacted Chu Zhongtian before. Although they were shocked by Chu Zhongtian's current achievements, they were far less profound than Chu Yuping's feelings, so they quickly reacted. Although they wanted to talk to a genius like Chu Zhongtian, they didn't dare to come before Chu Yuping agreed, so after receiving Chu Yuping's orders, these people quickly gathered around. One of the very beautiful Chu girls said, "Chu Yuying, how do you talk?" Hearing the only girl in the team say that Chu Zhongtian used to be a waste, Chu Yuping suddenly changed his face and roared fiercely. Chu Yuping doesn't know much about the sentiment of Chu Zhongtian. Although he is now approachable, who knows whether these two waste are his inverse scales. If he gets angry when he hears the word waste, which leads to his anger, I'm afraid none of the people present is his enemy. Brother Yuping, I'm sorry. In fact, after saying that sentence, Chu Yuying already regretted it very much. In the face of Chu Yuping's fierce roar, she immediately apologized. He, Brother Yuping, it doesn't matter, I was really a waste a year ago. Chu Zhongtian didn't care about Chu Yuying's mention of a year ago. In Chu Zhongtian's view, a year ago, he was unable to practice because of the damage of his meridians. Instead, it was a kind of conversation, an evidence that could set off his amazing talent. I'm afraid he is the only one who can be a waste a year ago and become a top master a year later. Chu Zhongtian's approachable attitude made the children of the Chu family immediately put down their tension and get to know each other. At the same time, they were very curious about how Chu Zhongtian repaired the meridians and how he made such amazing achievements in a short time. Chu Zhongtian didn't hide this. In addition to the ability of copying and pasting against the sky, he basically said all the rest. After hearing that Chu Zhongtian had been practicing again for more than 2 months, the children of the Chu family were shocked and almost hit the ground with their heads in shame. Especially Chu Yuping, although his talent of inferior 8 grades is not as good as Chu Zhongtian, the gap is not very obvious in the early stage. He has been practicing hard for nearly 2 years. Now he is only in the Qi refining stage. He has the strength of the 6th floor, and there is still some time to break through. In the 2 months of cultivation, Chu Zhongtian not only reached the peak of 4 levels of Qi refining, but also broke through the 8 levels of Qi refining, which made him more determined to work hard while he was ashamed. Next, it's a little difficult about how to call it. Because everyone present is older than Chu Zhongtian, but their strength is far inferior to him. In fact, this is also very normal, because most of the players participating in this hunting competition are children who have practiced for nearly 2 years. As for those who take part in the competition after 1 year of practice, they are either gifted talents with rapid progress, or they are people with ordinary talent and no background and resources who want to fight in this competition. Fortunately, Chu Zhongtian was rather indifferent to addressing this kind of thing. He proposed to arrange it according to the age, which solved a difficult problem. Brother Yuping, how many jade pieces do you have now? After everyone knew each other, Chu Zhongtian suddenly asked. His words made the originally harmonious atmosphere quiet, and then a dignified atmosphere began to diffuse in the air. Seeing the dissatisfied look of the children of the Chu family and the disgusting expression on Chu Yuying's face, Chu Zhongtian immediately knew that they had misunderstood. However, before he came and explained, Chu Yuping took 5 jade pieces out of his arms and handed them to Chu Zhongtian. "Zhao, I only have 5 jade pieces in my hand. Now I give them to you so that you can increase your chance of winning the championship." Chu Zhongtian didn't reach out to pick up the jade piece. Instead, he took out his own jade piece, took out 5 of them, put them in Chu Yuping's hand, and then opened his mouth to explain. "Brother Yuping, you misunderstood me just now. I asked you how many jade pieces you have. I didn't want to ask for them but intend to make them up for you." "Zhao, what are you doing?" Seeing the 5 jade pieces in his hand, Chu Yuyu felt completely confused. Just now he took out the jade piece on his own initiative, which is absolutely sincere. Because the Chu family has not been involved in the championship for 15 consecutive years, now it is not easy for an evil spirit like Chu Zhongtian to appear, which is far beyond the strength of the 7-layer peak in the gas refining period. If you don't cherish this opportunity to win the championship, I'm afraid there will be no chance in the future. After all, with Chu Zhongtian's qualification, I'm afraid no one knows what his strength will be a year later. At that time, with his super strength, I'm afraid he won't be interested in taking part in such a competition again. Brother Yupping, with my current strength, it shouldn't be difficult to collect jade pieces. Put away the remaining 14 jade pieces, and Chu Zhongtian asked with a smile. Yes, no problem. He nodded stupidly, and Chu Yupping agreed. Yan Yongzhen, a master of the younger generation of Yan, said before leaving that Chu Zhongtian was the champion this time, which indirectly proved his super strength. Since I have no problem winning the championship in the end, why not increase the benefit distribution of the Chu family this time? The annual hunting competition is the time for the major forces of Qi to redistribute their interests. Before the beginning of each year's hunting, except that the royal family automatically reserves 10% of the profits, all the remaining forces must take out all the profits and put them together. The top 10 in the hunting competition, whether first or 10th, can account for 10% of each ranking. The reason why Chu Zhongtian gave Chu Yupping 5 pieces of jade in his hand is that he hopes to make him into the top 10, so as to ensure the interests of the Chu family in the next year. In this hunting competition, there are a total of 100 jade pieces. Chu Zhongtian now has 14 and Chu Yupping has 10. That is to say, these 10 jade pieces can ensure that he can enter the top 10 or even the top 7. In addition to the two of them, the Chu family also has a Chu Zhongba on the 7th floor of the Qi refining period. At the same time, most of the players of the Chu family follow him. It is not a problem to win the top 10 places with his strength. If this is calculated, the Chu family may become the biggest winner in this hunting competition. Zhao Tian, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you just now. I thought you wanted to rob Brother Yupping's jade piece like Chu Zhongba. Chapter 48. After Chu Zhongtian explained clearly, Chu Yuying took the initiative to get up and bent down to apologize to Chu Zhongtian. After a glance, Chu Zhongtian quickly turned his face, waved his hand and said, Sister Wang, it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. Chu Yuying is now a 17-year-old girl. She will be 18 in 10 days. Girls of this age are fully developed. In order to participate in the hunting competition, Chu Yuying wore the loose clothes of a martial artist. When she bent over to apologize, she inadvertently exposed her seductive cleavage, which almost made the young Chu Zhongtian bleed his nose. This is the reason why he turned his head quickly. Fortunately, everyone didn't notice this, which made Chu Zhongtian secretly relieved. After resolving the misunderstanding just now, the atmosphere became more active, and they even joked with each other. When the injury of the counterattack completely recovered, Chu Zhongtian stood up, hugged his fist and said, Brother Yupping, all brothers and sisters, Zhongtian will collect all the jade pieces and improve his ranking. I'm afraid he can't continue to be with you, so take a step first. Chu Yupping is already the peak of the 6th floor of the gas refining period, and other people's strength is also good. As long as they don't encounter opponents like Liu Yongzhen or Wang Kao, they can guarantee that there is no danger. For example, Liu Yongzhen, Wang Kao and others, I'm afraid they have already reached the central position at this time. Therefore, in order to collect enough jade pieces as soon as possible, he must rush to the central position immediately. Okay, be careful. Chu Yupping knows that the strength of himself and others cannot help Chu Zhongtian, and may even drag him down. He is not unhappy with his initiative to leave. After waving his hand, Chu Zhongtian rushed to the center with all his strength. Although Chu Zhongtian's current state has only 4 peaks in the gas refining period, his own strength has reached the 7 peaks in the gas refining period. If he is cooperating with the potential that has just broken through, I'm afraid that the peak of the 8th floor in the gas refining period is not his opponent. His strength soared in the next journey, which can be described as a rampage. Whether he met a strange animal or a contestant on the way, he ignored him and took the initiative to provoke him. Basically, he was killed in one move. It took him nearly a day to get to the central position. It took him less than half a day to get to a place 5 miles away from the central position. At this place, Chu Zhongtian stopped and began to look around. The reason why he stopped was that he had to do a big thing next. After leaving Chu Yuping and others, Chu Zhongtian made every effort to move forward at full speed to the central position. But if he met a player who was friendly with the Chu family and was in trouble on the way, he would also help by the way. It is for this reason that, when he saved a child of a small family just now, the player told him that the Wang family had just left, and the leader was Wang Kao, the first expert of the Wang family. More than one day before the end of the hunting competition, I'm afraid more than 80% of the 100 jade pieces fall into the hands of the 4 families. Among the 4 families, who has the largest number of jade pieces now is not the most powerful Liu Yanjun, nor the resourceful Qi Yilong, nor the arrogant Chu Zhongba, but Wang Kao, who is known for his insidiousness. Liu Yanjun is strong, but he is quite proud and basically won't fight against the weak. Qi Yilong is resourceful and likes to use tricks. He pays attention to exchanging the least cost for the greatest profit. He will definitely make a decisive move on the last day of the competition, so I'm afraid the number of jade pieces in the hands of these 2 people is not much. Wang Kao is different. His sinister character, like a snake, will make him use everything. Even the little people on the 3rd floor of the gas refining period will rob him only if they have jade tablets in their hands. Among the contestants who took part in the competition this time, if they say who killed the most people, I'm afraid there is only Wang Kao, who is known for his insidiousness. In order to win the championship in the end, and get the time to enter the Qianlong Pavilion for 3 days, Chu Zhongtian must find a way to capture a large number of jade pieces. If you look for them one by one, I'm afraid it's too late, and it's easy to offend many people. In that case, it's better to go directly to the person who has a large number of jade pieces, and this person is Wang Kao. Not to mention that he may have a large number of jade pieces in his hand. It is only the irreconcilable hatred between the Wang family and the Chu family. Chu Zhongtian must also take this opportunity to hit him hard, or even take the opportunity to destroy him. According to the contestants of that small family, Wang Kao and others left them not long ago. According to their final destination and the speed of their travel, they were almost around here. Looked around and found no clues. With his eyes closed, Chu Zhongtian listened carefully to the sounds around him. He felt a slight groan coming from the northeast and ran straight to the sound. The place where the groan came from was not too far away from him, and soon he saw the man with a weak voice. Then, with a sudden change in his face, he flashed to the man and asked in a hurry, "Who gave you the hand?" It turned out that the one who made a faint groan was a son of the Chu family who was seriously injured, and this man Chu Zhongtian also knew. This man is called Chu Xing. His talent is only the top 9 grades. He is a very ordinary qualification. However, he has a good elder, that is, the 6 elders of the Chu family. Liacheng is always one of the few experts in the Chu family who has reached the level of 10 perfection in the physical training period. He is also a high-ranking elder in the Chu family. Chu Xing's life is good, his talent is ordinary, but his cultivation resources are very abundant. In 2 years, he has reached the peak of the 5th floor of the gas refining period, and he may break through the 6th floor of the gas refining period at any time. A year ago, when Chu Zhongtian was tested for talent, the patriarch Chu Tianyun and several elders received him, and the 6 elders were one of them. The 6 elders knew that with Chu Zhongtian's talent, they would certainly become the pillar of the Chu family in the future. In order to make their own grandson prosperous in the future, they personally took him to see Chu Zhongtian and ordered Chu Xing to follow Chu Zhongtian in the future. Therefore, the two met each other several times. Later, after Chu Zhongtian was sent to Liulan town, Chu Xing began to follow Chu Zhongba. The two never met. Chu Xing hasn't been following Chu Zhongba all the time. Why is he seriously injured now? Who are you? Seeing the visitor dressed in Chu's clothes, there was a trace of familiarity in his appearance, but he couldn't remember who he was. Never mind who I am, tell me what happened. Seeing the fatal wounds on Chu Xing's body, Chu Zhongtian vaguely felt that the person who shot was very insidious and terrible, so he was worried about the safety of other children of the Chu family, so he was not in the mood to introduce him. It's the hand of Wang Kao of the Wang family. Seeing that Chu Zhongtian didn't introduce himself, Chu Xing, who was seriously injured, didn't continue the interrogation but said what had just happened. Confused, hearing Chu Xing's explanation, Chu Zhongtian was very angry at Chu Zhongba's practice. The story is very simple. Half an hour ago, Chu Zhongba and the children of the Chu family accidentally met Wang Kao and others. Chapter 49. If it is Chu Zhongtian before the breakthrough or Chu Yuping leading the team, the first thing after meeting Wang Kao and others is to turn around and leave immediately and quickly approach the center. The Chu family is weaker than the Wang family in terms of the top strength and overall strength. After all, the second and third masters of the Chu family left the team ahead of time, resulting in the weak strength of the Chu family. In addition to Wang Kao, the top expert of the Wang family, all the remaining children are around him, and their strength is the strongest. However, the facts deviated. After the two teams met, Chu Zhongba not only did not retreat immediately, but took the initiative to invite Wang Kao to fight, so as to decide who was the second strongest among the younger generation of Qi. If he invited Liu Yangzhen, this idea is good. Because of Liu Yangzhen's pride, he will never fight with you and will not do sinister and despicable things. But in the face of Wang Kao, a sinister villain like a poisonous snake, how can he make such a fatal mistake for a little false name? As Chu Zhongtian expected, in the face of Chu Zhongba's invitation to fight, Wang Kao readily agreed, but when he really started, he immediately ordered all the Wang's children to join the war and took Chu Zhongba and others by surprise. 3 of the children of the Chu family died on the spot, and one of them was seriously injured. The inexperienced Chu Zhongba took the people to retreat. Chu Xing, the direction they withdrew, considering the gap in strength between the two sides, Chu Zhongtian was very worried. The strength of the Wang family is too strong. The hatred accumulated by the two families for more than a dozen generations continues to drag on. I'm afraid all the remaining Chu children will die except Chu Zhongba. They're going that way. Struggling to raise his hand, Chu Xing pointed out the direction. Chu Xing, I think you can still move. Here are some healing drugs, take them yourself. He threw down several bottles of healing medicine taken from other martial artists. Chu Zhongtian explained it briefly and then accelerated to the front. Looking at the background of Chu Zhongtian's departure, especially the speed like the breeze, Chu Xing opened his eyes and thought to himself, when will there be such an expert in the Chu family? Looking at some familiar background, Chu Xing ignored the healing medicine thrown on the ground, but desperately recalled all the people he knew in his mind. Then a terrible thought came to his mind. Is it him? Due to the direction pointed by Chu Xing, Chu Zhongtian soon found that there were corpses on the road from time to time. Among these bodies are the children of the Chu family and the children of the Wang family. Of course, there are many bodies of the children of the Chu family. Seeing this situation, Chu Zhongtian was very worried. Originally, he cooperated with the pace martial arts, and his speed was amazing. Under the pressure of this anxiety, his pace martial arts vaguely had a prelude to a breakthrough. Whether it's primary martial arts, medium martial arts, or high-level martial arts, each martial arts has 4 levels. According to the degree you master, it can be divided into entry, small success, great success, and perfection. Chu Zhongtian's step martial art is a medium-level martial art. In the past, he was barely able to use it, that is, the realm of entry. Now he has the trend of breaking through small success. Chu Zhongba and Wang Kao retreated while fighting. The retreat speed of the two sides was not very fast. Only 3 minutes later, Chu Zhongtian vaguely heard a faint fight on the left. After a kilometer of speed increase, Chu Zhongtian saw the two sides tearing up. The Chu family participated in the hunting competition this time, with a total of 52 people. In addition to Chu Zhongtian, Chu Shixuan took 4 people, and Chu Yuping took 7 people. Chu Zhongba took a total of 38 people. Now there are only 7 children of the Chu family who participate in the killing. If you count Chu Zhongba, there are only 8. The loss of 29 people is probably the most serious loss of the Chu family in recent 10 years. What Chu Zhongtian doesn't know is that Chu Shixuan, the second-ranked Chu family, was also destroyed by Wang Kao. Seeing this tragic loss, Chu Zhongtian felt angry for the first time, and also had an uncontrollable killing intention in his heart for the first time. Chu Zhongtian drew out his steel knife and roared, "Kill!" directly into the battlefield. One move swept away thousands of troops and directly took a series of corpses. Even if the saber technique doesn't match the potential, Chu Zhongtian's own strength has reached the peak of 7 levels in the Qi refining period. The highest among the Wang family's children is only the peak of 6 levels in the Qi refining period. Moreover, Chu Zhongtian shot in the case of sneak attack. How can those Wang family's children be his opponents? The rage swept thousands of people, directly taking away the lives of 7 Wang's children, and 3 were seriously injured by the aftershock of the knife. The way of one move is so powerful that not only the children of the Wang family are completely stupid in place, but also the children of the besieged Chu family are stupid to stand in place. Chu Zhongtian is very dissatisfied with this situation. Distraction in battle is an immature performance, and distraction in the battle of life and death is a move to seek death. It seems that we should tell the patriarch about this situation when we go back. In fact, Chu Zhongtian didn't want to think about it. With his 4-level peak state in the Qi refining period, he directly killed 7 experts of the Wang family and seriously injured 3 experts. I'm afraid anyone will be surprised. Children of the Chu family and the Wang family stayed in place like fools. Chu Zhongtian was not in a daze. After landing, he then used a point-killing stab to directly kill an expert with the strongest strength of the Wang family. Until this time, the dazed children of the Wang family did not react. Seeing the 8 dead masters and 3 seriously injured companions, they roared and rushed to Chu Zhongtian. Looking at the Wang family's children, Chu Zhongtian sneered and directly greeted them with a knife. The strength of these people is not enough for him to use his power, or even all his strength. It can be seen that the children of the Chu family are seriously killed and injured. Under his anger, he won't hide his strength at all. With his basic saber technique and martial arts skills, he can be said to take 1 life with 1 knife. When he just joined the battle, Chu Zhongtian intended to aim at the strong people of the Wang family, so he solved the 3 experts of the Wang family, whose strength reached the 6th floor of the gas refining period, and now there is only 1 left. This one was cut in half by the steel chopper, without holding on for a few seconds under the entanglement saber technique of Chu Zhongtian's move. 40 seconds. In a short time of 40 seconds, there are nearly 40 children of the Wang family, only 4 children on the 4th floor of the gas refining period. As for the 3 wounded who were seriously injured and couldn't afford to fall to the ground, Chu Zhongtian didn't do it. It was the lost Chu children who killed them. It was not Chu Zhongtian who deliberately let them go, but the strength of these 4 people was so weak that they couldn't get in when they besieged Chu Zhongtian. It was precisely because of this that they finally saved their lives. Looking at the 7 children of the Chu family, who are ready to come up and work hard at any time, the 4 children of the Wang family, who only have 4 floors in the gas refining period, look very pale. Fortunately, at this time, their backbone came in time. That's why the 7 Chu children didn't start right away. Not far away from the massacre of the Wang family's children, Wang Kao, who was fighting alone with Chu Zhongba and had always had the upper hand, resolutely gave up the fight with Chu Zhongba and rushed back desperately after hearing the screams of the Wang family's children. Chapter 50. However, when he hurried back desperately, he was sad to find that there were only 4 Wang's children left at the scene, and these 4 Wang's children were the kind of extremely poor talent and hopeless waste. Seeing the tragedy in front of him, Wang Kao was almost crazy. Although it is said that he is the leader of the younger generation of the Wang family, if he develops smoothly in the future, he is likely to take over the position of patriarch, but that is only possible. Just like Chu Zhongba, the resurgence of Chu Zhongtian has seriously threatened the status of his successor, as has Wang Kao's Wang family. He is the strongest among the younger generation, but don't forget that there is also the younger generation above the younger generation. The younger generation is 16 to 18 years old, while the younger generation is 18 to 28 years old. The age difference between the 2 ages is very small. Different from the Chu family, the young generation of the Chu family does not have 2 powerful experts, and there are very few gifted children. But the Wang family is different. The young generation of the Wang family has 3 experts who are no worse than him in talent and understanding. More importantly, the 3 young generation masters are not a few years older than him, but they have broken through the physical training period. If he wants to win in the end and take over the position of clan leader smoothly, he should surpass them not only in strength, but also in prestige and influence within the clan. The hunting competition of the younger generation is a great opportunity. The reason why Wang Kao took all the king's children to burn, kill and rob everywhere is that he knew he was not Liu Yangzhen's opponent, so he planned to find enough jade pieces for him to win the championship at the beginning, and then quietly hide with his people and wait for the moment when the competition ended. In the last 10 years of hunting competition in the state of Qi, not only the Chu family has not been involved in the champion for more than 10 years, but also their Wang family and Qi family have not been involved in the champion for more than 10 years. If he can finally win the championship this time, not to mention the rewards that can improve his strength, his fame and influence in the Wang family will also be raised to a new height. To achieve this goal, in addition to a sufficient number of jade pieces, there is also a premise, which is to take these Wang's children back safely. At the same time, these children who have experienced the killing will become his right-hand man in the future, which is the biggest chip for him to compete for the position of patriarch. In the early stage of seizing the jade film, the Wang family has lost several experts. Wang Kao is distressed enough, but he can barely accept it. After all, it is acceptable to lose a few experts in the trial. But he couldn't bear the tragedy that happened next. That is, when he tore up with Chu Zhongba, he inadvertently caused the Wang family's children to lose nearly 10 people. Originally, with his strength, he could defeat Chu Zhongba in a short time. But what he didn't expect is that although Chu Zhongba's strength is not as good as him, he has a steel knife with 10 refining best products and a piece of defensive armor that can withstand the 8-layer strength attack in the Qi refining period. It was under the protection of these two treasures that Chu Zhongba kept pestering him, and when he didn't pay attention, he took a sneak attack, resulting in the death of nearly a dozen royal children. He couldn't afford the loss of more than 10 elite disciples. It was for this reason that he deliberately lured Chu Zhongba away from the battlefield and gave the rest to the sons of the Wang family. However, what he never thought was that Chu Zhongba could not attack secretly, but there was a top expert hidden in the Chu family. When he reacted, there was nothing left of the Wang family's children who had been killed. Looking at the only 4 sons of the Wang family left at the scene, Wang Kao roared up in tears, and then rushed to Chu Zhongtian with his sword. Chu Zhongba, who followed him closely, did not continue to fight when he saw that the master suddenly appeared was Chu Zhongtian, but pretended to be in a daze. In fact, he is almost happy now. Originally, he was in the same mood as Wang Kao. The children of the Chu family suffered heavy losses because of his mistakes. I'm afraid he will bear some punishment after the hunting competition, which is very unfavorable for him to take over the position of patriarch in the future. If Wang Kao can kill Chu Zhongtian now, the punishment he will bear in the future is completely acceptable when no one can threaten his successor's status. Wang Kao is also a master of sword. However, the sword he used was a short sword of only more than 20 cm. His sword moves revealed a trace of sinister everywhere, which was also related to his character. Chu Zhongtian didn't adapt to the expert who used this short weapon for the first time, so he was at a disadvantage for the time being. Although he was temporarily at a disadvantage, Chu Zhongtian was not in a hurry and did not use the potential in advance. He tried his best to resist every attack by Wang Kao and felt the feeling brought by this attack. 1 inch long and 1 inch strong, 1 minute short and 1 minute risk. Wang Kao, who uses the short sword, uses every move to attack very insidious. The key parts of the attack are also difficult for ordinary people to notice and difficult to defend. However, there are defensive moves in Chu Zhongtian's basic sword moves. With these moves alone, he blocked all the attacks of Wang Kao. As he became more and more adapted to his attack, Chu Zhongtian also began to counterattack while defending. Master Ba, hurry up and help. Because Chu Zhongtian didn't adapt to Wang Kao's attack at the beginning, he was at a disadvantage at the beginning, and the remaining Chu children at the scene immediately became anxious. Seeing Chu Zhongba standing next to him watching the war, he spoke one after another and asked him to join hands with Wang Kao. It's not easy to get rid of Chu Zhongtian. Chu Zhongba is waiting to reap the benefits. How can he help? Cough. He coughed hard, pretended to be hurt and said, I also want to go up to help, but now I'm seriously injured and can't give full play to my strength. Now I can't help and even drag him down. This, Chu Zhongba's explanation is not unreasonable. It can only give play to 10% of the strength of the 7th floor in the gas refining period, or even worse than a 6th floor expert in the gas refining period. After going up, it may drag down Chu Zhongtian. However, seeing that Chu Zhongba is now radiant and can't be in the state of spirit, it doesn't look like serious injury at all. The remaining 7 Chu children don't know how to persuade. Everyone is not a fool. Some of them are smart enough to see a sign that Chu Zhongba deliberately didn't come forward to help. Although they are very angry about Chu Zhongba's selfishness, they have no way. Because of their general strength and shallow background, they are unwilling to offend Chu Zhongba, so they can only choose to be silent in the end. Although the short weapon is dangerous and not easy to defend, it also has disadvantages, that is, it has less attack range. Therefore, after adapting to Wang Keo's attack, Chu Zhongtian not only began to fight back, but also fought back more and more. They fought with each other for more than a dozen moves. When Wang Keo's short sword was drawn to Chu Zhongtian's neck, Chu Zhongtian did not choose defense this time. Instead, with the length of the steel knife and the speed of the knife, the tip of the knife was cut from top to top.